Fellow wanderers of Middle-earth, tonight we begin a new chronicle from the memory of the world. We turn our gaze to the Third Age, that long twilight when the great realms of old slowly faded and new powers stirred in shadow. This is the story of how the kingdoms of Elendel endured without their king, how a simple golden band lay hidden in river mud while darkness rebuilt itself, and how the free peoples faced 3,000 years of slow defeat before the final reckoning came. So settle close to the fire, let the outside world fade, and journey with me into this chronicle of lost kings and found hobbits, of wizards and ringwraiths, of the age that ended in fire on a mountain. If these tales stir something in your heart, please like and subscribe to join our fellowship of story lovers. Drop a comment below telling me where in our wide world you're listening from tonight. For every voice makes our circle stronger. Now the tale begins. The Second Age had ended in fire and victory. Sauron's body lay broken, his spirit fled into the shadows, and the ring that had made him mighty rode north on Isildur's hand. The son of Elendil wore it on a chain, kept it close, called it his precious. He had cut it from the enemy's hand himself, and he would not surrender it though Elrond and Círdan begged him to cast it into the fire. It was his by right of conquest, his Wyrgild for father and brother both. So the counsels of the wise went unheeded, and the greatest peril in all the world travelled north in the keeping of mortal men. Isildur led his people homeward through the vales of Anduin. His brother, Anarian's son, ruled in Gondor now, would hold the south realm well. But Arna in the north had lost both kings, needed Isildur's hand, needed the line of Elendil restored. They were 3 companies marching, maybe 200 souls all told. Warriors mostly, but some wives and children too, who had waited out the war in Imladris. The road was long and summer was fading. They hurried north while the weather held. The disaster came without warning at the Gladden fields where the road crossed the marshlands. Orcs fell upon them in late afternoon, thousands of them shrieking from the reeds and willows. The assault was coordinated and vicious. No random band this, but an army that had waited in ambush, that had tracked them and chosen its ground. Isildur's companies formed a shield wall on the higher ground, but arrows fell like black rain, and the enemy came in waves that never stopped. They fought through sunset and into darkness. Men fell and the circle tightened. His son Elendil stood beside him, and his other sons as well, and they knew how this would end. When full night came and the shield wall broke, Isildur gave his sword and armour to his esquire. His sons made one last stand to buy him time, died there in the dark with blades in their hands. He told them he would go to Imladris, would bring help, would return. They knew he lied. They made him go anyway. So the last king of Arnor and Gondor both fled into the marshes, while his sons bought his escape with their lives, and that choosing would haunt the North Kingdom for all the ages after. Isildur reached the Anduin. The great river flowed cold and strong, but he was of Númenórean blood, and the water was his friend. He stripped away his mail and clothing, put on the ring to vanish from enemy eyes, and swam out into the current. The orcs on the banks could not see him. The night was with him. For a few moments it seemed he might escape, might reach the western shore, might survive to see Imladris again. Then the ring betrayed him. It slipped from his finger in the water, abandoned him to visibility and death. The orc arrows found him instantly, black shafts in the darkness, striking true. He died in the river, his body sinking into the cold depths. The greatest king of the Dunedain, drowned in darkness, with no witness save his killers. And the ring that had doomed him settled into the riverbed mud to wait. 3,000 years it would lie there, patient and hidden, until another hand groped through that same darkness and found it. The companies were annihilated. Perhaps 3 men escaped to carry word north. The king was dead, all his sons dead, the line seemingly broken. Arna fell into the hands of Isildur's brother's son, Valandil, a child of 5 summers, too young to understand what had been lost. Meneldil held Gondor in the south. The kingdoms endured, but they endured without Isildur, without his strength, without his wisdom such as it was. They endured as orphans. No one knew about the ring. Isildur had told no one where he carried it, had written no account that survived. The wise assumed it had perished with him, perhaps lost forever in the river, perhaps destroyed somehow in his death. They grieved for the king and his sons. They mourned the disaster at the Gladden fields, but they did not realize that the greatest evil in the world lay waiting in the mud and darkness, patient as stone, biding its time. The Third Age began with that loss and that ignorance, and all that followed grew from that single moment when the ring slipped free and Isildur's hand grasped at nothing but water. The kingdoms built their strength slowly in the years that came after. They raised towers and planted fields and made what peace they could. But they built without knowing that the foundation of all their hope had been lost in a river, that the war they thought they'd won still waited to be fought, that the ring endured while its maker gathered strength in distant darkness. The Third Age opened with this wound, this absence, this terrible mistake that would take 3,000 years to mend. So the tale began. A king dead in the water, a ring lost in the mud, and all the long years stretching ahead toward the day when both would be found again. Valandil came to his father's throne when he turned of age, and the child who had lost everything before he could remember now ruled Arna as a young man. He was wise beyond his years, they said, marked by loss even if he could not recall it. The North Kingdom needed that wisdom, for it had been bled nearly white at the Gladden fields and in all the wars before. But the Dunedain was strong, and their blood ran back to Numenor and to Elros himself. They did not break easily under burden. Valandil gathered the scattered people and rebuilt the watchtowers and replanted the fields that had gone to wilderness during the war years. Slowly, year by year, Arno recovered its strength, and the great city of Enumenas rose again on the shores of Lake Nenual, with white towers catching the northern sun. In the south, Meneldil ruled Gondor with equal care and determination. His realm had suffered less in the war, and still held much of its ancient strength. Osgiliath bridged the Anduin in glory, a city of towers and gardens where the kings dwelt in marble halls, while Minas Anar and Minas Ithil stood guard on either side of the valley like sentinel fortresses watching east and west. The South Kingdom grew mighty under Meneldil's hand, and its borders extended year by year into lands that had known only darkness. The two realms were separate now, each with its own king and its own concerns, but they remembered they were kin. Messengers rode regularly between north and south, and trade flowed along the roads that Elendil's people had built in better days. When danger threatened one realm, the other sent aid without question or hesitation. They were not one kingdom any longer, divided by distance and different needs, but they were not strangers either. The early centuries of the Third Age passed in peace and building. Arna spread its settlements westward to the coast and southward toward the Brandywine, reclaiming lands that had been lost or abandoned during the wars. Gondor extended its borders into Ravanian and secured the mountain passes and made treaties with the peoples who lived in the shadow of the great forest. Both kingdoms prospered in ways the war-weary survivors could scarcely have imagined, and their people multiplied until the empty places were filled again with voices and laughter. But one shadow lingered over Arnor that would not lift, no matter how bright the sun shone on Anúminas. The Elendilmere was lost. That white gem, the Star of Elendil, had been the mark of the North Kingdom's kingship since the fall of Númenor, passed from father to son through all the generations. Isildur had worn it on his brow when he died in the Gladden fields, and now it lay somewhere in those marshlands with his bones and his sword. Many times did Valandil send companies to search those treacherous lands where his father had fallen. They waded through reeds and probed the mud and dragged the river shallows with hooks and nets. But the Anduin had taken its toll, and the years had scattered what remained, and the Elendilmere was not found despite all their searching. So the kings of Arnor wore silver circlets instead and called them sufficient. But every king who took the throne knew that the true crown lay lost in darkness. The weight of that absence never fully lifted from the North Kingdom. Every coronation carried the knowledge that something essential had been broken, that Isildur had died reaching for what could not be recovered, that the line continued but diminished. Still, it was a bearable grief, and the realm found ways to prosper despite it. The realms flourished through those early centuries. Elendil's sons had planted kingdoms that would endure, even diminished by loss, even haunted by what could not be recovered. The Dunedain were builders and guardians both, and they made Middle-earth safer by their presence on its borders. Their watch kept darkness at bay, their swords held the mountain passes, and their wisdom remembered what the younger peoples had forgotten or never knew. 1,000 years passed in this manner, and they were largely good years. Wars came and went, as wars always do, but nothing approached the scale of the Great War that had ended the Second Age. Sauron was gone, vanished into legend and nightmare, and even the wise began to hope he might not return. The ring was forgotten by all save a few, lost somewhere in the wide world, and most assumed it had been destroyed in Isildur's death or lost beyond all finding. The free peoples breathed easier as the centuries accumulated. They built higher and planted deeper and let themselves hope that the Shadow's time had truly passed. The elves still remembered and still watched, but even their vigilance relaxed somewhat as the years proved peaceful. And if the kings of Arna still sought the Elendilmere in vain, still felt the weight of what Isildur had lost in the river, that was a small grief measured against so much light and prosperity. The Third Age's first millennium closed with both kingdoms at their height of power and influence. Arna held the north with strength, Gondor commanded the south with wisdom, and the line of Elendil ruled both in unbroken succession from father to son. They had survived the disaster of the Gladden fields and built something worth surviving for, something that seemed like it might endure for ages yet to come. The wound of Isildur's death had scarred over, and though it still ached in certain seasons, it no longer bled. The year 1000 of the Third Age marked no great battle and saw no kingdom fall. But something changed in that time nonetheless. The elves felt it first, a disturbance in the patterns of the world, like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples outward. Círdan, in his grey havens, looked eastward with troubled eyes, and Galadriel, in Lothlorien, felt the darkness stirring in ways she had not sensed since the Second Age ended. They did not speak of it openly at first, for the evidence was subtle and the mortal kingdoms were still rebuilding. But the wise knew that something had shifted in the balance of things. In the great forest of green wood, the shadow fell most heavily. That realm had been the kingdom of Thranduil since the Second Age, and the Sylvan elves had dwelt there in relative peace despite the wars that raged elsewhere. But now the southern portions of the wood began to darken in ways that had nothing to do with the changing seasons. Strange creatures appeared where none had been before, and old paths became impassable with thorns and malice. The trees themselves seemed to turn hostile, and travellers who entered the forest's southern reaches often did not return or came back changed and haunted. Thranduil pulled his people northward and strengthened the defences of his halls. The Sylvan elves abandoned their settlements in the south and retreated to safer ground. And what had been Greenwood the Great began to earn a darker name. Mirkwood, they would call it in time, and the name would stick for all the ages after. The elves knew what this meant, even if they could not yet name the source. Sauron had been destroyed in body at the end of the Second Age, cast down and broken, but spirits of his power did not die so easily as mortals understood death. He was gathering himself again somewhere in the world, without body, without form, barely more than a malicious will seeking to coalesce into something capable of action. It would take centuries for him to achieve even a shadow of his former power, but time meant little to such beings. He had been defeated before and had returned, and the wise had always feared he would find a way to return again. Now the signs were unmistakable for those who knew how to read them. Around the year 1000, 5 ships arrived at the Grey Havens from the west. They came unheralded and unexpected, and they carried passengers who seemed to be old men but were not mortal at all. These were the Istari, the wizards sent by the Valar to contest the growing shadow. They came in the shapes of aged wanderers with staffs and worn robes, deliberately diminished so they would not dominate by power, but would have to counsel and persuade and work through the willing hearts of the free peoples. Círdan met them at the havens and knew them for what they were, though others might have mistaken them for simple travellers. There were 5 of them in that first coming, though others would arrive in later years. 2 wore robes of blue and went into the east together, and little is recorded of their doings in the histories of the Westlands. 1 wore brown and seemed more interested in beasts and birds than in the councils of kings. 1 wore white and carried himself with authority and pride, and 1 wore grey and seemed the most humble of them all, though Círdan looked at him longest and with the most respect. To the grey wanderer, Círdan gave Narya the ring of fire that had been Gil-galad's before the king fell. He gave it secretly, with few words spoken, and the grey wizard accepted it without fully understanding why such a gift should come to him. But Círdan had foresight beyond most of the Eldar, and he recognized something in the grey wizard that would be needed in the ages ahead. patience perhaps, or kindness, or a willingness to bear burdens that others would not choose. The wizards dispersed into Middle-earth to begin their work. The one in white, who called himself Saruman, made his way to the councils of the powerful and began to gather knowledge of the enemy and the rings. The one in grey, who gave the name Gandalf to those who asked, took to the roads as a wanderer and began to learn the land and its peoples. The one in brown, Radagast, went to the borders of Mirkwood and spoke with the birds and the beasts and concerned himself with the growing darkness in the forest. They were a strange sight in those days, old men with staffs appearing in villages and courts where no one had summoned them. Some welcomed them and some turned them away. For mortals are suspicious of those who come bearing warnings of dangers they cannot see. But the wizards persisted, patient as the Valar who had sent them, and slowly they wove themselves into the fabric of Middle-earth's defences. The darkness continued to grow in Mirkwood, and rumours began to spread of a necromancer dwelling somewhere in the forest's southern reaches. The elves investigated but found nothing definite, only evidence of fell creatures gathering and of some malign will directing them. Thranduil sent messengers to Imladris and to Lothlorien, and the wise began to confer about what should be done. But they moved cautiously, for open war against a shadow was difficult to wage, and the mortal kingdoms were not yet ready to face what might be coming. So the first half-century of the new millennium passed in growing unease. The kingdoms still prospered on the surface, but those with eyes to see knew that the peace would not hold forever. Sauron was returning, slowly gathering his strength in some hidden place, and the long defeat that Galadriel had spoken of was beginning its next chapter. The wizards walked the roads, and the shadow crept through Mirkwood, and Middle-earth stood on the edge of changes it did not yet fully comprehend. The Istari walked Middle-earth as strangers in a familiar land. They had come from the west with purpose, sent by powers greater than themselves, but they arrived with no armies and no declarations of authority, just staffs and worn cloaks and the appearance of old men who had travelled far. The free peoples did not know what to make of them at first. Saruman took to scholarship and study. He travelled to the great libraries and spoke with the wise in their councils, gathering every scrap of knowledge about the rings of power and the devices of the enemy. He was learned and eloquent, and those who heard him speak were often swayed by his arguments. His mind was keen and his memory vast, and he seemed to understand the threats facing Middle-earth better than most who had lived through the wars themselves. Gandalf chose a different path entirely. He wandered village to village, town to town, appearing in unexpected places and speaking with whoever would listen. He walked among hobbits in the Shire and spoke with the rangers in the wild lands and sat in the halls of both great and small. Where Saruman sought knowledge in books, Gandalf sought it in people, learning their hearts and their hopes and what they would fight to defend. Radagast made his home on the borders of Mirkwood and devoted himself to the birds and beasts and growing things. He seemed less concerned with the politics of kingdoms than with the health of the forest itself, and many thought him simple or distracted. But he watched the darkness spreading in Mirkwood with more attention than most realized, and the birds brought him news from across Middle-earth that even the wise in their councils did not possess. The two blue wizards went into the east and passed out of the knowledge of the Westlands. Perhaps they worked against Sauron's influence among the peoples beyond Rhûn, or perhaps they too fell into shadow as Sauron would in later years. The records are silent on their fates. In those early centuries, the wizards were still finding their way and learning the limits of their mission. They had come to Middle-earth diminished deliberately, clothed in mortal form and subject to mortal wariness, and they could not simply sweep away the darkness with power. They had to counsel and encourage and hope that the free peoples would find the strength to resist what was coming. It was a slower path than war, and often a frustrating one, but it was the path the Valar had chosen for them. The shadow in Mirkwood continued to grow through these years. Travelers vanished and fell creatures multiplied, and the rumors of a necromancer became more substantial. Some said it was one of the Nazgûl returned, or a powerful sorcerer who had learned forbidden arts, but the wise suspected worse. Sauron had been cast down but not destroyed, and if any being in Middle-earth could return from such defeat, it was he. Still, the evidence remained incomplete and the threat seemed distant to most. The great kingdoms were prosperous and strong, and the wars of the Second Age felt like ancient history to the younger generations. Arnor controlled the north and Gondor held the south, and both seemed secure in their power. The wizards walked among them speaking of vigilance and preparation, but few truly grasped the urgency of their warnings. Thranduil's people in the northern parts of Greenwood maintained their watch, and Elrond in Rivendell gathered what news he could from travellers and scouts. Galadriel in Lothlorien looked into her mirror and saw troubling visions of things that might yet come to pass. The elves remembered the First and Second Ages too well to be complacent, but they were growing fewer in Middle-earth with each passing century, and their strength was not what it had been. The Dunedain in their realms kept the borders and trained their young in the arts of war, but they did not yet know what they would be fighting. The shadow was still formless, still gathering, still to diffuse, to strike at directly. So the watchful ones waited and prepared as best they could, knowing that sooner or later the enemy would reveal himself fully and the war would begin again. The first 3 centuries of the millennium passed in this uneasy balance. Darkness grew in secret places, while the surface of things remained mostly peaceful. The wizards walked their separate paths and learned what they needed to learn. And in the depths of Mirkwood, something patient and malevolent continued its slow return to power, hidden from all eyes, biding its time with the patience of immortal hate. The year 1300 brought evil tidings out of the north, in the lands beyond the Etten Moors, where the cold winds blew down from the mountains and few settlements had ever taken root. A fortress appeared where none had been before. Carn Dum, they called it, a dark stronghold rising in a region of ice and stone. A sorcerer king ruled there, and his power was fell and ancient, and those who heard his name spoken felt dread settle in their hearts like winter frost. The Witch King of Angmar, he named himself, and the realm he carved from the northern waste bore that same name. Orcs gathered to his banner, and hillmen came down from the mountains to serve him, and evil things that had hidden in darkness now walked openly in his service. The northern borders of Arnor, which had known peace for more than 1,000 years, suddenly faced an enemy who struck without warning and showed no mercy. King Molvagal ruled in Arnor then, and the news from the north filled his councils with alarm. The Dunedae had grown comfortable in their prosperity, and their northern watchtowers were undermanned and unprepared for serious assault. The first attacks came swift and brutal, and whole villages vanished in the night with no survivors to tell what had happened. The Witch King was testing Arna's strength and finding it wanting. But the North Kingdom was not defenseless, and Malvegal was no fool. He called up the musters and reinforced the borders and sent messengers racing south to Gondor, asking for aid. The Dunedae remembered how to fight, even after centuries of peace, and they met the enemy with steel and determination. The war that followed was bitter and desperate, fought in mountain passes and frozen valleys where the dead outnumbered the living. The Witch King proved to be a terrible foe, cunning and patient and utterly without mercy. He did not seek quick victory, but instead wore down Arna's strength year by year, attack by attack, always withdrawing before the Dunedae could force a decisive battle. His strategy was clear to those who understood it. He meant to bleed the North Kingdom slowly until it could no longer stand against him. And Arna had a weakness the Witch King exploited ruthlessly. The realm had grown large over the centuries, spreading its settlements across vast distances, and the king in Unminas could not defend all his people at once. The bloodline of Elendil had also divided over the generations, as royal families do, and different branches of the house now held different territories with different loyalties. Unity was harder to maintain than it had been when Valandil ruled, and the Witch King's attacks drove wedges into cracks that had always existed. The years ground on with no end in sight. Malvegal fell in battle in the year 1349, and his son Argolob took the throne and continued the fight. But Argolob faced not only the Witch King's armies, but also growing dissension within his own realm. The eastern territories, farthest from Angmar's direct threat, began to question why they should bear the cost of a war that seemed unwinnable. The western lands, closer to the fighting, felt abandoned when reinforcements came slowly or not at all. In 1409, the hammer finally fell. The Witch King launched a massive assault southward, throwing all his gathered strength against Arna's northern defences. His armies swept through the Etenmoors and into Rudor, the easternmost region of the North Kingdom, and the Dunedae there could not hold against such force. Rudor fell quickly, its fortresses burned and its people scattered or slain. King Argolob rode north with all the strength he could muster, determined to stop the enemy before the heartland was breached. The battle was fought in the hills south of the Etenmoors, and it was desperate and bloody beyond anything Arna had experienced in the Third Age. The Dunedain fought with courage born of desperation, but they were outnumbered and the Witch King's sorcery broke their formations. Argolob died there with his sword in his hand and the army shattered. The Witch King's forces swept westward, and nothing stood between them and the heart of Arna. Cardolan in the south sent what men it could, but they arrived too late to save the northern settlements. The great city of Anuminus was abandoned in panic, its people fleeing south and west with whatever they could carry. The jewel of the North Kingdom, seat of Elendil's heirs, stood empty while the enemy ravaged the lands around it. Furnest became the new capital by necessity, farther south and more defensible. Arathur, Argolob's son, rallied what remained of Arna's strength there and prepared for siege. But the realm he now ruled was broken into fragments, and the dream of a united North Kingdom was crumbling before his eyes. Cardolan in the south and Arthedain in the west were becoming kingdoms in their own right, with their own rulers and their own concerns, bound to the High King, infernused by blood and tradition, but no longer truly unified. The Witch King had achieved his goal without conquering all of Arna. The North Kingdom was fractured now, its strength divided, its people scattered and demoralized. 3 separate realms would emerge from what had been one, and none of them would ever regain the glory that had been Arna's in the days of peace. The line of Elendil endured in all 3 kingdoms, but it endured diminished and divided, and the slow defeat that had begun with Isildur's death continued its inexorable progress. Winter closed over the north that year, and it seemed colder and darker than any winter before. The fracturing of Arna left 3 diminished kingdoms where one had stood. Arthedain in the northwest held for Nost and maintained the strongest claim to the kingship of all the Dunedain, for the line of Isildur continued there unbroken. Cardolan controlled the lands south of the Great East Road, including the ancient watchtower of Amon-Sol that both realms claimed as their own. Rudor in the east was the weakest and most exposed to the enemy, its lands bordering directly on the Witch King's territory, and its people were already mingled with hillmen who owed no loyalty to the line of Elendil. The division weakened all 3 realms terribly. What the Witch King could not achieve through direct conquest, he accomplished through the fragmentation of his enemy. Arthedain and Cardolan quarrelled over the Weather Hills and the Palantir that sat atop Amon-Sol, and Rudor played both sides against the middle, while its Dunedain nobility lost ground to the hillfolk year by year. The great watchtowers that had guarded the north stood undermanned or abandoned entirely, and the roads that had once been safe grew dangerous with brigands and worse things. Gondor sent aid when it could, for the South Kingdom had not forgotten that Arnor was kin. Ships came north with supplies and warriors, and the kings in Osgiliath offered counsel and support to their struggling cousins. But Gondor had troubles of its own in those years, conflicts with the Easterlings and internal disputes over succession, and the aid they could provide was never quite enough to turn the tide. The North Kingdoms were grateful for what came, but they knew they fought this war largely alone. The Witch King pressed his advantage with patience and cunning. He did not need to destroy the North Kingdoms outright when time and division were doing his work for him. Raids from Angmar kept the borders constantly embattled, and Rudor's gradual fall to the hillmen gave the enemy a foothold south of the mountains. By 1500, Rudor had effectively become an ally of Angmar rather than part of the North Kingdom, and its Dunedain population had been killed or driven into exile. Arthedain bore the heaviest burden in these years, for the line of kings there took seriously their duty as heirs of Elendil. King after king rode to battle against the Witch King, and the losses mounted generation by generation. The population dwindled and the settlements contracted, and what had been a realm of cities and farmlands became a network of fortified towns holding out against the darkness. The Dunedain learned to fight defensively, to preserve what they could rather than dreaming of reconquest. Cardolan suffered differently, but no less severely. The Witch King's armies raided across the Great East Road, and evil things out of the Barrow Downs began to trouble the southern lands. The old burial mounds of the Dunedain's ancestors became haunted by wights and shadows, and no one dared enter the downs after dark. Whole villages disappeared in the night, and travellers on the roads were found dead with no mark upon them save expressions of terror frozen on their faces. The long war ground on through centuries, and both sides bled strength slowly. The Witch King seemed inexhaustible, but even he could not press attacks indefinitely without pause. Periods of open warfare alternated with years of uneasy peace, and the North Kingdoms rebuilt what they could in the respites. But each cycle left them weaker than before, and the Witch King always recovered faster from his losses. Then, in the year 1636, a new horror struck both north and south. The Great Plague came out of the east, a sickness so virulent and deadly that it swept through Middle-earth like wildfire. It struck Gondor first and hardest, killing King Telemnar and all his children and decimating the population of Osgiliath. The dead were too numerous to bury properly, and whole districts of the great city were abandoned when there were not enough living left to maintain them. The plague reached the North Kingdoms soon after, and it devastated populations already weakened by war and hardship. Cardolan was hit worst of all, for its lands were most accessible to travellers from the south and east. Villages died entirely, their inhabitants buried in mass graves or left to rot where they fell. The survivors fled westward into Arthedain, or tried to hide in the wilderness, but the sickness followed them everywhere. When the plague finally burned itself out after 2 terrible years, Cardolan was effectively finished as a kingdom. Its population had been reduced to scattered bands of refugees. Its towns stood empty, and what little organization remained collapsed into chaos. The Barrow Downs, already haunted, became the tomb of the last Dunedain of Cardolan, and evil things claimed those lands entirely. Arthedain tried to extend its protection over Cardolan's remnant, but there was too little left to save. Rudor had already fallen to the Hillmen and the Witch King's influence, and now Cardolan was gone as well. Only Arthedain remained of the 3 kingdoms, and it stood alone against Angmar, with perhaps a quarter of the strength Arna had possessed at its height. The High King, Infernost, still claimed rule over all the Dunedain in the north, but it was an empty claim ruling over empty lands. The line of Isildur continued unbroken in Arthedain, passing from father to son as it always had, but each generation inherited less than the one before. The slow defeat that had begun with Isildur's death in the Gladden Fields was approaching its conclusion, and everyone who had eyes to see knew it. The North Kingdom was dying, not in one catastrophic fall, but in a long decline that seemed impossible to arrest. The Witch King had won his war without needing to deliver a final blow, for time and plague and division had done his work for him more efficiently than any army could have. Arthedain endured because the Dunedain were too stubborn to surrender and because they remembered what they were guarding. Somewhere in the wild, the heirs of Elendil kept watch. Their numbers dwindled and their kingdom shrank, but they did not abandon their duty. They would fight on for another 3 centuries before the end finally came, but those would be desperate years of retreat and loss, and everyone who lived through them knew that they were witnessing the death of something that would not come again. The dwarves of Khazad Dûm had dwelt beneath the misty mountains since the First Age, and their realm was the greatest of all the dwarf kingdoms. They had delved deep and built wide, carving halls and chambers through living rock, and the wealth they drew from the earth was beyond counting. Mithril they mined there, that silver steel more precious than gold, and their craftsmen worked it into things of beauty and strength that were prized across all Middle-earth. Durin's folk were proud of what they had built, and they had reason for pride. Their doors opened both east and west through the mountains, and their trading caravans travelled to Loren and beyond. The friendship between the dwarves of Moria and the elves of Origin had been close in the Second Age, and though Origin was long fallen, the memory of that alliance remained. The dwarves prospered in their mountain halls and grew wealthy beyond measure, and they believed their strength was inexhaustible, but pride and greed drove them to delve deeper than wisdom suggested. The mithril veins led ever downward into the roots of the mountains, and the dwarves followed them hungrily, driving their minds into depths that had not seen light since the world was shaped. They were seeking the mother lode, the source from which all the mithril seams sprang, and they believed that beneath the deepest foundations of the mountain lay wealth enough to make Khazad-dûm supreme among all kingdoms of dwarves, or men, or elves. In the year 1980, they delved too deep. The miners broke through into a chamber that had been sealed since ancient days, and they woke something that had slept there in darkness since the First Age ended. The Balrog rose from its slumber, and fire and shadow came with it, and the deep places of Moria filled with terror that had not walked there in 3,000 years. The creature was enormous and terrible, wreathed in flame and wielding a whip of fire. It had been a servant of Morgoth in the ancient days, and had fled into the depths of the earth when its master was overthrown, hiding in the roots of the mountains where neither Valar nor elves would find it. Now it woke hungry and furious, and the dwarves who had disturbed its sleep died screaming in the darkness. The survivors fled upward through the mines, but the Balrog came after them, and its fire consumed everything it touched. King Nine ruled Khazad-dûm in those days, and when word reached him of disaster in the deep mines, he took his guards and went down to see for himself. He was brave and strong, descended from Durin himself, and he believed he could face whatever enemy had come. But no mortal strength could stand against the Balrog, and when Nine confronted it in the chamber of Mizarbal, the fire took him. He died defending his people, buying time for them to flee, and his death marked the end of Khazad-dûm as a living kingdom. The evacuation was chaos and grief mixed together. Families grabbed what they could carry and fled through the eastern gates or the western doors, abandoning centuries of accumulated wealth and craft. The great halls emptied in days, and the forges went cold for the first time since the Elder Days. Some dwarves tried to organize resistance or mount rescue missions for those trapped below, but the Balrog hunted through the corridors, and no organized defense could hold against it. The choice was simple and bitter: flee or die. Thrain, Nine's son, led the exodus and became king of a people without a home. They scattered across Middle-earth, some going north to the Iron Hills where dwarves had settled in earlier times, others travelling to Erebor, or the Grey Mountains, or wherever they might find shelter and a chance to rebuild. The unity of Durin's folk was shattered in that scattering, and though they remained one people in blood and culture, they would never again gather in one great kingdom beneath one mountain. Khazad-dûm stood empty after the flight, its vast halls silent and its treasures abandoned to darkness. The Balrog claimed it as its domain, lurking in the deep places, and any who dared enter seeking lost heirlooms or forgotten wealth did not return. The elves began calling it Moria, the Black Pit, and the name stuck. What had been the crown jewel of dwarf civilization became a haunted ruin, and the west door and the east gate were both sealed to prevent anything from entering or leaving. The loss struck the dwarves harder than any defeat in war could have. They had not been conquered by enemy armies or driven out by famine or plague, but had been forced to abandon their ancestral home by a horror from their own delving. Their pride was broken along with their kingdom, and the shame of it lingered in their hearts. They had reached too far into the earth and paid for their greed with everything they had built. The kingdoms of men and elves mourned Moria's fall, for the dwarves had been valuable allies and trading partners. The loss of the western door meant that the only safe passage through the misty mountains now lay far to the north through the high pass, and that route was often snowed in or troubled by orcs. Middle-earth felt the absence of Khazad-Dûm's strength, and the balance of power shifted in ways that would have consequences in the years ahead. Another light had gone out in the world, and the darkness seemed to press closer from all sides. Arthedain stood alone now against Angmar, the last remnant of Arna's greatness still holding fast in the northwest. The kings in Furnust ruled over a realm that shrank with each passing year, its borders contracting steadily under the Witch King's pressure. Villages were abandoned and fortresses fell, and the Dunedain retreated slowly westward toward the sea. But they did not break, and the line of Isildur continued unbroken through all the losses and defeats. King Arvedui came to the throne in the year 1964, and he inherited a kingdom on the edge of extinction. His name meant Last King, and it was a prophecy as much as a name, for his father had foreseen that the end was coming for Arthedain. Arvedui was young and determined, and he loved his people fiercely, but he also understood the reality of their situation. Arthedain could not defeat Angmar alone, and time was running out. He sent urgent messages south to Gondor, begging for aid. The South Kingdom had grown mighty again after recovering from the Great Plague, and King Ernal ruled there with strength and wisdom. Arvedui pleaded for an army, for reinforcements, for anything that might turn the tide in the north. He reminded them of kinship and ancient oaths, of how Elendil had ruled both kingdoms as one, of how the blood of Namanor flowed in all the Dunedain, whether they dwelt in north or south. Gondor debated his request in council, and the debate stretched on for months while Arthedain bled. Some argued for sending immediate aid, for the North Kingdom was kin and deserved their support. Others pointed out that Gondor had its own borders to defend and its own enemies to watch, and that throwing resources into a doomed cause in the distant north made no strategic sense. The arguments went back and forth, and meanwhile Arvedui's kingdom continued to crumble. The Witch King sensed that his moment had come. He had worn down Arthedain through centuries of patient warfare, and now he prepared to deliver the killing blow. In the year 1974, he gathered all his forces for a final, overwhelming assault. His armies came south from Angmar in numbers not seen since the wars of the Second Age, and they swept across Arthedain like a black tide. The Dunedain fought desperately at every crossing and every hill, but they were too few and too weary to hold. Furnust came under siege, and Arvedui knew the city would not hold long. The walls were strong, but the defenders were exhausted, and the enemy outnumbered them 10-1. He made the bitter decision that every last king must eventually face, he ordered the evacuation. The remaining Dunedain would flee north to the ice bay of Foreshell, where the Witch King's armies could not easily follow, and they would try to endure there through the winter. It was not a plan for victory, merely for survival, but survival was all that remained to them. The evacuation happened in chaos with the enemy already inside the outer walls. Families fled north carrying whatever they could, abandoning homes that had stood for generations. Arvedui stayed until the last moment, ensuring that as many of his people escaped as possible, and then he fled north with his remaining guards. Furnost fell behind them, and the Witch King's banners rose over the citadel that had been the heart of the North Kingdom for 1,000 years. The survivors reached the ice bay in the dead of winter, and the cold was merciless. The Losath, the snowfolk who dwelt in those frozen lands, gave them shelter out of pity for their suffering. But it was poor shelter, barely adequate to keep them alive through the bitter months, and food was scarce. Arvedui huddled with his people in crude shelters on the edge of the frozen sea. The last king of Arthedain, reduced to begging hospitality from a people who lived in snow houses and hunted seals. Word of Arthedain's fall finally spurred Gondor to action. Ernal sent his son Erna north with a fleet and an army, determined to avenge the North Kingdom even if he could not save it. The fleet sailed from Pelargia, laden with warriors and supplies, and it made good time up the western coast. But rescue came too late for Arvedui and those who had fled with him. As spring approached, a ship arrived at the ice bay sent by Círdan from the Grey Havens. The elven mariners had braved the ice floes and the frozen waters to reach the survivors, and they offered to take them south to safety. Arvedui prepared to board with what remained of his people, but the Losath warned him against it. The ice was breaking up and the weather was turning, they said, and it was too dangerous to sail. They urged him to wait for clearer conditions. Arvedui did not listen. He had been in exile long enough, and he wanted desperately to return to lands he knew to see if anything could be salvaged from the disaster. He boarded the elven ship with his guards and the palantir he had saved from Furnost, and the vessel set sail despite the warnings. The Losath watched from the shore and shook their heads, for they knew the ice and the weather better than any outsider could. The storm struck when the ship was out of sight of land. Ice closed around the hull, and the wind drove the vessel northward toward the grinding ice floes. The mariners fought to keep the ship afloat, but nature was stronger than their skill. The vessel was crushed between ice sheets, and it sank in the frozen waters with all hands aboard. Arvedui died there in the northern sea, and the palantir of the north sank with him into darkness. The last king's prophecy was fulfilled, and the line of kings in the north was broken. When Erna's fleet arrived weeks later, they found Furnost occupied by the enemy and learned of Arvedui's death from the grieving survivors. The prince was furious, and he led his army against the Witch King's forces with vengeance burning in his heart. The battle was fought on the fields west of Furnost, and the army of Gondor was mighty and fresh, while the enemy was overstretched and far from its supply lines. Erna's cavalry shattered the Witch King's formations, and the forces of Angmar broke and fled north. But the Witch King himself escaped, riding north on his fell steed with Erna in pursuit. Glorfindel of Rivendell rode to the battle with elven warriors, and he stopped Erna from following the Witch King into the northern wastes. The prince should not pursue, Glorfindel warned, for the Witch King would not fall by the hand of man. That prophecy was spoken clearly, and though Erna burned to strike the enemy down, he heeded the elf lord's words and let his quarry escape. Angmar was broken as a kingdom, its armies scattered and its fortresses abandoned. The threat that had plagued the north for 6 centuries was ended, but Arthedain was ended too, and the victory felt hollow standing among the ruins of what had been lost. The line of kings was broken, Fernost was empty, and the North Kingdom that Elendil had founded at the end of the Second Age was no more. The Dunedain who survived became wanderers and rangers, keeping watch in the wild places, but they no longer had a kingdom to call home. The crowns and scepters of the North Kings were preserved and taken to Rivendell for safekeeping. Someday, perhaps, an heir would emerge who could reclaim them and restore what had been lost. But that day was far away, and no one living in the year 1975 could have guessed how long the waiting would be, or what price would finally be paid for restoration. In the year 2063, Gandalf finally entered Dol Guldur to confront the necromancer who had haunted Mirkwood for 1,000 years. The grey wizard had grown suspicious of the shadow in the forest, and his suspicions had deepened into certainty that something far worse than a mere sorcerer dwelt there. He went south into the darkness with his staff and his courage, and he walked into the fortress that had become the heart of evil in the north. What he found there confirmed his worst fears. The necromancer was Sauron, returned and rebuilding his strength in secret while the free peoples thought him destroyed forever. But Sauron was not yet ready for open war, not strong enough to face the combined might of elves and men and wizards if they moved against him decisively. When Gandalf confronted him, the Dark Lord chose retreat over battle. He fled Dol Guldur and vanished eastward into the wastelands beyond Rhûn, abandoning his fortress rather than risk a premature revelation of his return. The fortress stood empty after Sauron's flight. Gandalf searched it thoroughly and found evidence of long habitation and fell workings. But the master was gone and his servants had scattered. The wizard returned to the White Council with his news, and for the first time in centuries, the wise allowed themselves to hope that perhaps the shadow had been driven back permanently. The years that followed seemed to justify that hope. Mirkwood began to heal slowly as Sauron's direct influence lifted from the forest. The darkness did not disappear entirely, for too many evil things had taken root there over the centuries, but it diminished noticeably. Travelers could once again pass through the forest paths with reasonable safety, though none were foolish enough to venture into the deepest parts where spiders and worse things still lurked. The watchful peace they called these years, and the name was apt. For centuries passed without major war or catastrophe, and Middle-earth enjoyed a respite it had not known since before Angmar rose. The kingdoms rebuilt their strength, and the population grew, and a generation came to adulthood that knew war only from their grandfathers' stories. Even the elves, who never forgot and never fully trusted peace to last, allowed themselves to relax their vigilance somewhat. Gondor prospered mightily in these years. The South Kingdom extended its borders eastward and southward, making alliances and treaties with distant peoples. The city of Minas Annar grew beautiful with gardens and fountains, while Minas Ithil watched the passes of the mountains and kept the eastern borders safe. Osgiliath remained the greatest city, though it never recovered fully from the devastation of the Great Plague. Still, the realm was strong and well governed, and the stewards, who ruled in the absence of the king, proved themselves capable and wise. In the north, the Dunedain kept their watch as rangers without a kingdom. They guarded the Shire and the lands around Bree, patrolling the wild places and keeping the roads safe from orcs and brigands. The hobbits who benefited from their protection rarely saw them and never fully understood how much they owed to the grim men who walked the borders in all weathers. The rangers lived hard lives, but they did not abandon their duty even though their kingdom was gone and their king drowned in northern ice. The elves used the peace to strengthen their remaining strongholds. Rivendell remained a haven of law and healing, where the wise gathered to share knowledge and counsel. Lothlorien stood protected by Galadriel's power, and few, even among the elves, dared enter those woods without invitation. Thranduil's halls in northern Mirkwood grew more secure, and the Sylvan elves there enjoyed a prosperity they had not known since before the shadow fell on their forest. But the peace was called watchful for good reason. The wise did not believe Sauron was truly gone, merely hidden. Gandalf in particular remained skeptical, and he travelled ceaselessly through Middle-earth, watching for signs of the enemy's return. Saruman researched the rings of power in his tower at Isengard, seeking to understand their nature and how they might be unmade. The White Council met periodically to share news and coordinate their vigilance. But as the decades accumulated without incident, even their meetings became less frequent. The hobbits of the Shire knew nothing of these concerns. They lived their peaceful lives in their green hills, planting gardens and celebrating birthdays, and concerning themselves with matters that would have seemed trivial to the lords of men and elves. But their ignorance was purchased by the blood and vigilance of others, and perhaps that innocence was worth protecting, even if they never knew what protected it. 400 years of peace. It was the longest respite from major war that the Third Age had yet seen, and many began to believe that perhaps the great conflicts were truly finished. The Second Age's horrors felt like ancient history, and even the fall of Arnar seemed distant now. A new generation came of age that had never known real fear, never faced an enemy that threatened everything they loved. That innocence would not last, but while it did, Middle-earth breathed easier than it had in millennia. Yet Gandalf never stopped watching, and Galadriel never stopped looking into her mirror, and the rangers never stopped walking their patrol routes in the wild. They knew what the comfortable peoples did not, that peace is only ever an interlude, that evil does not die but only sleeps, and that vigilance must never fully rest. The watchful peace earned its name through their unceasing efforts, and when the shadow finally returned, it would be these watchers who saw it first and raised the alarm. The year 2460 marked the end of the watchful peace, though few recognized it at the time. Sauron returned from the east and entered Mirkwood once more, but he did not announce himself or march with armies. He came in secret and took up residence in Dol Guldur again, and this time he did not hide his malice behind the pretense of a necromancer. The fortress became his stronghold openly, and from there he began to rebuild his power with patience and cunning. The shadow fell over southern Mirkwood again, heavier than before. The trees twisted and grew hostile. The paths became mazes that led travelers astray, and fell creatures multiplied in the darkness. Thranduil felt the change immediately in his northern halls and knew that the respite had ended. He sent messengers to the White Council warning them that the evil had returned. But the council debated what to do, and the debates stretched on for years without resolution. Saruman counseled caution and delay. He argued that they did not know for certain that the enemy himself had returned, that it might be one of his servants or some other power taking advantage of Dol Guldur's evil reputation. Better to watch and gather intelligence than to attack prematurely, he said, and many on the council found his arguments persuasive. Gandalf disagreed, but could not sway the majority, and so the years passed while Sauron grew stronger unopposed. The Nazgul emerged from hiding in these years, the 9 Ringwraiths who had been Sauron's most terrible servants in the Second Age. They had endured through the centuries in some dark place, bound to the world by the 9 rings they wore, and now their master called them forth again. They rode abroad on fell beasts, or walked in shapes of terror, and their presence spread fear wherever they went. Men who encountered them spoke of cold, dread, and despair, of voices that froze the blood, and black riders whose very shadow was death. Sauron sent them into various lands on missions of surveillance and corruption. They searched for rumors of the One Ring, for their master suspected it still existed somewhere in the world and was desperate to recover it. They stirred up trouble among the peoples of Rhûn and Herod, renewing old alliances and forging new ones, and they watched Gondor closely. For Sauron remembered his defeat at the hands of the last alliance, and meant to ensure that the South Kingdom could not rally such strength against him again. In Mordor itself, which had stood empty and watched since the end of the Second Age, evil things began to creep back into the land. Orcs and trolls came down from the mountains and made their lairs in the ruined fortresses. The great tower of Barad-dûr, which Gil-galad and Elendil had cast down, was not destroyed at its foundations, and now servants began the work of rebuilding it stone by stone. The land itself seemed to respond to its master's return, and Mordor grew dark with smoke and shadow as industry returned to the Black Land. Far to the north and west of these events, a crime was committed that seemed insignificant at the time. 2 hobbits of the Stúa folk, Sméagol and Déagol, were fishing in the Gladden fields on Sméagol's birthday. Déagol was pulled into the water by a great fish, and when he came up gasping, he held in his hand a beautiful golden ring that had caught on the fish's mouth. It was bright and perfect, and Déagol stared at it in wonder, for he had never seen anything so fair. Sméagol saw the ring and wanted it immediately with a desire that burned like fire. He demanded it as a birthday gift, but Déagol refused, saying he had found it and it was his by right. The 2 friends quarrelled on the riverbank, and the quarrel grew heated, and suddenly Sméagol's hands were around Déagol's throat. He strangled his friend there in the mud and took the ring from his dead fingers, and he put it on and felt its power flow through him like dark wine. The ring had been waiting in the river for 3,000 years, patient as stone, biding its time until the right moment came. Now it had chosen a new bearer, or perhaps had allowed itself to be found, for such things had their own will and their own purposes. Sméagol took it home and began to use it in small ways, discovering that it made him invisible and gave him power over others. But the ring worked on him slowly, twisting his nature and poisoning his relationships, until his own people cast him out as a thief and a murderer. He fled into the wild and eventually found his way to the roots of the Misty Mountains. There he discovered passages that led deep into the earth, down to black pools where blind fish swam and no light had ever shone. He made his home in the darkness and lived there alone, speaking to himself and to the ring he called his precious. Decades passed, and then centuries, and the creature that had been Smeagol faded into something else entirely, a twisted thing of darkness that remembered almost nothing of its former life. Sauron did not know that the ring had been found. For all his searching and all his servants' efforts, that critical piece of information eluded him. He knew the ring existed somewhere, for he could feel its presence in the world, but he did not know where or who possessed it. If he had discovered that it lay in the hands of a wretched creature in a cave beneath the mountains, the history of the age might have turned very different. But the ring kept its own counsel, and Smeagol kept it hidden, and so the Dark Lord remained ignorant of what mattered most. The White Council finally took action against Dol Guldur in the year 2463, more than 3 years after Sauron's return. They debated the matter exhaustively, and at last agreed to form a council specifically to address the growing shadow. Saruman was chosen as its head, for his knowledge was deep and his authority respected. Though Gandalf had misgivings about placing so much power in one wizard's hands, the council met irregularly over the centuries that followed, but they moved slowly and cautiously, and always Saruman counseled patience when others urged action. The Free Peoples marked these years as the end of the watchful peace and the beginning of a new age of troubles. Wars broke out in various places. Gondor faced increasing pressure from the Easterlings and the Corsairs of Umbar, and rumors spread of dark things walking in places that had been safe. The shadow was growing again, as it always did, and this time there would be no 4-century respite before the storm broke. The wheel was turning toward war, and all the powers of Middle-earth were being drawn slowly toward the confrontation that would finally determine whether the Ring of Power would unmake the world or be unmade itself. The Battle of the Field of Celebrant happened in early spring of the year 2510, and it nearly ended. Gondor, the Balketh, came down from the northeast in numbers beyond counting. A confederation of Easterling tribes united by hatred of the West and hunger for Gondor's rich lands. They crossed the Anduin in force and drove straight toward the heart of the realm, and Steward Cirion called up every able man to meet them. The army of Gondor marched north to intercept the invasion. They were outnumbered badly, but they were disciplined and well-armed, and Cirion hoped that quality might overcome quantity. The two forces met on the Field of Celebrant between the Anduin and the Limelight, and at first the battle went as planned. Gondor's lines held, and their cavalry struck hard at the enemy flanks. Then disaster. Orcs came down from the mountains behind the Gondorian army, cutting off their retreat and surrounding them. The Balketh pressed from the front while the Orcs attacked from behind, and Cirion's men found themselves trapped in a closing vice. They formed a shield ring and prepared to die fighting, for there was no escape and no hope of victory. The day was lost. Out of the north came thunder. Riders appeared on the horizon, thousands of them, banners streaming and horns blowing. They were the Eothid, the horse people who dwelt in the northern vales beyond the misty mountains, and they rode like a storm unleashed. Their lord Eorel the Young led them at the head of the charge, his golden hair streaming behind him and his spear bright in the morning sun. The Eothid crashed into the Balketh like a hammer on an anvil. Their horses were the finest in Middle-earth, bred for speed and endurance, and their riders were warriors born, who learned to fight from the saddle before they could walk properly. They swept through the enemy ranks in waves, breaking formations and sowing chaos. And the Balkath, who had thought victory certain, suddenly found themselves facing annihilation. The orcs fled back to the mountains, and the Easterlings broke and ran, and the slaughter was terrible. Syrian met Eol on the battlefield after the enemy fled. The steward was wounded and exhausted, covered in blood, and barely able to stand. He embraced the young lord of the Eothede, and thanked him for Gondor's deliverance. For without that timely arrival, the South Kingdom would have been destroyed. Eol replied simply that he had come when the beacons were lit, for his people owed Gondor a debt from ancient days, and debts must be paid. But there was more to the rescue than ancient obligation. Syrian's messengers had ridden north, desperately seeking aid, and they had reached the Eothede at a moment when Ioral was already considering moving his people south. The northern vales, where they dwelt, had grown dangerous with increasing orc raids from the mountains, and the grass was less rich than it had been in his father's time. The Eothede needed new lands, and Gondor needed defenders for its northern borders, and so the pieces were already in place for what Syrian would propose. The steward offered Eoral a gift that was also a bargain. He granted to the Eothede all the northern plains of Calenarden, the green lands between the misty mountains and the Anduin, where horses could run free and grass grew thick. It was a vast territory, depopulated by war and plague, but still beautiful and fertile, and it would give the horse people room to thrive. In return, Eor would swear an oath of alliance and come to Gondor's aid when the beacons were lit. They met atop the hill of Halifrion, where the old beacon tower stood, and there Ior swore the oath that would bind his people forever. He pledged friendship in need and in plenty, to ride to war when called, and to defend the borders against Gondor's enemies. Syrian accepted the oath and granted the lands formally, and the kingdom of Rohan was born in that moment. The Eothede became the Rohirrim, the horse lords, and they would keep that oath faithfully through all the centuries that followed, even unto the ending of the age. Eor led his people south into their new homeland. They came in great companies with their herds and their families, leaving the northern vales behind forever. They built settlements on the plains and fortified the approaches from the east, and they bred their horses in the wide grasslands where no fence could contain them. Adoras they raised as their capital, a city of wooden halls on a hill where the wind blew free, and there Eoral ruled as the first king of the Mark. The Rohirrim were different from the Gondorians in custom and language. They were simpler and more direct, preferring the saddle to the throne room and the sword to the scroll. They sang songs of old heroes and valued courage above learning, and they measured a man's worth by his deeds in battle rather than his lineage. But they were also loyal beyond question and brave beyond measure, and they would prove their worth time and again in the wars ahead. Gondor gained more than it knew in this alliance. The Rohirrim became the shield of the northern borders, and their cavalry would turn the tide in battles yet to come. The horse lords took to their new land with joy and made it their own, and within a generation it seemed they had always been there. The friendship between Rohan and Gondor would be tested many times, strained sometimes by suspicion or misunderstanding, but it never broke entirely because that oath on Halifrion was real and both peoples honoured it. So the Eothed became the Rohirrim, and Calenarden became the Riddermark. and a new power arose in the north that would stand against the shadow when the final test came. Eorl's ride to Celebrant saved Gondor from destruction, but more than that, it planted seeds of alliance that would bear fruit in the darkest hour. The Horse Lords had come to stay. Thrain, son of Thor, was a king without a kingdom, leading his people in exile after Moria fell. He had inherited one of the 7 rings of the Dwarf Lords from his father, a golden band that brought wealth and power but also bred a terrible hunger that could never be satisfied. The ring worked on him slowly over the years, filling his thoughts with visions of lost treasure and ancient glory. He became obsessed with Araba and the wealth his grandfather Thror had accumulated there before Smaug came, and the obsession grew until it consumed him. In the year Ashurbanipal, Thrain announced his intention to return to the Lonely Mountain. His son Thorin Oakenshield counselled against it, for Smaug still lived in Erebor, and the journey was perilous. But Thrain would not be dissuaded. He took a few companions and set out eastward, driven by the ring's influence and by dreams of recovering what had been lost. He believed he could reclaim his father's throne and restore the kingdom under the mountain. But the ring had other plans for him entirely. The company travelled through Mirkwood, taking the old forest road that had become dangerous in recent years. They were ambushed in the darkness by orcs and worse things, servants of the enemy who had been watching for just such an opportunity. The dwarves fought fiercely but were overwhelmed by numbers and by sorcery, and Thrain was taken alive. His companions either died in the fighting or escaped to carry word back of the disaster, but the king himself vanished into shadow. Sauron's servants brought Thrain to Dol Guldur and cast him into the dungeons beneath the fortress. There, the Dark Lord himself came to question the Dwarf King, seeking information about the 7 rings, and especially about the one ring that Sauron desperately sought. Thrain was tortured for months and years, broken slowly by pain and by the subtle workings of the enemy's will. But dwarves are strong in body and spirit both, and he endured longer than any mortal man could have. Eventually Sauron took the ring from Thrain's finger, the last of the 7 rings of the dwarves to fall into the enemy's hands. The others had been destroyed by dragons or consumed by dragon fire over the long centuries, but this one had survived until now. With it came power and knowledge, for the 7 had been made by Sauron's arts in the beginning and answered to his will even if they could not corrupt the dwarves as the 9 had corrupted men. The loss of the ring broke something in Thrain that even torture had not broken, and he sank into despair and madness. He languished in the dungeons of Dol Guldur for years, barely fed and never seeing daylight. His memory began to fail and his strength ebbed, and he forgot even his own name sometimes. But some core of himself remained intact, some stubborn, dwarvish refusal to surrender completely. He kept hidden to things the enemy had not found when they stripped him of the ring. A small key and a map, both inherited from his father Thr. These he guarded jealously even when he forgot why they mattered. Gandalf entered Dol Guldur in the year 2850, determined to learn the truth about the necromancer and what power dwelt there. He had long suspected that Sauron himself had returned, and he meant to confirm it even if the confirmation cost him his life. He walked into the fortress in disguise, searching its halls and passages while the enemy's attention was directed elsewhere, looking for evidence of who truly ruled there. In the deepest dungeons, the wizard found Thrain. The dwarf was barely alive, skeletal and mad, his beard matted and his eyes vacant. He did not know where he was or how long he had been imprisoned, and he could not remember his own name when Gandalf asked. But some spark of recognition flared when the wizard spoke to him gently in the language of the dwarves, and Thrain focused on him with desperate intensity. The dying king pressed the key and map into Gandalf's hands. He managed to speak a few words through the madness, telling the wizard to give them to his son, though he could not remember his son's name or where he might be found. The map showed the secret door into Erebor, and the key would open it. And these were the last treasures of Durin's line that Sauron had not stolen. Gandalf took them and promised to find Thrain's son, though he did not know if the king understood him. Thrain died soon after, whether from his wounds or from simple exhaustion, or from the release of finally passing on his burden. Gandalf escaped the fortress before the enemy realized he had been there, carrying the key and map with him. He would keep them safe for nearly a century before the right moment came to give them to Thorin. Oakenshield and set in motion the quest that would lead to Smaug's death and all that followed after. The torture and death of Thrain in Dol Guldur was one of Sauron's many crimes in the long litany of his evil. The dwarf king had sought only to reclaim his inheritance and restore his people's glory, but the ring had betrayed him to the enemy, and he had died in darkness, far from his kin. His suffering served no purpose except to feed Sauron's malice and to strip from the dwarves the last of the 7 rings that had been given to their fathers in ancient days. But Thrain's final act of defiance, giving the key and map to Gandalf before death took him, would bear unexpected fruit. Those 2 small objects would enable the quest to Erebor that would slay Smaug and weaken Sauron's northern defenses. Sometimes the smallest things make the largest difference, and a dying king's gift in a dark dungeon would help determine the fate of the age. The kingdom under the mountain reached its height of wealth and power in the mid-2700s of the Third Age. Erebor held riches beyond measure, for the dwarves had mined deep and crafted well, and trade flowed constantly between the mountain and the men of Dale who lived in its shadow. King Thror ruled there with pride and prosperity, and his halls gleamed with gold and mithril and gems of every colour. The treasure hoard grew year by year until it seemed inexhaustible, and Thror's pride grew with it. But dragons have a sense for gold that defies distance and concealment. Far to the north in the grey mountains, a great fire drake named Smaug stirred from his lair and caught the scent of treasure on the wind. He was enormous even for his kind, armoured in red gold scales and filled with malice that had festered through centuries of existence. The rumour of Erebor's wealth reached him somehow, and greed seized him utterly. Smaug came south in the year 2770, flying by night and avoiding the eyes of men and elves who might have warned of his approach. He struck without warning on a day when the forges were blazing and the merchants from Dale were conducting their business in the great halls. The dragon came down from the sky like a meteor, his roar shaking the mountain to its roots, and fire poured from his mouth in torrents that consumed everything they touched. The dwarves scrambled to mount a defense, but they had no time to organize. Smaug smashed through the main gate and burst into the halls, his bulk filling the corridors and his fire reaching into every chamber. He killed everyone in his path without distinction, merchant and warrior and child alike, and the stone itself ran molten from the heat of his breath. The dwarves who survived those first terrible minutes fled however they could, pouring out of whatever exits remained unsealed. Dale burned that same day. Smaug turned his attention to the city of men after securing the mountain, and he swept down on it with fire and fury. The wooden buildings ignited like kindling, and the people ran screaming through streets that had become rivers of flame. Some escaped into the wilderness and fled south toward the long lake, but most died in the conflagration. The city that had been beautiful and prosperous in the morning was ash and blackened timber by nightfall. Thror escaped Araba through a secret door that few knew existed. He fled with his son Thrain and his grandson Thron, and a handful of survivors, carrying nothing but their lives and the clothes on their backs. Behind them the mountain burned, and above them Smaug circled on vast wings, surveying his conquest and glorying in the devastation. The king, who had ruled the greatest of the dwarf kingdoms, was now a refugee fleeing through the wilderness with his people scattered or dead. The survivors gathered at the Iron Hills, where Thror's cousin Dane ruled a smaller but still prosperous kingdom. They were given shelter and supplies, but Thror could not bear to remain there as a dependent on another's charity. His pride was wounded beyond healing by the loss of Araba, and the memory of that disaster ate at him constantly. He became obsessed with wealth and with dreams of reclaiming what had been taken, and the obsession made him restless and difficult. Eventually, Thor announced he would go wandering with only Nar, an old companion, to attend him. His son Thrain tried to dissuade him, for the king was old and the world was dangerous, but Thora would not listen. He gave the ring he wore to Thrain for safekeeping, and he took up a beggar's staff and walked away from his people. He said he was going to look on Moria one last time, to see the ancient halls of his ancestors, but everyone who heard him knew he was going to his death. They travelled through the wild for many months, 2 old dwarves on foot, with no guards and little provision. Somehow they survived the journey and came at last to the east gate of Moria. Thror looked on the great doors that had stood sealed for centuries, and he told Nar to wait while he went inside alone. He would look on the halls of his fathers one last time, he said, and then he would return. Nar begged him not to go, but the king would not be stopped. Thror entered Moria and did not return. Hours passed and then days, and Nar waited by the gate, growing increasingly desperate. Finally, someone threw a body out through the gates, and it was Thro, but his head had been cut off. Nar tried to approach, but orcs appeared in the gateway, and one of them shouted across the distance that the beggar king had been killed for daring to enter their domain. The orc's name was Azog, and he ruled the orcs of Moria as a petty tyrant. He proclaimed that any dwarf who dared enter Khazad Dûm would share Thor's fate, and then he hurled the king's severed head at Nar's feet. The old servant took up his master's body as best he could and fled south, weeping and stumbling, carrying the news of murder back to Thrain. The death of Thror in such disgraceful circumstances enraged all the dwarf kingdoms. Here was not just murder, but desecration, the killing of a king and the dishonoring of his body, and such things could not be borne. Thrain called for vengeance, and the other dwarf lords answered, for Tia-Char had been of Durin's line, and his death was an insult to all their people. They would have war against the orcs who had taken Moria, and that war would be prosecuted until every orc in the mountain was dead or driven forth. So, Smaug's attack on Araba and Thor's death at Moria's gate set in motion events that would not be resolved for generations. The dragon slept on his stolen hoard, and the dwarves prepared for war. And the threads of fate wound tighter toward the moments when both dragon and orc lord would meet their ends, and the ancient wrongs would find what settlement the world allowed. The war of the dwarves and orcs began in fury and lasted 6 years of bitter fighting across half of Middle-earth. Thrain called the muster, and every dwarf kingdom answered. For this was not just vengeance for one king, but a reckoning for centuries of wrongs. The dwarves came from the Iron Hills and the Blue Mountains, from isolated halls scattered across the north, and they came ready to kill every orc between the Misty Mountains and the Grey. They had scores to settle that went back to the fall of Moria itself. The dwarves swept through the mountains like a scythe, attacking every orc stronghold they could find. They were methodical and merciless, storming caves and fortresses and giving no quarter to any they caught. The orcs tried to resist, but dwarf warriors are terrifying foes in battle, armored heavily and skilled with axe and hammer, and they were fighting with righteous rage burning in their hearts. Stronghold after stronghold fell, and the orc populations were slaughtered or driven into the deepest holes. The war moved southward through the Misty Mountains over the years. Every battle was brutal and close fought, for orcs are numerous and vicious, and they knew they were fighting for survival. But the dwarves were implacable, and they had the advantage of surprise and superior weaponry and absolute determination. They hunted the orcs through tunnels and across mountainsides, and they left ruin in their wake wherever they passed. By 2799, only one major orc stronghold remained, Moria itself, where Azog still ruled, and where the war had begun with Thor's murder. Thrain led the dwarf army to the east gate and prepared for the final assault. The battle that would decide whether vengeance would be complete or the war would end in stalemate. Every dwarf who had survived the 6 years of campaigning was there, and they looked on Khazad Dûm's sealed gates with grim determination. The Battle of Azanor-Biza was fought on the slopes below the east gate in the valley of the Silver Lode. The orcs poured out to meet the dwarves in daylight, which was unusual for them, but Azog commanded it, and they obeyed. He wanted to crush the dwarf army in open battle and send the survivors fleeing, to prove that Moria was his and could not be taken. The two forces met with a crash that echoed off the mountains, and the slaughter began. The fighting was desperate beyond anything the Third Age had yet seen. Both sides knew this was the decisive moment, and neither would give ground willingly. The dwarves fought in tight formations with their shields locked, weathering the orc assault and striking back with brutal efficiency. The orcs came in waves, trying to overwhelm by sheer numbers, and they were fearless under Uzag's command. Blood soaked into the ground, and the wounded screamed, and still neither side broke. Young Thorin Oakenshield distinguished himself in the battle's worst moments. His shield was broken early in the fighting, so he tore a branch from an oak tree and used it to defend himself, and he held his section of line through sheer ferocity and courage. The sight of him fighting with the oak branch inspired the dwarves around him, and they rallied when they might have faltered. Thorin earned his famous name that day in blood and desperation. The tide turned when Nain, son of Gruer, arrived with fresh troops from the Iron Hills. He led his warriors in a charge that broke through the orc flanks and drove deep into their formations, and suddenly the orcs found themselves encircled. Nain pushed forward, seeking Azog himself, determined to kill the murderer of Thr with his own hands. He cut his way through the enemy ranks like a storm, his warriors following in his wake. Azog met Nain before the gates of Moria, and the fight was brief and terrible. The Orc chieftain was enormous and strong, and he wielded weapons with terrible skill despite his brutish appearance. Nain was a great warrior, but he was also weary from hours of fighting, and Azog was fresh and filled with malice. They exchanged blows, and then Azog's weapon found its mark, and Nain fell dead before the gates his ancestors had built. The death of Nain nearly broke the dwarf assault. His Iron Hills warriors saw their lord fall, and their fury turned to dismay. And for a moment it seemed the orcs might rally and drive the dwarves back. But then Dane, Nain's son, leaped forward to avenge his father. He was young, barely more than a boy in dwarf reckoning, but he fought like one possessed by all the rage of his people. He killed Azog before the gates, struck him down with axe and fury, and the Orc chieftain's death shattered his army's will to fight. The Orcs broke and fled, some back into Moria, and others into the mountains to whatever hiding places they could find. The dwarves pursued and slaughtered them without mercy, and the valley of Azanalbiza ran red with blood under the setting sun. The victory was complete, but the cost was staggering. Half the dwarf army lay dead or dying on the field, and every clan had lost warriors they could not spare. Thrain stood before the east gate when the battle ended, and Dane stood beside him, and they looked at the entrance to Moria. Some of the dwarves wanted to enter and reclaim their ancient home now that Azog was dead. But Dane had looked into the depths when he killed Azog, and he warned them that something worse than orcs still dwelt in Moria's deepest halls. The Balrog remained, and no dwarf army could face that and survive. So they burned their dead on great pyres and sang the laments of their people, and they withdrew from Azanalbiza without entering Moria. The war was won, but Khazad-dûm remained lost, and the victory felt hollow standing among so many corpses. Thrain had avenged his father's death, but the cost was terrible, and he looked on the survivors and wondered if vengeance had been worth the price. Still, it had been necessary. Throw's murder could not go unanswered, and the orcs needed to learn that dwarf kings could not be killed with impunity. The dwarf kingdoms never fully recovered from the war's losses. They had spent their strength on vengeance and gained nothing material from it except the satisfaction of justice done. But sometimes satisfaction is enough, and the memory of Azanalbiza would sustain the dwarves through darker times ahead. They had proven they could still fight as their ancestors had fought, and they had reminded the world that Durin's folk were not to be trifled with, regardless of what disasters had befallen them. The White Council was formally established in 2463, but its members had been conferring informally for centuries before that. Elrond and Galadriel, Círdan and Gandalf, Saruman and Radagast, and others of the wise met periodically to share intelligence about the shadows, movements, and to coordinate their responses. They had no armies to command and no kingdoms to rule, but they had knowledge and foresight and the respect of those who did hold power. Their influence was subtle but real. Saruman was chosen to lead the council, though Galadriel had wanted Gandalf for that role. The White Wizard was learned and eloquent, and he had spent centuries studying the rings of power and the enemy's devices. His knowledge of these matters exceeded even Elrond's in some respects, and his arguments in council carried weight that few could match. But Gandalf had misgivings about the choice from the beginning, for he sensed in Saruman a pride that might prove dangerous, if left unchecked. The council's primary debate through the centuries concerned Dol Guldur and what should be done about it. Gandalf urged an assault on the fortress, arguing that Sauron was rebuilding his strength there, and that every year of delay made him more dangerous. Drive him out now, while he was still weak, the Grey Wizard counselled, before he became too strong to challenge. But Saruman disagreed, and his arguments against action proved persuasive to many on the council. The White Wizard claimed they needed more information before committing to open war. How could they be certain the necromancer was truly Sauron and not some lesser evil? What forces did he command, and what defenses had he prepared? Would an attack merely drive him into hiding again without accomplishing anything permanent? These questions seemed reasonable on their surface, and they gave cover to an action that stretched across decades. But Saruman had other reasons for counseling delay, reasons he did not share with the council. He was searching for the One Ring himself, obsessed with finding it and claiming its power. He believed that with the ring he could challenge Sauron directly, that he could become the new Lord of the Rings and rule Middle-earth more wisely than the Dark Lord ever had. His pride had grown monstrous over the centuries, fed by his learning and by the deference others showed him, and he no longer saw himself as a servant of the Valar, but as their equal. The White Wizard hoped that if Sauron remained in Dol Guldur, the Dark Lord's searches for the ring might inadvertently reveal its location. Then Saruman could seize it before Sauron recovered it, and the power would be his rather than the enemy's. So he argued for patience and watching, for gathering intelligence and avoiding premature action, and all the while he sent his own agents searching in secret for any rumor or hint of where the ring might lie. Gandalf grew increasingly frustrated with these delays. He could see the shadow spreading, and he knew in his bones that time was running out. But he could not sway the council to action against Saruman's opposition. Galadriel supported Gandalf's position, and Elrond was inclined to agree. But Círdan counselled caution, and the others were divided. The debates continued year after year, always concluding with decisions to wait and watch rather than to strike. Through all these decades, the Nazgûl grew bolder in their movements, and Sauron's power in Dol Guldur increased steadily. Orcs multiplied in the mountains, and evil things walked openly in places they had not dared to go before. Gondor faced increasing pressure on its borders, and the rangers in the north reported more frequent encounters with servants of the enemy. The signs were clear to anyone willing to see them. But the council debated and delayed while the darkness grew. In 2850, Gandalf went to Dol Guldur alone without the council's approval. He entered the fortress in secret and found Thrain in the dungeons, and he confirmed beyond doubt that Sauron himself dwelt there. When he brought this evidence back to the council, they could no longer deny the truth. The necromancer was the Dark Lord returned, and he was rebuilding Mordor's strength in the north while they sat in their councils debating what to do. Even then, Saruman resisted calls for immediate action. He argued that an assault on Dol Guldur required extensive preparation and coordination with the kingdoms of men, that they needed to gather forces and plan the attack carefully rather than rushing in hastily. His arguments had merit on their surface, and they bought him more years to search for the ring. But time was the one thing Middle-earth could not afford to waste, and every delay strengthened the enemy further. The council did not act decisively against Dol Guldur until 2941. nearly a century after Gandalf's infiltration had confirmed Sauron's presence. By then the delay had cost them dearly, and the attack, when it finally came, achieved less than it might have if launched decades earlier. Saruman's obstruction and secret ambitions had paralyzed the Council at precisely the moment when swift action might have changed everything, and the consequences of that paralysis would echo through all the years that followed until the ring finally came to light and the true war began. Gandalf appeared at Bag End in the spring of 2941 with a company of dwarves at his back and a mad plan in his mind. He had kept the map and key that Thrain gave him in Dol Guldur, waiting for the right moment to use them, and now that moment had come. Thorin Oakenshield needed a burglar for an expedition to reclaim Erebor from Smaug, and Gandalf had found him the most unlikely burglar imaginable. Bilbo Baggins, a respectable hobbit who had never been on an adventure in his life and had no intention of starting. But something in Bilbo responded to the wizard's prodding. Some buried spark of his took ancestry that yearned for the wide world beyond the Shire's borders. He agreed to join the quest despite his better judgment, and the company set out eastward in secrecy. 13 dwarves and one very anxious hobbit, travelling toward a mountain guarded by the most dangerous dragon in Middle-earth, armed with nothing but hope and a map showing a secret entrance that might not even exist anymore. The journey was hard and full of dangers. They were captured by trolls and nearly eaten before Gandalf saved them with cleverness and dawn sunlight. They found refuge in Rivendell, where Elrond read the moon letters on their map and revealed the secret of when the door would open. They crossed the misty mountains and were captured by goblins in the depths. And in those dark tunnels, Bilbo became separated from his companions and stumbled into passages where no one had walked in living memory. He found a ring. It lay on the ground in the darkness, a simple gold band that seemed to glow faintly with its own light. Bilbo picked it up and put it in his pocket without thinking much about it, and then he encountered Gollum. The creature was hunting in the dark, and it challenged Bilbo to a riddle game with terrible stakes. If Bilbo won, Gollum would show him the way out, but if Gollum won, it would eat him. They traded riddles in the blackness, and Bilbo's last question was not a proper riddle at all, but rather an accident that nevertheless counted as victory. Gollum went to fetch what it called its birthday present, meaning to kill Bilbo with it, but the ring was gone from its hiding place. Bilbo used the ring to free them each time, proving himself far more capable than anyone had expected. They reached the long lake and the town of Esgaroth that stood on stilts in the water, and there they declared their intention to reclaim Erebor. The master of the town was skeptical, but the people were excited by the prospect of the king under the mountain returning, and they gave the company supplies and sent them north with their blessing. They found the secret door on Durin's day when the setting sun and the last moon of autumn aligned just as the map foretold. Bilbo entered Erebor alone to scout the dragon's lair, and he spoke with Smaug in riddles while the dragon searched for him in the darkness. The conversation woke Smaug's suspicions about Lake Town's involvement in the intrusion, and the dragon flew south in rage to destroy the town that had aided the dwarves. His attack was terrible but brief, for Bard the bowman brought him down with a black arrow that found the weak spot in the dragon's armor. Smaug fell burning from the sky and crashed into the long lake, and his death sent waves crashing against Esgaroth's pilings. The dragon was dead, but the troubles had just begun. Word of Smaug's death and the treasure in Erebor spread quickly, and armies began converging on the lonely mountain. Men from Lake Town came seeking recompense for their losses, and elves from Mirkwood marched north with their king at their head. Thorin had claimed the mountain and would not share the treasure, and he sent messages calling for dwarf reinforcements from the Iron Hills. The situation deteriorated into a standoff with armies, facing each other before the mountain's gates. Then orcs and wargs came down from the north in vast numbers, seeing an opportunity to claim the treasure and destroy their ancient enemies in one stroke. The Battle of Five Armies erupted on the slopes of Erebor, and all the peoples who had been quarreling among themselves suddenly found themselves fighting for survival against overwhelming numbers. Dwarves and elves and men fought side by side, and great eagles came from their areas to strike at the enemy from above. Thorin led a desperate charge from the mountain gates, breaking through the enemy lines to reach their commanders. He fought magnificently, but was mortally wounded in the effort, and he died after the battle with Bilbo at his side. The Dwarf King had been difficult and stubborn and half mad with dragon sickness during the standoff, but he died with honor restored and friendship reconciled. He acknowledged Bilbo's worth before the end and asked forgiveness for his harsh words, and Bilbo wept for him despite everything. The battle was won, but at terrible cost. Thorin's nephews, Fili and Kili, died defending him in the charge, and many warriors of all races fell before the orcs were finally routed. Dane Ironfoot, who had come from the Iron Hills with reinforcements, became the new king under the mountain and made peace with the elves and men. The treasure was divided fairly, and Erebor was reclaimed for Durin's folk at last. Bilbo returned to the Shire with his share of the treasure, and with the ring still in his pocket. He had left as a respectable hobbit who wanted nothing more than a comfortable life, and he returned as something different, an adventurer, a burglar, a dragon talker, a friend of dwarves and elves. He had seen wonders and horrors, lost his good name and reputation among his neighbors, and found something more valuable than any treasure. He had found himself, and he had found a magic ring whose true nature he did not yet understand. The ring went with him to Bag End and stayed there hidden and secret. Bilbo told Gandalf about it eventually, but he did not tell the full truth about how he got it, and the wizard's suspicions were not yet aroused. The ring waited in the Shire for 60 years while the world turned and the shadow grew, patient as it had always been, biding its time until the moment came for it to pass to new hands and begin the final chapter of its long and terrible history. The White Council met in 2941 and finally agreed to act against Dol Guldur. Saruman had run out of excuses for delay, and even he could no longer deny that waiting had only made the enemy stronger. Gandalf pushed for immediate assault, arguing that they had already wasted too much time, and this time Galadriel and Elrond backed him without reservation. The decision was made. They would attack the fortress and drive out whatever evil dwelt there, or die in the attempt. The assault was coordinated with Gandalf's mission to help Thorin reclaim Erebor, though few understood the connection. The wizard wanted Smaug dealt with because a dragon in the north was a weapon Sauron might use if war came, and he wanted the strike on Dol Guldur to happen while the enemy's attention was divided. The timing worked. The dragon died and the council attacked within weeks of each other. and Sauron found himself facing multiple crises simultaneously. Galadriel led the assault on Dol Guldur with power that had not been openly displayed in Middle-earth for an age. She came with warriors from Lothlorien, and Elrond brought strength from Rivendell, and Saruman wielded his considerable abilities alongside them. They struck at the fortress with all the force the elves and wizards could muster, and the darkness reeled before them. The battle was fierce. Sauron's servants defended the fortress with sorcery and steel, and fell creatures poured from the gates to meet the attackers. But the power of the Eldar was still mighty when roused to war, and Galadriel's presence alone was enough to make the shadows writhe and retreat. Fire and lightning crackled around the towers, and the air itself seemed to scream with conflicting powers. Sauron did not stay to fight them. He could have resisted, could have made the battle far more costly, but he chose retreat instead. His plans for Mordor were already well advanced, and Barad-dûr was rising again in the Black Land where his true strength was gathering. Dol Guldur had served its purpose as a staging ground and a distraction, and now it was expendable, so he abandoned it, fleeing eastward in spirit form while his servants died holding the gates. The council broke through into the fortress and found it largely empty. Sauron's departure had been organized and deliberate, not the panicked flight they had hoped to force. He had taken what mattered and left only disposable servants to delay the pursuit. The dungeons held prisoners who were freed, and evidence of foul workings littered the halls. But the master himself was gone beyond their reach. Gandalf understood immediately that they had been deceived. Sauron had wanted them to attack Dol Guldur, had practically invited it, because it served his purposes to abandon that fortress and consolidate his power in Mordor. The assault had achieved nothing except to remove a distraction and clear the board for the real confrontation. They had played into his hands despite all their planning. Saruman declared victory anyway. He insisted they had driven the enemy from his stronghold and dealt a blow to his power, and he would not hear arguments to the contrary. Perhaps he truly believed it, or perhaps he was covering his embarrassment at having delayed so long, or perhaps he simply wanted to maintain his authority over the council. But his declaration of triumph rang hollow to those who understood what had really happened. The fortress of Dol Guldur stood empty after the assault, but Sauron's influence on Mirkwood did not lift. The forest remained dark and dangerous, perhaps even more so than before, for the servants left behind were now masterless and desperate. The council posted watchers to ensure the fortress did not become occupied again, but their attention was divided and their strength was limited. Meanwhile, in Mordor, Sauron's preparations accelerated. Barad-dûr rose higher and orcs multiplied in the mountains, and the Nazgul rode abroad more boldly than ever. The Dark Lord was done hiding and done with half measures. He meant to reclaim his full power openly, and the council's attack on Dol Guldur had merely freed him to focus all his attention on that goal. Gandalf departed the council's celebration feeling troubled and unsatisfied. They had struck a blow, but not the decisive one they needed, and the enemy was now more dangerous than before because he was no longer constrained by the need for secrecy. The war was coming openly now, and all the pieces were moving into place for the final confrontation. The question was whether the Free Peoples would be ready when it came, and whether they would recognize the true battlefield when it revealed itself. The year 2941 saw the death of Smaug and the assault on Dol Guldur, twin victories that seemed to promise a turning tide. but they were victories that concealed deeper defeats, and the shadow was only gathering strength for the storm that would break over Middle-earth in the decades ahead. The Council had acted at last, but they had acted too late and achieved too little, and the price of that failure would be paid by everyone who lived in the world. Sauron returned to Mordor openly in 2951 and declared himself without pretense or concealment. The Dark Lord, who had hidden as the Necromancer, now revealed his true identity to the world, and he began gathering his forces with no attempt at secrecy. Barad-dûr rose higher with every passing year, its dark tower climbing toward the sky like a black finger of accusation, and orcs poured into Mordor from every dark corner of Middle-earth to answer their master's call. The Nazgûl rode forth from Minas Morgul, which had been Minas Ithil before the Ringwraiths claimed it. They had taken that tower decades earlier in a conquest that Gondor could not prevent, and now it served as their stronghold on the western edge of Mordor. The Nine Riders abroad on missions of terror and search, and their presence spread fear through all the lands they entered. Men spoke of black riders on the roads and of voices that froze the heart, and travelers avoided the mountain passes where the Nazgûl were known to hunt. The search for the ring intensified beyond anything seen before. Sauron knew it existed somewhere in Middle-earth, could feel its presence like a distant pulse, but he did not know where it lay or who possessed it. He sent his servants to scour the lands and question anyone who might have information. And the Nazgûl were given orders to search, especially among the ruins and rivers where the ring might have been lost. Gollum became a person of interest, for he had been captured and questioned in Mordor years before, but he had escaped and vanished into the wild. Gondor faced increasing pressure on all its borders as Sauron's plans unfolded. The corsairs of Umbar raided the coasts with renewed vigor, and the Harodrim in the south grew bold with promises of support from Mordor. The Easterlings troubled the northern borders, and orcs came down from the mountains in greater numbers than anyone living could remember. Steward Beren ruled in Minas Tirith, and he fortified the borders as best he could. But Gondor's strength was not what it had been in earlier ages. The rangers in the north increased their patrols and watched the roads more carefully, for they too sensed the changing winds. They had no kingdom to defend and no cities to garrison, but they kept the Shire safe and guarded the lands where simple folk lived in ignorance of the greater dangers. Aragorn, who was called Strider in those days, walked the wild places and gathered information for Gandalf and the Council. He was the heir of Isildur, though few knew it, and he understood that his people's long watch was approaching its climax. Saruman withdrew to Isengard and devoted himself to his researches with increasing obsession. He had fortified Orthanc and gathered servants around him, and he spent his days studying ancient texts and searching through lore for any hint of where the ring might be. His pride had grown monstrous, and he no longer saw himself as serving the Valar's purposes, but rather as pursuing his own path to power. The White Wizard's fall had begun decades earlier, but now it accelerated toward the moment when he would declare himself openly as a rival power. Gandalf travelled ceaselessly through Middle-earth during these years, watching and listening and gathering threads of information that might prove important. He visited the Shire regularly and renewed his friendship with Bilbo, who seemed hardly to age despite the passing decades. The wizard's suspicions about the ring Bilbo possessed were growing stronger, but he needed to be certain before he acted. He researched in Minas Tirith and consulted with Aragorn in the wild, and slowly the pieces of the puzzle began to come together. The Free Peoples were largely unaware of how close the danger had come. Life continued much as it always had in the Shire and in Bree and in the scattered settlements across Eriador. Farmers planted their crops and merchants conducted their business. And if the rangers seemed more vigilant and the roads less safe, well, such things had always varied with the seasons. Only the wise knew that the storm was gathering, that all the centuries of peace and war had been leading to this moment, and that soon everyone would be forced to choose sides in a conflict that would determine the fate of the world. The years between 2951 and 3000 passed in this uneasy balance. Sauron grew stronger and the Free Peoples prepared as best they could. But the ring remained hidden and the moment of revelation had not yet come. Gandalf continued his researches and Aragorn kept his watch. And in Bag End, Bilbo Baggins aged slowly and kept his ring secret, not understanding what it truly was or why it mattered so desperately. The pieces were all moving into position for the final act, and when it came, it would come quickly and with consequences that none could fully foresee. The Third Age's final millennium approached, and with it came the gathering of all the scattered threads of fate toward one point. Everything that had happened since Isildur fell in the Gladden fields, all the wars and losses and victories of 3,000 years, was converging toward the moment when the ring would be found and the final war would begin. The shadow grew darker with every passing year, but the light had not yet failed entirely, and while it held, there was still hope that the darkness might be turned back one final time. Bilbo Baggins turned 111 years old on September 22nd in the year 3001, and he decided to mark the occasion with a party that the Shire would remember for generations. He had lived in Bag End for 60 years since returning from his adventure, growing wealthy and eccentric and mysteriously young-looking despite his age. His neighbours thought him odd but harmless, a respectable hobbit who had gone off on an adventure in his youth and never quite recovered from the experience. They did not know about the ring he kept hidden, and they did not understand why he aged so slowly while everyone around him grew old and died. The party preparations consumed the Shire's attention for weeks. Bilbo spared no expense on food and drink and entertainment, ordering supplies from as far away as Dale and the Lonely Mountain. He hired fireworks from Gandalf, who arrived with a cartload of pyrotechnics that delighted the hobbit children and made the adults nervous. Invitations went out to everyone of importance and quite a few people of no importance at all, for Bilbo had always been generous with his friendship, even if his habits were strange. The date was significant for reasons beyond just Bilbo's birthday. His young cousin Frodo would turn 33 on the same day, coming of age by hobbit reckoning, and Bilbo had raised him as his heir since Frodo's parents drowned in a boating accident. The two shared more than a birthday and a home, though few in the Shire understood the depth of their bond. Bilbo saw in Frodo something of his younger self, a curiosity and a restlessness that the comfortable life of the Shire could not quite satisfy. The party itself was magnificent beyond anything Hobbiton had ever seen. Bilbo set up a pavilion in the field near Bag End and filled it with food and drink enough to feed half the Shire. The guests arrived in their finest clothes, and ate and drank with the enthusiasm that hobbits bring to all celebrations involving food. Gandalf's fireworks illuminated the night sky with dragons and ships and towers of flame, and the children shrieked with joy while the adults clapped and cheered. But Bilbo had planned something more than just a party. He intended to disappear, to leave the Shire and go wandering one last time before age finally caught up with him. He had been feeling restless for years, feeling the weight of the ring even though he did not understand what it was, and he wanted to see the mountains and forests again before he died. He had arranged everything with Gandalf's help, packed his bags in secret, and prepared to vanish in a manner that would give the gossips something to talk about for years. When the moment came for speeches, Bilbo stood and addressed the crowd with warmth and humour. He thanked them for coming and for tolerating his oddities over the decades, and he made jokes about his age and his wealth. Then he announced that he was going away and would not be returning, and before anyone could react, he slipped the ring on his finger and vanished from sight. The guests sat in stunned silence for a moment before erupting into shocked conversation, and some thought it was a trick with Gandalf's magic, while others believed Bilbo had finally gone completely mad. Bilbo walked invisible through the party and back to Bag End, where Gandalf was waiting for him. The wizard had helped plan the departure, but he was troubled by what he had seen at the party. He had watched Bilbo's face when he talked about leaving, had seen the hunger and possessiveness that flashed across it when he touched the ring, and his suspicions about what that ring truly was had crystallized into near certainty. He confronted Bilbo in Bag End and insisted that the ring must be left behind for Frodo. The conversation grew heated in ways that Gandalf related later to Frodo but never described in full detail. Bilbo was reluctant to part with the ring in ways that went beyond normal attachment to a treasured possession. He called it his precious, using the same word Gollum had used in the dark under the mountains, and he argued that it was his by right and he needed it for his journey. Gandalf grew stern in ways the Hobbit had never seen before, and eventually Bilbo's better nature won out over the ring's influence. He left the ring on the mantelpiece in an envelope addressed to Frodo, along with a deed to Bag End and most of his wealth. Then he walked out into the night with just his pack and his walking stick, heading for Rivendell and whatever adventures might come after. He felt lighter than he had in years once the ring was no longer on his person, though he also felt an aching sense of loss that would trouble him for months. Frodo returned to Bag End after the party to find Gandalf waiting and Bilbo gone. The wizard explained that Bilbo had left him everything, including a gold ring that Frodo should keep safe but not use. Gandalf did not explain why the ring mattered or what he suspected about it, for he needed to be absolutely certain before he shared those suspicions. He simply warned Frodo to keep it secret and keep it safe, and then he too departed, leaving the young hobbit alone in the suddenly quiet smile. The Shire talked about Bilbo's disappearance for months afterward. Some said he had gone mad, others that Gandalf had spirited him away with magic, and still others that the whole thing had been an elaborate prank. The Sackville Bagginses were furious that Frodo had inherited everything and made their displeasure known loudly and often. But eventually the gossip died down and life returned to normal, and Frodo settled into his role as master of Bag End with the ring hidden away and largely forgotten. Gandalf rode south from the Shire with his mind racing. He had seen how the ring affected Bilbo, and he understood now what it must be, but he needed proof before he could act. The journey to certainty would take him 17 years of research and searching, and when he finally returned to the Shire with his findings, everything would change. But for now the ring rested quietly in Bag End, and Frodo lived his comfortable life in ignorance. And the shadow growing in the east had not yet reached into the green hills where hobbits lived their peaceful lives. The year 3001 marked the turning point, though few recognized it at the time. The ring had passed from one bearer to another for the first time since Gollum lost it in the Goblin tunnels. And that passing set in motion events that would determine the fate of the age. Bilbo walked the roads toward Rivendell, feeling free and young again, while behind him in Bag End, Frodo began the wait that would end with a wizard's return and a burden beyond imagining. Gandalf left the Shire after Bilbo's party with a burden of suspicion that grew heavier with every mile he travelled. The way Bilbo had clung to that ring, the words he had used to describe it, the unnatural youth that had preserved him through decades when he should have been aging normally, all of it pointed toward a conclusion too terrible to accept without absolute proof. The wizard needed to know for certain what that ring was before he could act, and that certainty would require research in the deepest archives of lore that still existed in Middle-earth. He rode first to Minas Tirith, where the ancient records of Gondor were kept in libraries that dated back to the kingdom's founding. The steward granted him access without question, for Gandalf was known and respected in the White City, and he spent months buried in scrolls and books that had not been opened in centuries. He was searching for anything related to the One Ring, any description or reference that might help him confirm his suspicions about what Bilbo possessed. The information was fragmentary and scattered across different sources. Here a reference to the ring's power over the other rings. There a description of its appearance and properties. Elsewhere an account of how Isildur had taken it from Sauron's hand and refused to destroy it. Gandalf pieced together a picture from these fragments, and with each new piece, the dread in his heart grew deeper. Everything he found pointed toward the same conclusion, but he could not be completely certain without one critical piece of evidence. He needed to know what Isildur had written about the ring before he died. The king had kept records and had described the ring in detail, and those writings had been preserved somewhere in Gondor's archives if they still existed at all. Gandalf searched through volumes of history and genealogy, through military records and tax documents, through anything that might contain or reference Isildur's personal writings. The search took him years, and many times he despaired of ever finding what he needed. Finally, in a forgotten corner of the archives, he found a scroll that had been misfiled centuries earlier and never properly catalogued. It contained a copy of Isildur's account of the ring, written in his own hand shortly before he set out on the journey that would end at the Gladden Fields. The king had described the ring in precise detail, noting how it was warm to the touch, and how it grew larger and smaller to fit its bearer, and most importantly, how letters appeared on it when it was heated. Gandalf read those words with his heart sinking, for now he understood what test he would need to perform. The ring bore an inscription in the black speech that only appeared when the gold was heated, and Isildur had transcribed those words in his account. The wizard copied them carefully and memorized them, knowing that if Bilbo's ring bore those same words, then all his worst fears were confirmed. He left Minas Tirith with the evidence he needed to make the test, but he delayed returning to the Shire for months, hoping somehow that he was wrong. The years passed slowly as Gandalf traveled Middle-earth, pursuing other leads and delaying the moment of truth. He consulted with Aragorn in the Wild and spoke with Elrond in Rivendell, sharing his suspicions but not yet his certainty. He watched the shadow growing in Mordor and saw Sauron's power increasing year by year, and he knew that the Dark Lord was also searching for the ring with increasing desperation. If the ring was truly in the Shire, then time was running out before the enemy's search led him there. The wizard made other journeys during these years, tracking down rumors and following threads that might prove relevant. He traveled into the mountains, searching for Gollum, for the creature knew the ring's history and might provide confirmation of what Bilbo possessed. But Gollum was clever and elusive, and Gandalf could not find him despite months of searching in caves and tunnels where even orcs feared to go. The creature had vanished into darkness and would not be found until others took up the hunt. Gandalf conferred with the White Council about his suspicions, but Saruman dismissed them as unlikely and counseled against alarming the hobbits unnecessarily. The White Wizard had his own reasons for wanting the ring's discovery delayed. Though Gandalf did not yet understand the depth of Saruman's corruption, the council debated and delayed, while Gandalf grew increasingly frustrated with their caution, knowing that every year of inaction brought the world closer to disaster. In Bag End, Frodo lived peacefully through these years in complete ignorance of the storm gathering around him. He had taken the ring from the envelope on the mantelpiece and put it on a chain around his neck, wearing it sometimes when he wanted to avoid unwanted visitors or walk unseen through the Shire. He noticed that it made him feel peculiar, giving him sharp senses and a kind of shadow sight that was both fascinating and unsettling. But he did not understand what it was or why Gandalf had warned him to keep it secret. The Shire remained peaceful and isolated from the troubles growing in the wider world. The Rangers kept the borders safe and turned away the few threats that approached from outside, and the hobbits went about their lives in comfortable ignorance. Frodo became known as an eccentric like his cousin before him, interested in elves and old stories and the lands beyond the Shire's borders. He made friends among the younger hobbits and lived well on Bilbo's wealth, and if sometimes he felt a strange restlessness, he attributed it to the same wandering spirit that had driven Bilbo to adventure. Gandalf returned to the Shire periodically during these years, always asking Frodo casual questions about the ring and watching carefully how the hobbit responded. He saw the same signs he had seen in Bilbo starting to appear, the possessiveness and the secretiveness, and his urgency grew with each visit. But he still had not performed the final test, still had not confirmed absolutely that this was the One Ring. And without that confirmation, he could not ask Frodo to bear the burden of knowledge. The year 3017 arrived, and Gandalf knew he could delay no longer. Sauron's search for the ring had intensified to the point where discovery seemed imminent, and the wizard had exhausted every other avenue of investigation. He would have to return to the Shire and perform the test, and if the result was what he feared, then everything would change for Frodo and for all of Middle-earth. The comfortable peace that had lasted for decades was about to shatter, and the final war would begin whether anyone was ready for it or not. 17 years had passed since Bilbo's party, and in that time the shadow had grown darker and the danger had drawn closer. Gandalf had confirmed through research what he suspected from observation, and now only one test remained to turn suspicion into certainty. he rode north toward the Shire one last time, carrying the weight of knowledge and the burden of what he must ask a simple hobbit to do, knowing that the answer he would find would doom them all to war or give them one last desperate chance to turn back the darkness forever. The search for Gollum had been ongoing for years before it finally succeeded, and the creature's capture was due more to persistence than to any particular cleverness on the part of those hunting him. Aragorn had been tracking rumors and following leads through the wild lands east of the Misty Mountains, trying to find the creature who had owned the ring before Bilbo. Gandalf needed Gollum, questioned about the ring's history, needed confirmation of where Bilbo had found it and how long the creature had possessed it before losing it in the goblin tunnels. The search was complicated by Gollum's nature and habits. He avoided all contact with other living things when he could, moving only at night and hiding during the day in caves or under roots where no sunlight could reach him. He ate fish and whatever else he could catch in darkness, and he spoke to himself constantly in his strange split personality, arguing and agreeing with himself about the precious he had lost. He remembered the ring with aching hunger, and he searched for it himself sometimes, driven by desperate need to recover what had been stolen from him. Aragorn tracked him through the dead marshes and the borders of Mordor, following traces and rumors that might have been Gollum or might have been something else equally wretched. The ranger was patient and skilled, and he knew how to read signs that most would miss entirely. He found places where Gollum had sheltered and remnants of his meals, and slowly he narrowed the search area until he knew where the creature must be hiding. The capture happened in the year 3017 near the dead marshes where Gollum had been living for some time. Aragorn found him fishing in a stagnant pool, and he took him by surprise before the creature could flee into the water. Gollum fought and screamed and bit, but the ranger was stronger, and he bound the creature with rope and carried him away despite his struggles and curses. It was an undignified capture of a pitiful thing, but Gandalf needed him, and so Aragorn brought him north toward Mirkwood, where the wizard waited. The journey with Gollum as prisoner was an ordeal that Aragorn never spoke of willingly afterward. The creature whined and pleaded and threatened by turns, begging to be released and promising terrible vengeance in the same breath. He cried about his precious constantly, lamenting its loss and accusing his captors of being thieves who wanted to steal it for themselves. Aragorn kept him bound and gagged when the noise became unbearable, and he was grateful when they finally reached the borders of Mirkwood and could hand the prisoner over to the Wood Elves. Thranduil's people took custody of Gollum and imprisoned him in their halls, though they found him to be a troublesome and disgusting prisoner who required constant watching. He was kept in a cell that was more comfortable than he deserved, given reasonable food and water, but he was not grateful and spent his time plotting escape. The elves guarded him well, but they did not enjoy the duty, for he stank and he muttered constantly, and his presence seemed to bring a taint of shadow into their clean halls. Gandalf came to question him, and the interrogation lasted for days as the wizards slowly extracted the creature's story. Gollum was cunning, and he lied constantly. But Gandalf was patient, and he knew how to separate truth from falsehood through careful questioning. Piece by piece he assembled the history. How Smeagol had found the ring in the river and killed his friend for it. How he had lived in the caves for centuries with his precious. How Bilbo had stolen it from him in a riddle game in the dark. The story confirmed Gandalf's worst fears. The ring had been in the Gladden fields where Isildur died, and it had lain there for thousands of years before Gollum found it. It had preserved the creature unnaturally, just as it was now preserving Bilbo and would preserve anyone who possessed it. Gollum knew other things too, darker things that he revealed unwillingly under Gandalf's questioning. He had been captured by Sauron's servants years before and taken to Mordor, where he had been tortured for information about the ring. He had told them everything he knew, babbling about the Shire and Baggins in his agony, and though he had escaped before they could learn more, the damage was done. Sauron now knew that the ring was in the Shire in the possession of someone named Baggins, and it was only a matter of time before he sent servants to find it. This news transformed urgency into desperation. Gandalf understood now that the enemy would be searching for the Shire and asking about hobbits named Baggins. And once that search began in earnest, discovery was inevitable. The wizard needed to return to the Shire immediately, needed to warn Frodo and perform the final test on the ring, and most importantly, needed to get both the ring and its bearer away from the Shire before the Nazgul arrived looking for them. But Gollum's story also revealed something else that Gandalf found deeply troubling. The creature had escaped from the Wood Elf's custody in the year 3017, during a rare moment when his guards allowed him some air and exercise outside his cell. He had climbed a tree with surprising agility and vanished into Mirkwood's darkness before anyone could stop him, and despite extensive searches, he had not been recaptured. He was loose in the world again, still searching for his precious, still driven by the need to recover what he had lost. The escaped prisoner was dangerous in ways beyond just his physical threat. He knew where the ring was, and he would be drawn toward it inevitably, and when he moved, he might lead others to the same place. Gandalf sent warnings to Aragorn and to other rangers to watch for Gollum, and capture him again if possible, but the creature was clever and the world was large. Finding him a second time might prove impossible. And meanwhile he was moving through the wildlands like a homing arrow pointing toward the Shire. All these threads were converging now in ways that left no room for delay. Sauron was searching, Gollum was loose and hunting for his precious, and the ring sat in Bag End worn, sometimes by an innocent hobbit who had no idea what doom he carried. Gandalf rode north from Mirkwood at speed, pushing his horse hard, racing against time and against the shadow that was closing in on the Shire from multiple directions. The years of doubt and research were over, and now everything depended on reaching Frodo before the enemy's servants did. Gandalf arrived at Bag End in April of 3018 with knowledge that could no longer be delayed or softened. He found Frodo at home and settled into the familiar comfort of the Hobbit's parlour. But there was no ease in his manner, and his expression was troubled in ways that Frodo had never seen before. The wizard asked to see the ring, and when Frodo produced it from around his neck, Gandalf stared at it for a long moment without touching it. He told Frodo to throw it into the fire, into the heart of the hearth where the flames burned hottest. The hobbit obeyed, confused and alarmed by the wizard's intensity, and they waited while the gold heated in the coals. When Gandalf retrieved it with tongs, the ring was cool to the touch despite the flames, and letters had appeared on its surface that glowed with their own internal fire. The inscription was in the black speech of Mordor, and Gandalf would not speak it aloud in full inside Bag End He translated it for Frodo in the common tongue: one ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. The words confirmed what the wizard had feared for 17 years. This was the One Ring, the ruling ring that Sauron had forged in the fires of Mount Doom. And it had been sitting in the Shire in Bilbo's and then Frodo's possession, while the Dark Lords searched desperately for it across all Middle-earth. Frodo's world collapsed in that moment. The comfortable life he had known, the peaceful existence in the Shire that he had taken for granted, revealed itself as an illusion built on ignorance. He held in his hands the most dangerous object in the world, and the enemy who had nearly conquered Middle-earth in ages past was searching for it with all his strength and malice. The wizard explained how the ring had come to Bilbo and how Gollum had betrayed its location under torture in Mordor. And Frodo understood with growing horror that his home was no longer safe. Gandalf told him that he must leave the Shire and take the ring to Rivendell, where Elrond could provide counsel about what should be done. The journey would be dangerous, and there was no guarantee of safety anywhere. But staying in Bag End would bring the enemy's servants to the Shire and endanger everyone who lived there. Frodo protested that he was not the right person for such a task, that he was just a hobbit who wanted nothing more than a quiet life. But the wizard was adamant that there was no choice and no one else who could carry this burden. The spring and summer months passed in preparation that had to appear normal to avoid suspicion. Frodo made arrangements to leave Bag End, claiming that he wanted to move to a house he had purchased in Crocolo on the other side of the Shire. His friends Merry and Pippin helped him organize the move, not understanding the real reason behind it. And Frodo played along with the pretense, while his heart grew heavier with each passing day. Sam Gamgee, his gardener, somehow learned about the ring and the danger, and he insisted on accompanying his master despite all protests to the contrary. Gandalf left the Shire in June to consult with Saruman at Isengard, for the wizard wanted the counsel of the head of his order before the journey to Rivendell began. He promised to return by the end of summer to escort Frodo and ensure his safe passage. But the months stretched on and no word came from him. Frodo grew increasingly anxious as September approached, for the wizard had insisted that he leave by his birthday at the latest, and Gandalf's absence suggested that something had gone terribly wrong. The Black Riders appeared in the Shire in late September, 9 cloaked figures on black horses asking questions about the Shire and Baggins in voices that froze the blood of anyone who heard them. They rode through the countryside, spreading fear wherever they went, and the hobbits who encountered them spoke afterward of cold dread and a desire to flee or hide that overwhelmed all other thoughts. The rangers tried to intercept them and turn them away, but the Nazgul could not be stopped by mortal men, and they continued their search with single-minded determination. Frodo realized he could wait no longer for Gandalf's return. He set out from Bag End on September 23rd with Sam and Pippin, heading ostensibly toward Crickholo, but actually fleeing toward whatever safety might be found beyond the Shire's borders. They traveled at night when they could and hid during the day, always feeling the shadow behind them, always aware that they were being hunted by something far more dangerous than any mortal enemy. The journey to Buckland was terrifying in ways that none of them had anticipated. They encountered Black Riders on the road and barely escaped by hiding and by luck that seemed too good to be mere chance. The riders could smell the ring somehow, could sense its presence from a distance, and they were drawn to it with a hunger that would not be denied. Frodo felt their pull as well, a terrible temptation to put on the ring and let it protect him. But he resisted because some instinct warned him that wearing it would only make him more visible to the very enemies he was fleeing. They reached Cricolo and found Merry waiting, and he joined their company despite Frodo's protests. Then they struck east into the old forest, taking paths that the Black Riders would not easily follow, hoping to gain enough distance to reach the great east road ahead of their pursuers. The forest was ancient and malevolent, and they nearly died there before Tom Bombadil found them and offered his strange protection. But that part of the tale belongs elsewhere in the full telling. By the time they reached Bree and found Strider waiting for them at the Prancing Pony, Frodo had learned that the comfortable life he had known was gone forever. The Shire was behind him and the wild lands stretched ahead, and somewhere in the darkness the Black Riders hunted while the ring hung heavy around his neck. Gandalf had not come, and no word explained his absence, and Frodo understood with certainty that whatever happened next, he would have to face it with courage he did not know he possessed, and with help from companions he was only beginning to understand. The Shadow had found the Shire at last, and the war that would determine the fate of the age had begun with a hobbit fleeing into the night, carrying the doom of the world in his pocket. Strider led them out of Bree before dawn, taking paths that avoided the roads where the Black Riders would be watching. The ranger had been waiting for them at the Prancing Pony, sent by Gandalf months earlier to watch for hobbits travelling from the Shire, and his presence was the only stroke of good fortune in a journey that seemed cursed from the beginning. He was grim and weather-worn, this ranger who called himself Strider, and the hobbits were not certain they should trust him despite the letter from Gandalf that he carried. But they had no choice and no better guide, and so they followed him into the wilderness east of Bree. The journey through the wild was harder than anything the hobbits had experienced. They walked all day through rough country, avoiding roads and settlements, eating cold food because fires might draw attention. Strider drove them relentlessly, always watching their back trail, always listening for sounds that might signal pursuit. The hobbits' feet blistered and their legs ached, and they began to understand just how soft their lives in the Shire had been compared to the hardship that rangers endured as their daily existence. The Black Riders were behind them and sometimes ahead of them, and several times Strider led them in sudden detours to avoid contact with the hunting Nazgul. The hobbits caught glimpses of the Dark Riders in the distance, black shapes against the horizon that filled them with instinctive dread, and they were grateful for Strider's woodcraft that kept them hidden. But the ranger's face grew more troubled with each passing day, for he could sense that the net was tightening and their luck would not hold forever. They reached Weathertop on the 6th of October, and Strider chose to camp on its summit despite the exposure. The hill was a defensible position, and he needed to rest the hobbits, who were exhausted from days of hard travel. He went to scout their surroundings and told them to stay hidden and make no fire. But while he was gone, Pippin and Merry grew cold and foolish. They lit a small fire despite the warning, and the smoke rose into the evening air like a signal beacon visible for miles around. The Nazgul came after nightfall, all 9 of them converging on Weathertop. The hobbits saw them climbing the hill, black shapes in the darkness, and they huddled together in terror, while the riders approached their camp. Frodo felt the terrible pull of the ring, urging him to put it on, and in his fear and confusion, he yielded to the compulsion. The ring slid onto his finger, and the world shifted into shadow sight, where the Nazgul appeared as terrible wraiths of power and malice, crowned with darkness. The Lord of the Nazgul, the Witch King who had destroyed Arnor centuries before, advanced on Frodo with a blade in his hand. It was a Morgul knife, a weapon designed to kill in ways worse than simple death, and the wraith drove it toward Frodo's heart. Strider returned in that moment and drove the Nazgul back with fire and sword, and the other hobbits rallied to defend their friend, but the blade had already struck home. Frodo fell with the knife shard lodged in his shoulder, and though the Nazgul withdrew, they had accomplished their purpose. The wound was beyond any healing Strider possessed, and it grew worse with each day despite his attempts to slow its progress. The Morgul blade was working its poison through Frodo's body, turning him slowly into a wraith under the Nazgul's control, and only elven medicine in Rivendell could save him now. The ranger drove their pace even harder, sometimes carrying Frodo when the hobbit could no longer walk, racing against time and the advancing poison. They met Glorfindel on the East Road, an elf lord from Rivendell, who had been sent to search for them when Gandalf's warnings reached Elrond. He took one look at Frodo's wound, and his face grew grave, and he placed the hobbit on his own horse, with instructions to ride for the ford of Bruinen, while the rest of them followed as quickly as they could. Frodo was barely conscious by then, fading into the shadow world where the Nazgul dwelt, and Glorfindel's horse was swift and sure-footed where no ordinary mount could have succeeded. The chase to the ford was desperate and terrible. The Nazgul pursued from behind, and 3 more blocked the ford from the eastern bank, and Frodo rode between them, clinging to consciousness by will alone. The Witch King commanded him to stop and give up the ring, and the compulsion was nearly overwhelming, but something in Frodo refused to yield. He drove Glorfindel's horse into the water and reached the western bank just as the Nazgul plunged in after him. Elrond released the waters he had been holding in reserve, and the Bruinen rose in a great wave that swept the Nazgul away downstream. Their horses were drowned, and their physical forms were broken. And though their spirits endured and would find their way back to Mordor eventually, they were defeated for the moment. Frodo collapsed on the far bank with the ring still in his possession, and he fell into darkness, knowing that he had reached safety, but not knowing whether he would survive the wound that was consuming him from within. They carried him to Rivendell, and Elrond worked his healing arts through many days and nights, drawing out the poison and fighting against the shadow that had nearly claimed Frodo's spirit. The hobbit lay between life and death for a long time, sometimes waking to see concerned faces above him, and sometimes falling into nightmares where the Nazgul called to him from darkness. But gradually the elven healing won out over Mordor's evil, and Frodo's strength began to return. When he finally woke fully, it was to find himself in a beautiful room with sunlight streaming through the windows and the sound of waterfalls in the distance. Gandalf was there, apologizing for his absence and explaining about Saruman's betrayal and his imprisonment in Orthanc. And Frodo understood that he had survived something that should have killed him. The wound would never fully heal, and he would carry its shadow for the rest of his life. But he had reached Rivendell alive, and the ring was safe for the moment. The journey from the Shire had lasted barely a month, but it had aged them all in ways that time alone could not measure. They had faced the Nazgul and survived, had traveled through wild lands that tested their endurance and courage, and they had learned that the comfortable world they knew was smaller and more fragile than they had ever imagined. Frodo had carried the ring across half of Middle-earth and resisted its temptation and the enemy's will, and now he rested in the last homely house, while the wise gathered to decide what should be done with the burden he had brought to them. The council gathered on October 25th in a pavilion overlooking the valley, and representatives from all the free peoples came to answer Elrond's summons. Elves were there from Rivendell and from Mirkwood, including Legolas, son of Thranduil, who brought news of Gollum's escape. Gloin had come from Erebor with his son Gimli, bearing word of dark messages from Mordor that had troubled Dain. Men were represented by Boromir from Gondor, who had ridden north following a prophetic dream. Gandalf sat in the place of honor, and Frodo and the other hobbits were given seats despite their surprise at being included in such a gathering. Elrond opened the council by explaining why they had been called. The ring that Sauron had made and lost was found, and its fate must be decided by those who would be most affected by that decision. He recounted the history of the ring from its forging to its loss in the Gladden fields, and he told how it had been found by the most unlikely of creatures and had eventually come to rest in the Shire. Everyone present understood that this was not just another council to discuss strategy or alliance, but a gathering that would determine the course of the age. Boromir spoke of Gondor's plight and how the South Kingdom held back Mordor's might at terrible cost. He suggested that the ring should be taken to Minas Tirith and wielded as a weapon against Sauron, for surely such power could turn the tide if placed in the right hands. His arguments were passionate and compelling, and some who heard him were swayed by the vision he painted of victory won through the enemy's own weapon. But Gandalf and Elrond spoke against this with equal passion. The ring could not be wielded by anyone without corruption, they explained, for it answered only to Sauron's will and would betray any who tried to use it. Even the strongest and wisest would fall to its temptation eventually, and the attempt to use it for good would only create a new Dark Lord as terrible as the one they sought to overthrow. Boromir was skeptical, but he could not answer their arguments with anything except his desire for a weapon that might save his people. The discussion turned to what could be done if the ring could not be used. Hiding it was proposed and rejected, for Sauron was searching too diligently and would find it eventually no matter where it was concealed. Giving it to Tom Bombadil was suggested, but Gandalf dismissed the idea because Tom would simply forget about it and the problem would remain unsolved. Every option led back to the same inescapable conclusion: the ring must be destroyed, or everything the free peoples valued would eventually fall to darkness. But destroying the ring presented its own seemingly impossible challenge. It could only be unmade in the fires where it was forged, in the cracks of doom at the heart of Mount Doom in Mordor. That meant someone would have to carry it into the enemy's own land, past his armies and his fortresses, and cast it into the fire. The very idea seemed like madness, and several on the council argued that it was impossible. Gandalf spoke then about the nature of impossibility and how the enemy's strength was also his weakness. Sauron would never imagine that anyone would try to destroy the ring rather than use it, would never expect an attack on Mount Doom because his attention was focused on his borders and his armies, The very impossibility of the quest might be its best protection, for the Dark Lord would not be watching for what he could not conceive of anyone attempting. Boromir remained unconvinced and pressed his case for bringing the ring to Gondor, arguing that even if it could not be wielded permanently, it might serve in a desperate moment to turn back the enemy. But others on the council saw the danger in his thinking. The way the ring was already working on him through his desire to save his people, and they understood that no one could be trusted with it for long. Elrond declared that the ring must be destroyed, and that a company would be formed to attempt the impossible journey to Mordor. Then came the question of who would carry it, and the pavilion fell silent. Everyone present understood what was being asked. Who would volunteer to carry the greatest evil in the world into the heart of darkness with almost no hope of return? The burden would destroy whoever bore it, whether through the ring's corruption or through simple death in Mordor, and no one could be asked to accept such a fate. Frodo stood before he fully understood what he was doing, and he said he would take the ring though he did not know the way. His voice was small in that great gathering, and he looked terribly young and vulnerable standing before lords and warriors who had lived for centuries. But there was courage in his bearing despite his fear, and everyone who saw him understood that sometimes the greatest strength comes in the smallest packages. Sam immediately declared that he would go with Frodo, and no argument could dissuade him from his loyalty. Merry and Pippin joined as well, refusing to be left behind when their friend faced such danger. Gandalf would guide them, and Aragorn volunteered to protect them with his sword and his knowledge of the wild. Legolas offered his elven skills, and Gimli his axe, and Boromir said that even if he disagreed with the plan, he would defend the ring-bearer with his life if that was the course they chose. So the Fellowship of the Ring was formed in that pavilion overlooking the valley, 9 companions against the 9 Nazgul, setting out on a quest that seemed doomed from the start. They would leave in secrecy once Frodo had recovered fully from his wound, and they would try to slip through the enemy's net and reach Mordor before Sauron realized what they intended. The odds were impossibly long, and the danger was beyond measuring, but they had chosen the only path that offered any hope at all. Elrond blessed them and wished them strength for the road ahead, knowing that he was sending some of them to their deaths. The council dispersed with heavy hearts, and the members of the Fellowship began their preparations for a journey from which few expected to return. October was ending and winter was coming, and they would travel through the darkest season to attempt the most desperate deed that anyone had tried since the world was young. The Fellowship left Rivendell on December 25th and travelled south along the foothills of the Misty Mountains. Their goal was to cross the mountains through the Redhorn Pass and descend into the lands beyond. Avoiding the Gap of Rohan, where Saruman's treachery made passage dangerous, Gandalf led them and Aragorn scouted ahead, while the hobbits struggled to keep pace through country that grew steadily colder and more forbidding. They were 9 companions carrying the fate of the world, and their path led through winter toward a mountain that did not want them to pass. The journey south took weeks, and the weather worsened as they approached Caradhras. Snow fell heavily in the high passes, and the wind blew with a malice that seemed directed specifically at their company. Gandalf sensed something wrong in the mountain's mood, some ancient hostility that was being stirred against them, but he pressed forward because the Redhorn Pass was their best option. The Gap of Rohan was too dangerous, and the path through Moria was forbidden. So they had to attempt the high pass regardless of the mountain's temperament. They began the ascent in late January, climbing through snow that deepened with every step. The hobbits floundered in drifts that came up to their chests, and even the taller members of the company struggled against the conditions. Boromir carried Merry and Pippin on his shoulders when they could walk no further, and Sam clung grimly to Frodo's side, refusing to be separated from his master, even when the path became nearly impassable. The mountain fought them with everything it possessed. Avalanches roared down from the peaks above them, forcing desperate scrambles to avoid being buried. The wind screamed through the pass with force enough to knock them from their feet, and the cold bit through their cloaks and blankets until their fingers and toes went numb. Gandalf tried to counter the mountain's malice with his own power, speaking words of command that should have calmed the storm, but something stronger than weather was at work against them. On the second night of the ascent, they huddled together on a narrow ledge while the blizzard raged around them. He called the company together at first light and told them they must turn back. The decision was bitter for everyone, for they had suffered through 2 days of climbing and now would have to descend with nothing gained except the knowledge that this path was closed to them. But Gandalf was adamant that Caradhras would kill them if they continued, and no one could argue with the evidence of the blizzard that still raged around them. The descent was nearly as difficult as the climb had been. They struggled back down through snowdrifts and across ice-glazed rocks, slipping and falling frequently, driven by exhaustion and cold to the edge of what they could endure. By the time they reached the lower slopes where the snow thinned, they were all near collapse, and several were suffering from frostbite that required Aragorn's immediate attention. But Moria offered a direct path through the mountains that would bring them out much closer to their destination, and the ancient dwarf road would be sheltered from weather and from the enemy's eyes. The problem was that Moria was forbidden, haunted by something so terrible that even Gandalf feared to enter those halls. Gimli argued passionately for taking the minds of his ancestors, saying that Balin had gone there 30 years before to reclaim the kingdom and might have succeeded. Perhaps the dwarves had driven out whatever evil dwelt there. Perhaps the halls were filled again with Durin's folk, and the forges burned bright once more. His voice carried hope that none of the others shared, for they had heard no word from Balin in decades, and silence from Moria was an ominous sign. Gandalf was deeply reluctant to enter Moria, but he could not deny the logic that it was their best remaining option. The Gap of Rohan was too dangerous, and attempting Caradhras again would be suicide, so only the underground path remained. He agreed finally that they would try the mines, but his face was grim, and he told them to prepare for dangers that would make the mountain's blizzard seem gentle by comparison. They rested for a day while Aragorn tended their injuries, and they gathered their strength. And then they turned west toward the walls of Moria and the dark doors that had not been opened in living memory. The mountain had refused them passage, and so they would go under it instead. Through depths that had been delved by dwarves in ages past and claimed by shadows since. The choice was made from necessity rather than wisdom, and everyone who walked toward those western doors felt dread settling in their hearts like stone. But the quest could not be abandoned, and the ring had to reach Mordor. So they would brave the darkness beneath the mountains because all other paths were closed. The doors of Moria stood before them in the cliff face, invisible until Gandalf spoke the word that revealed them. The stone glimmered in the moonlight with designs worked in a Tildin that showed the craft of elven hands from ages past. And Gandalf studied the inscription, searching for the password that would open the way. The company waited in the darkness while he tried various combinations, and the delay stretched on until even the wizard's patience began to fray. Frodo suggested the elvish word for friend, and the doors swung open. They had been sealed by a simple riddle all along, meant to keep out enemies but allow friends to enter freely, and Gandalf's overthinking had delayed them unnecessarily. The passage opened onto darkness deeper than any night, and cold air flowed out from the depths, carrying the smell of ancient stone and stagnant water. They entered Moria and began the descent into the mountain's roots. Gandalf's staff glowed with pale light that pushed back the darkness a few feet in every direction. But beyond that light, the halls stretched away into blackness that seemed to swallow sound and hope together. The silence was oppressive and complete, broken only by their footsteps echoing off stone walls and the occasional drip of water from unseen heights. Gimli spoke of the glory these halls had once possessed, but his voice sounded small and uncertain in the vast emptiness. The first evidence of disaster came when they found skeletons scattered across a chamber floor. They were dwarf bones. Gimli identified them, and they had died violently with their weapons still clutched in their hands. The company pressed on with growing unease, finding more signs of battle and death as they descended deeper. Whatever had happened in Moria, it had not been a peaceful reclamation. They came to Balin's tomb in the chamber of Mizarble, and Gimli wept to see his kinsman's resting place in such ruin. The tomb had been defiled, and the chamber showed evidence of desperate fighting. And a book lay among the wreckage that told the story of Balin's colony in fragmentary entries. Gandalf read aloud the final words, "Drums in the deep, we cannot get out, they are coming." The wizard closed the book and told them they needed to leave immediately, for whatever had destroyed Balin's colony was still in Moria, and they had been foolish to enter. But the drums began before they could retreat. The sound rolled through the halls from every direction, a deep booming that resonated in their bones and spoke of numbers beyond counting. Orcs poured into the chamber through every entrance, and the Fellowship fought desperately to hold them back while Gandalf worked to seal the doors. The wizard spoke words of command that shook the mountain, and eventually the door held long enough for them to flee deeper into Moria. They ran through halls and downstairs, always pursued by the drumbeat and the sound of countless feet following. The orcs drove them like prey toward the eastern exit, giving them no time to rest or plan. At the bridge of Khazad-dûm, a narrow span of stone arching over an abyss that dropped into darkness beyond measuring, Gandalf called a halt and told them to cross while he held the rear. Something came up from the deep that made the orcs fall back in terror. Fire and shadow filled the hall behind them, and the Balrog revealed itself in its full horror. It was massive and terrible, wreathed in flame and wielding a whip of fire, and its presence made the stone itself groan. Gandalf faced it alone on the bridge while the company crossed to safety, and the wizard drew on power he had never shown before. The confrontation lasted only moments, but felt like an eternity. Gandalf struck the bridge with his staff and cried out that the Balrog could not pass, that he was a servant of the secret fire, and the flame of Anar would not avail the creature here. The bridge cracked and collapsed, and the Balrog fell into the abyss with a cry that shook the mountain. But its whip lashed out as it fell, catching Gandalf around the ankles and dragging him down after it. The wizard fell, releasing his staff and catching the bridge's edge with both hands. He hung there for a heartbeat while the company screamed his name and rushed forward to pull him back. But Gandalf looked at them with eyes that had already accepted what was coming, and he told them to fly and then released his grip. He fell into shadow and flame, and the mountains swallowed him. They fled Moria in shock and grief, pursued by orcs, until they burst out into daylight on the eastern slopes. The sunshine seemed obscene after the darkness, and the company collapsed on the grass, unable to process what had just happened. Gandalf was gone, taken by a creature from the world's beginning, and they had lost their guide and their greatest strength at the moment when the quest seemed most desperate. Aragorn rallied them eventually and led them on toward Lothlorien, but they walked like people who had been broken and had not yet begun to heal. The loss of Gandalf changed everything. He had been their leader and their hope, the one who understood the ring and knew how to counter Sauron's moves, and without him they felt rudderless and lost. But the quest could not be abandoned regardless of their grief, and the ring still needed to reach Mordor whether or not the wizard was there to guide them. So they walked on through their shock and sorrow, carrying their burden toward whatever fate awaited them in the darkness ahead. Aragorn led them south through the foothills toward Lothlorien, and the company moved like shadows of themselves. They barely spoke, and they walked mechanically, putting one foot in front of the other because stopping would mean confronting the full weight of what they had lost. Gandalf's fall had broken something in all of them, and the grief was too raw to examine closely. The ranger drove them hard because movement was better than stillness, and because Lothlorien offered sanctuary if they could reach it before their strength failed entirely. They crossed into the Golden Wood in late January, and the elves who guarded those borders challenged them immediately. The company was surrounded by warriors who appeared from the trees with bows drawn, and Haldir of the Galadrim questioned them about their purpose and their right to enter Galadriel's realm. Aragorn spoke for them and vouched for the hobbits, and eventually Haldir agreed to bring them before the lady and lord who ruled in Caras-Galadon. The journey through Lothlorien restored something to their spirits that Moria had taken. The trees were tall and beautiful, wrapped in golden leaves that seemed to hold their own light, and the forest floor was carpeted with soft grass and flowers that bloomed despite the winter season. The air itself felt different here, cleaner and sweeter, as if time moved differently within the wood's borders. The malice and darkness of Moria fell away from them gradually as they walked deeper into the forest, and they began to remember that beauty still existed in the world. They climbed to the flets in the trees where the elves made their homes, and they were given food and rest in platforms built among the Malorn branches. The hobbits marveled at sleeping in treetops while the forest whispered around them, and even Gimli softened his dwarf suspicion of elves when he saw how fairly they were treated. They stayed in those border flets for several days, recovering from Moria's horrors and building back their strength. And Haldir brought them news from the wider world that was mostly grim. Eventually they travelled to Caras-Galadon, the heart of Lothlorien, where Celeborn and Galadriel dwelt. The city was built among the greatest Malorn trees in the forest, with platforms and buildings that seemed to grow naturally from the living wood. and it was more beautiful than anything the hobbits had imagined in their most fantastic dreams. They were brought before the Lord and Lady, and Galadriel looked at each of them in turn with eyes that seemed to see through to their deepest thoughts. The lady spoke of Gandalf and mourned his fall, and her grief was ancient and profound in ways that made their own sorrow seem small by comparison. She had known the wizard for thousands of years and understood his purpose better than any living, and his loss was a wound to the world that would not easily heal. But she also spoke of hope and of how the quest must continue despite their losses, and her words gave them strength they had not known they still possessed. Galadriel offered them rest in Lothlorien for as long as they needed, and the company remained in the Golden Wood through February. They healed there in ways that went beyond physical recovery, finding peace they had not known since leaving Rivendell. The elves taught Legolas songs of his people and shared lore with Gandalf's companions, and the hobbits explored the forest with wonder. Even Boromir seemed to find some measure of calm, though his eyes were often troubled, and he spent long hours walking alone through the trees. The lady showed Frodo and Sam her mirror, a silver basin filled with water that revealed visions of things that were or might be. Frodo looked into it and saw terrible things, glimpses of the Shire burning and of Sauron's eyes searching for him across all of Middle-earth. Sam saw his beloved Shire and his family, and the sight of home made his heart ache with longing. When Frodo asked Galadriel what he should do, she told him that the mirror showed many paths, and not all of them would come to pass, but that the choices ahead would be his to make. Galadriel revealed to Frodo that she bore one of the 3 rings of the elves, and she explained how all the rings were connected to the one. If Sauron recovered his ring, the 3 would be revealed, and their power would be turned to his purposes. But if the one was destroyed, the 3 would also fade, and all that they had preserved would diminish. She showed him what would happen to Lothlorien if the quest succeeded, how the Golden Wood would fade and pass away even in victory, and she accepted that loss as necessary. The company remained in Lothlorien for nearly a month, and the respite was a gift beyond price. When they finally departed in late February, Galadriel gave them gifts suited to their needs and their natures. Frodo received the light of Earendil's star in a crystal phial. Sam was given earth from her garden and melon seeds, and each companion received something that would serve them in the trials ahead. The lady blessed them and wished them strength for the journey, knowing that some would not survive what was coming. They left the Golden Wood traveling in elven boats down the Anduin, and the river carried them south toward the choices that would break the Fellowship. The time in Lothlorien had healed their grief enough that they could function again, but it had not resolved the tensions growing within the company. Boromir's desire for the ring was increasing, fed by his fear for Gondor and his belief that he could wield it wisely. And Frodo felt the burden of the ring growing heavier with every mile that brought them closer to Mordor. The boats carried them toward the moment when everything would change, and the Fellowship would discover whether their bond was strong enough to survive the forces pulling it apart. The company traveled down the Anduin for days, and the river carried them through lands that grew steadily more dangerous as they approached the borders of Mordor. They passed the Argonath, the great statues of Isildur and Anarion that guarded the northern approach to Gondor, and the Stone Kings watched them with blind eyes as they floated between their towering forms. The sight was magnificent and terrible, a reminder of what the kingdoms of men had been in their glory, and what they had lost through the long centuries of decline. Aragorn guided them toward Path Galen, a lawn on the western shore where they could stop and decide their path. The moment of choice was approaching, for south of this point lay the falls of Rhoros that could not be descended by boat. They would have to choose whether to go west toward Minas Tirith or east toward Mordor, and that choice would determine everything that followed. The company pulled their boats onto the shore and gathered to discuss the decision. But the tensions that had been building through weeks of travel were about to explode. Boromir's obsession with the ring had grown stronger with every passing day. He looked at Frodo constantly and spoke often of how the ring might be used to save Gondor, arguing his case with increasing desperation even when others told him to stop. The corruption was working on him exactly as Gandalf had warned it would, feeding on his love for his people and his fear for their survival, twisting noble intentions into justifications for betrayal. Frodo felt the pressure from all sides and knew that a decision could not be delayed much longer. He climbed to the summit of Amon Hen to think alone, seeking clarity about what path to take and whether the Fellowship could continue together. The ring weighed on him constantly, whispering of power and offering visions of what he might accomplish if he claimed it for himself. He resisted those whispers, as he always had, but the burden was becoming almost unbearable. Boromir followed him to the hilltop, and the confrontation that ensued shattered what remained of the Fellowship's unity. The man from Gondor pleaded with Frodo to give him the ring, promising that he would use it only to defend his people and never for personal gain. When Frodo refused and tried to leave, Boromir's desperation overcame his reason and he attempted to take the ring by force. Frodo put the ring on and vanished, fleeing down the hillside while Boromir called after him in anguish and rage. The moment of madness passed and Boromir realized what he had done, and his grief was immediate and overwhelming. He had betrayed the one he was sworn to protect, had proven Gandalf right about the ring's corrupting influence, and had broken faith with everything he believed himself to be. He collapsed on the hilltop in despair while Frodo fled toward the boats, knowing that the Fellowship was finished and that he could trust no one else with the burden he carried. Aragorn searched for Frodo when the hobbit failed to return, and he found Boromir sitting alone on Amon Hen in obvious distress. The man confessed what he had done, and Aragorn's face grew grave as he realized the implications. He told Boromir to follow him and help find Frodo before the hobbit did something rash, but they were already too late to prevent the breaking that was underway. Frodo reached the boats and made his decision in an instant. He would go to Mordor alone, trusting no one else with the ring's burden, accepting that this meant his certain death, but knowing that the quest was more important than his survival. He pushed one of the boats into the water and climbed in, and he was rowing away from shore when Sam appeared on the bank. Sam saw his master leaving and understood immediately what Frodo intended, and he plunged into the river despite not knowing how to swim. Frodo was forced to turn back and pull Sam from the water before he drowned. And when the gardener gasped out his determination to follow wherever his master went, Frodo accepted him with gratitude that was also grief. They would go to Mordor together then, just the two of them, and they rowed east while the rest of the Fellowship searched for them on the western shore. Orcs attacked the company while they were scattered and searching. The band was large and well armed, sent from Isengard to capture hobbits on Saruman's orders, and they struck before Aragorn could rally a defense. Boromir fought them with desperate courage, trying to redeem his betrayal through sacrifice, and he bought time for Merry and Pippin to escape into the forest. But there were too many orcs, and his strength was failing, and they struck him down with arrows before Aragorn could reach him. The ranger found Boromir dying beneath a tree with orc bodies scattered around him and 3 arrows in his chest. The man from Gondor confessed his attempt to take the ring and begged forgiveness, and Aragorn granted it freely because he understood how the ring worked, its evil on the strongest and the best. Boromir died believing he had failed everyone, but his last stand had saved Merry and Pippin even if he did not know it, and his death was as noble as his life despite the moment of madness that had preceded it. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli discovered that the orcs had taken Merry and Pippin, and they found Frodo and Sam's trail leading east. They faced a choice: pursue the orcs and try to rescue their companions, or follow Frodo and continue the quest as originally planned. Aragorn chose pursuit, trusting that Frodo and Sam would succeed in their mission, while he and the others did what they could to save the captured hobbits. The Fellowship broke that day at Parth Galen, split into 3 groups heading in different directions. Frodo and Sam rode east toward Mordor, bearing the ring into darkness alone. Merry and Pippin were carried north by orcs toward Isengard, prisoners who did not yet know that their capture would lead to events as important as the ring quest itself. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli ran west in pursuit, beginning a chase that would take them to Rohan and to wars they had not planned to fight. The Fellowship was ended, but the quest continued in ways none of them had foreseen, and the breaking would prove to be not a failure but a necessary scattering toward multiple victories that together would unmake the Dark Lord's designs. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli ran west in pursuit of the orcs who had taken Merry and Pippin. The trail was clear and the urgency absolute, for every hour of delay meant their friends were carried farther away and suffered greater torment. They ran through day and night with only brief stops for rest, pushing their bodies beyond normal endurance, and the leagues passed beneath their feet in a blur of determination and desperation. The ranger used all his woodcraft to read the signs left by the orc band. He could tell how many there were, roughly 50 strong, and he could see evidence of internal conflict within their ranks. Some were Saruman's Uruk high from Isengard, larger and stronger than normal orcs, and capable of running in daylight without pain. Others were smaller orcs from Moria or from Mordor's breeding pits, and they quarrelled with the Uruks over the prisoners and which master they should be delivered to. They crossed into Rohan on the 2nd day of pursuit, and the endless grasslands stretched before them under grey skies. The plains offered no cover and no concealment, just grass and wind and the distant line of mountains to the west. Aragorn knew they were being watched by the Rohirrim, for these lands were patrolled constantly and strangers did not walk here unnoticed. He hoped they would encounter a friendly patrol rather than being hunted as enemies or spies. The encounter came on the 3rd morning when a company of riders appeared on the horizon. They were mounted on great horses and they carried spears and shields, and they surrounded the 3 companions with practiced efficiency. Their leader was Éomer, 3rd Marshal of the Riddermark, and he questioned Aragorn sharply about their purpose in Rohan, and why 3 strangers were running armed through the king's lands during wartime. Aragorn identified himself and explained about the captured hobbits, and he asked if Aomer had seen any orcs in the area. The marshal's face grew grim, and he told them that his Ayard had indeed encountered an orc band the previous night. They had surrounded them and slaughtered them to the last creature, leaving the bodies in a pile on the grasslands, but they had found no hobbits among the dead or captive. Either the hobbits had escaped during the battle, or they had been killed and their bodies lost in the chaos. Aomer offered them horses to speed their search, for he had spares with his company, and he respected Aragorn's bearing and purpose, even if the situation was irregular. The marshal was technically defying his king's orders by helping strangers, for Theoden had grown strange and suspicious in recent months, and had commanded that all outsiders be driven from Rohan's borders. But Aomer trusted his own judgment over his king's corrupted counsel, and he gave them horses and wished them good hunting. They rode hard toward the site of the battle, and when they arrived they found the orc bodies piled and burned as Aomer had described. They searched through the remains looking for any sign of the hobbits, and they found Pippin's brooch from Lothlorien lying on the ground near the forest's edge. The discovery gave them hope that the hobbits had escaped into Fangorn, though entering that ancient wood carried its own dangers. Fangorn Forest stood before them, dark and forbidding, and old tales spoke of it as a place where trees walked and strangers vanished without trace. Gimli was particularly uneasy about entering, for dwarves and trees had no love for each other in the old stories. But Aragorn insisted they had to search for their friends regardless of the forest's reputation. They entered the wood in late afternoon, calling for Merry and Pippin and searching for any sign of their passage. The forest was ancient beyond reckoning, its trees gnarled and massive and filled with a sense of awareness that made the hair on their necks stand up. They felt watched constantly as they pushed deeper into the woods, and sometimes they heard creaking and rustling that suggested movement in the canopy above them. The forest was ancient beyond reckoning, its trees gnarled and massive and filled with a sense of awareness that made the hair on their necks stand up. They felt watched constantly as they pushed deeper into the woods, and sometimes they heard creaking and rustling that suggested movement in the canopy above them. Legolas spoke to the trees in Elvish, and received impressions of great age and slow anger. And he warned his companions that Fangorn was not a place that welcomed trespassers of any kind. They found the hobbits' trail eventually, tracks that led deeper into the forest than they had expected. But before they could follow it far, they encountered something that drove all thoughts of Merry and Pippin from their minds. White light blazed through the trees ahead of them, and a figure stood there in robes that glowed like snow in sunlight. They thought it was Saruman come to confront them, and they drew their weapons and prepared to fight even though they knew the wizard's power was beyond their ability to resist. But the figure stepped forward, and the light dimmed, and they saw it was not Saruman at all, but Gandalf. The wizard stood before them, transformed, no longer grey but white, and his eyes held power and wisdom that had not been there before his fall in Moria. He had died fighting the Balrog in the depths beneath the mountains, but he had been sent back to complete his mission, returned by powers greater than death itself to guide the free peoples in their darkest hour. The reunion was joyful beyond words, and the three companions embraced Gandalf with tears running down their faces. The wizard explained what he remembered of his fall and his battle with the Balrog that continued for days through tunnels beneath the world, and how he had finally struck it down on the peak of the mountain before dying himself. He had been sent back by the Valar with greater power and clearer purpose. No longer Gandalf the Grey, but Gandalf the White, and his return changed everything about the quest and the war. He told them not to worry about Merry and Pippin, for the hobbits were safe with the Ents, and would play their own part in events soon enough. Their concern now should be for Theoden, King of Rohan, who had fallen under Saruman's spell and whose kingdom was being destroyed from within by treachery. Gandalf intended to go to Edoras and free the king from the White Wizard's influence, and he needed their help to accomplish it. They mounted their horses and rode west toward the capital, and for the first time since Moria they felt hope returning. They rode through Fangorn toward Edoras, and Gandalf sat his horse like a figure from legend with white robes streaming behind him. He was changed in ways beyond just his color, carrying authority that had not been present before his death and return. The wizard explained that Saruman had fallen completely to corruption and had declared himself a power independent of both the White Council and Sauron, seeking to claim the ring for himself and rule Middle-earth through its strength. Eomer's company had been banished by Theoden's corrupted counsellor Grima, called Wormtang, by those who recognized his poison. The king had grown weak and fearful under Grima's influence, and the councillor worked steadily to ensure that Rohan could not rise to meet the threats gathering on its borders. Saruman's goal was to conquer Rohan and use its strength to assault Gondor, clearing his path to eventual dominion over all the kingdoms of men. They reached Edoras on the 4th of March and climbed the hill to Meduseld, the golden hall where the kings of Rohan held court. Guards tried to bar their entry and demanded they surrender their weapons. But Gandalf would not be denied, and he walked past them with such authority that they fell back rather than oppose him directly. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli followed, and they entered the hall to find Theoden slumped on his throne like a man 3 times his age. Grima Wormtang stood beside the king, whispering constantly in his ear and interpreting every word spoken by visitors in the worst possible light. The councillor tried to have Gandalf thrown out, calling him a conjurer and a troublemaker who brought only chaos wherever he walked. But Gandalf strode forward with his staff blazing white light, and he commanded Grima to stand aside and release his hold on the king. What followed was part healing and part exorcism. Gandalf spoke words of power that drove back the shadow Saruman had laid on Theoden's mind, and the king straightened in his throne as if a great weight was being lifted from his shoulders. His eyes cleared and his face grew younger, and he reached for a sword that had been kept from him by Grima's treachery. When he stood holding that blade, Theoden was himself again, and the first thing he did was order Wormtongue to leave his hall and never return. Grima fled Edoras cursing and spitting, and he rode west toward Isengard to tell his true master about the day's disaster. Theoden looked around his hall and saw how everything had declined during his years of weakness, and his grief was profound. But Gandalf told him there was no time for regret, only for action, because Saruman was already moving against Rohan with an army, and the kingdom needed its king to lead the defense. The news from the borders was uniformly grim. Saruman had bred an army of Uruk high at Isengard, thousands of warriors who could fight in daylight and felt no fear or mercy. They were already marching eastward toward Rohan's settlements, burning and killing as they came. Theoden had to choose whether to flee to the mountain refuge of Helm's Deep, or to ride out and meet the enemy in open battle. Gandalf counselled retreat to Helm's Deep, for the fortress could hold against even a large army if properly defended. Theoden agreed reluctantly, for it galled him to abandon his people in the settlements, but the military logic was sound. He called the muster and commanded that everyone who could reach Helm's Deep should gather there, and he sent riders to spread word that the Hornburg would be defended regardless of what it cost. The ride to Helm's Deep was a running retreat with the enemy close behind. They gathered refugees as they went, farmers and villagers fleeing before Saruman's advancing orcs, and the column grew longer and more vulnerable with each mile. Theoden led his people with grim determination, and Aragorn rode beside him, offering what counsel he could. The king had aged decades in hours when Saruman's spell lifted, but he carried himself with dignity despite his grief over the wasted years. They reached Helm's Deep on the evening of March 4th, and the fortress rose before them carved into the mountain itself. The deeping wall stretched across the valley mouth, and the Hornburg stood as a tower of last defense behind it. Theoden ordered everyone inside the walls and prepared to withstand a siege. For scouts reported that Saruman's army was only hours behind them and numbered in the thousands. The defense would have to hold until dawn, when Gandalf promised that help would come, though he did not explain what help he meant or where it would come from. The army of Uruk-hai arrived at nightfall, and they surrounded Helm's Deep in numbers that made the defenders' hearts sink. They covered the valley floor like a dark tide, and their war chants echoed off the mountains as they prepared for assault. Theoden looked on them from the walls and understood that his kingdom would live or die in the next few hours, and that even if they survived this night, Rohan would never be the same. The assault began after full darkness fell, and the Uruk-hai came forward in waves that seemed endless. They carried ladders and ropes and siege equipment built for breaking walls, and they feared neither arrow nor blade in their advance. The defenders on the deeping wall loosed volleys that cut down dozens with each flight, but more orcs rushed forward to take the places of the fallen, and the ladders rose against the stone, regardless of how many bodies piled at the wall's base. Aragorn fought on the wall alongside the Rohirrim, and Legolas and Gimli competed grimly over their kill counts, while death surrounded them on all sides. The defenders were outnumbered 10 to 1, and they knew that endurance rather than courage would determine whether they survived until dawn. Theoden commanded from the Hornburg, sending reinforcements where the line was thinnest and rallying his people when fear threatened to break their resolve. He was an old man who had wasted years under Saruman's spell, but he fought that night like the warrior king he had been in his youth, and his presence on the walls gave his people strength they did not know they possessed. The king understood that this battle would define his legacy, that everything he had failed to do during his years of weakness would be judged against how he stood this night. The Uruks found the culvert that drained water from behind the wall, and they packed it with explosives that Sauron had devised. The blast tore a gap in the deeping wall, and orcs poured through the breach in a tide of malice and iron. The defenders fell back fighting, desperately to contain the breakthrough, and for a time it seemed the wall was lost and the fortress would fall before midnight. Aragorn and Éomer led a counterattack that drove the orcs back from the breach temporarily. They fought in the gap itself, holding it with their bodies, while others worked frantically to build a barricade from rubble and bodies and whatever materials came to hand. The fighting was hand to hand and utterly brutal, and men died within arm's reach of their companions, without anyone having time to mourn or even notice. Gimli saved Eomu's life when an Uruk came at the marshal from his blind side. The dwarf's axe took the creature in the spine, and Eomu turned to see his saviour and nodded respect to the dwarf despite all his people's ancient prejudices against Gimli's kind. In battle, old hatreds mattered less than the warrior fighting beside you, and the bond forged that night between the dwarf and the Rohirrim would outlast the war. The night wore on with no break in the assault, and the defenders grew exhausted beyond the point where training or courage could compensate. They fought on because there was no choice and no retreat, because their families sheltered in the caves behind them, and surrender meant death for everyone they loved. But exhaustion was claiming them regardless of their will, and the Uruks pressed harder, sensing victory within reach. Theoden made the decision as dawn approached that if they could not hold, they would charge. Better to die with swords in their hands, riding toward the enemy, than to be overwhelmed on the walls like rats in a trap. He gathered every man who could still sit a horse, perhaps 300 riders all told, and he prepared to lead them in one final, desperate assault. The odds were hopeless, and everyone knew it, but sometimes the manner of dying matters more than the dying itself. They mounted in the courtyard behind the gates, while the orcs hammered at the barriers. Theoden sat his horse at the head of the formation, and he looked at the men behind him who would die within minutes of the gates opening. He spoke no grand words, just told them to fight well and take as many orcs with them as they could. And then he raised his sword and commanded the gates opened. The charge burst out of the Hornburg with the rising sun at their backs. The horses crashed into the Uruk formations like a hammer into glass, and the orcs fell back before the unexpected assault. But there were thousands of them and only hundreds of riders, and within moments the charge would bog down in the sheer mass of bodies and be overwhelmed. Then Gandalf appeared on the ridge above them with the White Rider blazing like a star, and behind him came Erkenbrand with 1,000 riders from the scattered garrisons. They swept down the slope in a torrent of horseflesh and steel, and the Uruks broke before them like waves before a storm. The orcs who had seemed invincible in darkness could not stand against mounted Rohirrim, charging with the sun in their eyes, and they fled into the forest where the horns waited with ancient hunger. The battle was won with the dawn. The Uruk army that had seemed unstoppable was destroyed, its survivors hunted through the trees by creatures old as the world who had no love for Saruman's corruption. Theoden's charge had bought the time needed for Gandalf's reinforcements to arrive, and the king had proven that Rohan's strength was not broken despite all Saruman's efforts. They had held the Hornburg through the night, and in holding it they had saved not just themselves, but the entire kingdom. The Ints had been roused at last, and their patience, which had endured for ages, finally broke. Treebeard called an Entmoot, after Merry and Pippin told him of Saruman's treachery, and the gathering of Ents debated for 2 days in their slow, deliberate way before reaching their decision. They would march on Isengard and deal with the wizard who had been cutting down their trees and fouling their forest with his machines, and his corruption. The march began on March 2nd, and the Ents came down from Fangorn like a walking forest. They were huge and ancient, taller than houses, and their strength was beyond anything mortal creatures could match. Merry and Pippin rode on Treebeard's shoulders and watched in awe as the Ents strode through the valley toward Saruman's stronghold. And they understood that they were witnessing something that had not happened since the elder days when the world was young. Isengard stood in a great ring of stone walls with Orthanc rising at its center, a tower of black rock that could not be broken by any siege engine ever built. Saruman had turned the valley inside the walls into a workshop of industry, with forges and furnaces and pits where his Uruks were bred. Smoke poured from vents and chimneys, and the ground was torn and poisoned by the wizard's workings. The Ents looked on what Saruman had done to the valley, and their anger grew beyond words or restraint. They attacked the walls with their hands, tearing down stone that had stood for centuries as if it were built of clay. The gates were ripped from their hinges, and the walls were breached in a dozen places, and the Ents poured into Isengard like a flood. Orcs tried to resist and were crushed or thrown aside, and the forges were torn down and the pits were filled. Saruman sent fire against them from Orthanc's windows, but the Ents endured the flames and continued their destruction undeterred. Treebeard found the dams that held back the river Isen, and he understood what needed to be done. The Ents broke the dams and released the water, and the Isen flooded into Isengard, drowning the fires and filling the pits and washing away everything Saruman had built. The valley became a lake with only Orthanc rising from its center like a black stone finger, and the wizard was trapped in his own tower, watching his power wash away in the flood. By March 5th, Isengard was ruined beyond recovery. The Ents remained on guard around Orthanc to ensure Saruman could not escape or rebuild. And Merry and Pippin sat among the wreckage, eating food from the wizard's stores and smoking pipeweed they had found in the ruins. They were there when Gandalf arrived with Theoden and the others from Helm's Deep, and the reunion was joyful despite the grim circumstances. Theoden looked on Isengard's destruction with satisfaction. The wizard who had tormented his kingdom and corrupted his mind was defeated and trapped, his armies destroyed and his power broken. Justice had come to Saruman more completely than anyone could have planned, delivered by forces older than the kingdoms of men. Gandalf approached Orthanc and called up to Saruman to come down and face what he had wrought. The white wizard appeared on the tower's balcony, and for a moment he spoke with all his old eloquence and persuasion, trying to sway them with words as he had always done. He offered alliance and forgiveness and promised that together they could still defeat Sauron and restore order to Middle-earth. But his words had no power over those who stood below. Theoden rejected him with contempt, and Gandalf offered him one final chance to surrender and come down from his tower to face judgment. Saruman refused with scorn, declaring that he would not be commanded by former colleagues or lectured about morality by those who served powers they did not understand. Then something fell from the tower above them, a black sphere that crashed onto the steps. Pippin picked it up before anyone could stop him, and he found himself holding a Palantir, one of the ancient seeing stones that allowed communication across vast distances. Gandalf took it from him quickly and wrapped it in his cloak, understanding the danger and the opportunity it represented. They departed Isengard, leaving Treebeard and the Ents to guard Saruman in his prison. The wizard was defeated but not destroyed, trapped in his tower to contemplate his failures, while the world moved on without him. His armies were scattered, his fortress was ruined, and his ambitions were reduced to impotent rage behind Orthanc's walls. The great betrayer had been brought low by the very forest he had tormented, and there was justice in that ending, even if it was not the clean death that some had wanted. Gandalf rode east with the others, carrying the Palantir and planning what came next. Saruman was finished, but the war continued, and Gondor needed aid that only Rohan could provide. The victory at Helm's Deep and the destruction of Isengard had bought them time. But Sauron's greater forces were already moving, and the real test was yet to come. Pippin could not stop thinking about the stone. He had held it for only a moment before Gandalf wrapped it away. But that brief contact had awakened a hunger in him that would not be quieted. The Palantir called to him in dreams and waking both, and he found himself watching where Gandalf kept it hidden and imagining what he might see if he looked into its depths just once more. The compulsion grew stronger each day, fed by curiosity and by something darker that he did not fully understand. They rode east from Isengard toward Edoras, and Gandalf was preoccupied with plans for Gondor's defense and Rohan's role in the coming battles. He knew the Palantir was dangerous, but he did not yet understand how dangerous, did not realize that Sauron held another of the Seeing Stones in Barad-dûr and would be watching through it for anyone foolish enough to look into a connected stone. The wizard meant to examine it carefully once they reached safety, but Pippin's curiosity would not wait that long. On the night of March 5th, while the camp slept and Gandalf dozed beside the fire, Pippin crept forward and took the stone from where it lay wrapped in the wizard's cloak. He meant only to look at it briefly, to satisfy his curiosity, and then return it before anyone noticed. But the moment he touched the Palantir, it seized his mind and pulled him into visions he could not control or escape. Sauron was there in the stone, a presence of terrible power and malice that burned through Pippin's consciousness like fire. The Dark Lord thought he had captured the ring-bearer, thought the hobbit looking through the stone must be the one carrying his precious, and he demanded to know where the ring was and who possessed it. Pippin tried to resist, but he had no defense against such power, and he felt his will crumbling under the assault. He screamed, and Gandalf woke and tore the stone from his hands. The wizard held Pippin while the hobbit shook and wept, and he spoke words of comfort while inwardly cursing himself for not guarding the Palantir more carefully. The damage was done, but perhaps not as badly as it might have been. For Pippin had revealed nothing useful, and Sauron had learned only that someone in Rohan possessed a Palantir and dared to look through it. The Dark Lord would assume it was Saruman, or possibly Aragorn, would not imagine that a simple hobbit had been curious enough to risk looking into the stone. But the incident convinced Gandalf that time was even shorter than he had thought. Sauron would strike soon, would launch his assault on Gondor before his enemies could coordinate their defenses, and the Free Peoples needed to move immediately if they hoped to have any chance of survival. The wizard made his decision that night. He would ride for Minas Tirith at speed, taking Pippin with him, and he would rally Gondor's defenses while Aragorn convinced Theoden to bring Rohan's cavalry to the city's aid. They departed before dawn, with Pippin seated before Gandalf on Shadowfax. The great horse could cover distances in a day that would take a normal mount a week, and Gandalf drove him hard because every hour mattered now. They rode through day and night, stopping only briefly to rest the hobbit while Shadowfax grazed, and the leagues fell away beneath them as they raced south and east toward the White City. Gandalf told Pippin about Gondor as they rode, preparing him for what he would see when they arrived. The South Kingdom was ancient and proud, the last great realm of men standing against the darkness, but it had declined through the centuries and now stood on the edge of extinction. Its steward Denethor ruled in place of the absent king, and he was both wise and troubled, a man who loved his people but had grown grim under the burden of defending them against impossible odds. Pippin would need to be respectful and careful, for Denethor did not suffer fools and would not appreciate a hobbit's casual manner in his court. They reached Minas Tirith on March 9th, and Pippin looked up at the seven-tiered city carved into the mountains flank with awe that took his breath away. It was the greatest work of men he had ever seen or imagined, white stone gleaming in the sun and banners flying from every tower and battlement. But even from a distance he could see that the city was preparing for war, that soldiers moved on the walls and provisions were being gathered, and the gates stood ready to close at a moment's notice. Gandalf took him directly to the citadel at the city's highest point, and there they were brought before Denethor in the tower hall. The steward sat in a great chair before the throne that remained empty in the absent king's place, and his face was carved from grief and determination in equal measure. His son Boromir had been slain, Gandalf told him, dying bravely in defense of the hobbits who carried the world's hope, and Pippin felt the weight of that news settle over the hall like a shroud. Pippin offered himself to Denethor's service in payment of the debt he owed to Boromir, and the steward accepted him into the guard of the citadel. It was a formal gesture that bound the hobbit to Gondor's service, and though Denethor did not yet understand what role such a small creature could play in the war ahead, he recognized sincerity when he saw it. The hobbit's offer of service pleased him in ways he did not express, for it suggested that Gondor's fight was recognized and honored even by the smallest of the free peoples. Gandalf began immediately to organize the city's defenses and to send messages to the outlying fiefs calling up every able warrior. Denethor resisted some of his suggestions, for the steward resented the wizard's interference in Gondor's affairs and suspected that Gandalf had agendas beyond simple aid. But the two worked together despite their mutual distrust, for both understood that Gondor would fall unless every resource was marshaled and every advantage exploited. The beacons were lit along the mountain ridges, sending their signal to Rohan that aid was desperately needed, and Gandalf could only hope that Theoden would answer the call in time. Pippin settled into his new role and tried to make himself useful, running messages and learning the layout of the great city. He could feel the tension building with each passing day, could see the fear in people's faces as they looked eastward toward Mordor and waited for the assault they knew was coming. The Palantir-S vision haunted him still, memories of Sauron's burning gaze and the malice that had tried to break him. But he was in Minas Tirith now, and there was no time for dwelling on fear. The war was here, and he would face it alongside the men of Gondor, whether or not anyone thought a hobbit belonged in such company. Frodo and Sam walked east from the Emyn Muil with Gollum as their guide, and the journey grew harder with each passing day. The creature led them through Ithilien, the fair land that had once been Gondor's garden, but now stood abandoned under the shadow of Mordor. Trees grew thick there, and water ran clear in streams, but the land felt haunted and empty, as if waiting for something terrible to happen. They were captured by rangers of Gondor, who ambushed them while they rested near a stream. Faramir led the company, and he was Boromir's brother, though gentler in manner and wiser in judgment. He questioned Frodo about his quest and recognized the weight of secrets the hobbit carried, but he did not press for answers that were clearly meant to remain hidden. When he learned that his brother was dead, his grief was profound but controlled, and he accepted the news with the stoicism of a man who had lost much already and expected to lose more before the end. Faramir gave them food and rest in Henneth Annen, a hidden refuge behind a waterfall where the rangers maintained a watch on the passes into Mordor. He saw Gollum and understood immediately what the creature was, and he offered to have him killed as a service to Frodo. But Frodo refused, saying that Gollum was under his protection and had sworn an oath on the ring itself. Faramir accepted this, though he warned that trusting such a creature would likely end in betrayal. For Gollum's nature was corrupt beyond redemption, and his oath would only hold as long as fear outweighed desire. They departed Henneth Annen with Faramir's blessing and with better provisions than they had carried before. The ranger gave them lembas and advice about the paths ahead, and he warned them against taking the road through Cirith, Ungol, that Gollum was likely to suggest. But Frodo had no other choice, for the main gates into Mordor were guarded by armies and fortresses that a hobbit could never pass. The secret ways were his only hope, regardless of what dangers they concealed. Gollum led them north toward the mountains, and his manner grew stranger as they approached the passes. He muttered to himself constantly in arguments between his two personalities, and sometimes he looked at Frodo with an expression that mixed longing and hatred in equal measure. The ring called to him ceaselessly, and only his fear of the Precious's bearer kept him from attempting to take it by force. But that fear was eroding as they drew closer to Mordor, and Sam watched the creature with increasing distrust. The stairs began at the mountain's feet and climbed upward into shadow. They were ancient and worn, carved by hands long dead for purposes no one remembered, and they wound up the cliff face in switchbacks that made Sam dizzy to look at. Gollum urged them forward with increasing anxiety, saying they must hurry before the pass was watched. But his eagerness felt wrong, and Sam's suspicions deepened with each step they climbed. The ascent took days because the stairs were treacherous, and Frodo's strength was failing under the ring's weight. They rested when they could on narrow ledges where a misstep would send them tumbling hundreds of feet onto rocks below. Sam shared their dwindling food supplies carefully, rationing the lembas to make it last, and he noticed that Gollum refused to eat the elven bread or even touch it. The creature claimed it hurt his stomach and that he needed to hunt for his own food. But Sam suspected the real reason was that the bread's goodness was painful to one as corrupt as Smeagol had become. They reached a landing where the stairs split, one path continuing upward and another leading to a tunnel entrance carved into the mountain's face. Gollum insisted they must take the tunnel, that the stairs above were watched and impassable. Frodo was too exhausted to argue, and Sam saw no alternative. So they followed the creature toward the dark opening with growing dread settling in their hearts. Before entering the tunnel, Sam made one final gesture of trust toward Gollum. He offered the creature some of the precious lembas, breaking off a piece and holding it out despite his conviction that Gollum intended to betray them. The gift was meant as reconciliation, a sign that Sam recognized the good that still struggled against the evil in Smeagol's tortured soul. For a moment Gollum seemed moved by the gesture, seemed to waver on the edge of turning away from his treachery. But the moment passed, and the darkness won, and he took the bread and threw it aside in disgust, declaring that it was poison and that the hobbits meant to hurt him with it. Sam realized then that betrayal was certain and imminent. He wanted to turn back and find another path, wanted to refuse to enter the tunnel that waited before them like an open mouth. But Frodo was beyond listening to warnings, consumed by exhaustion and the ring's weight, and he walked forward into the darkness with Gollum leading the way. Sam followed because he would not abandon his master regardless of the danger, and they entered Shelob's lair with only Frodo's Fael to light their way. The tunnel stretched before them into blackness that the Fael's light could barely penetrate. They could smell corruption and decay, could feel webs brushing their faces in the dark, and behind them Gollum slipped away to let them face what waited ahead alone. Sam kept one hand on Frodo's shoulder and the other on his sword, and they walked deeper into the spider's domain, knowing that they had been led into a trap, but having no choice except to spring it. The tunnel narrowed as they went deeper, and the webs grew thicker until they had to cut through them with their swords to make progress. The Fael's light pushed back the darkness, but could not dispel the sense of watching malevolence that surrounded them on all sides. Something vast and ancient dwelt in these passages, and it knew they were there and was waiting for them to penetrate deep enough that escape would be impossible. Shelob had lived in the mountains since before Sauron came to Mordor, older than the Dark Lord himself and more patient in her evil. She was bloated with corruption and sustained by centuries of feeding on orcs and men who tried to use the pass, growing ever larger and more terrible with each victim she consumed. Gollum had promised her fresh meat if she would let him pass safely, had made a bargain with the spider that would deliver the hobbits to her hunger while he reclaimed his precious from their corpses. The creature's betrayal was complete and calculated, and he had led them into this trap with full knowledge of what awaited them in the darkness. She came upon them without warning in the deepest part of the tunnel where the way narrowed and the webs hung thickest. One moment they were cutting through empty darkness, and the next she was there before them, eyes glowing with malice and hunger, her body filling the passage from wall to wall. Her legs moved with terrible speed despite her bulk, and her stinger dripped with venom that could paralyze or kill depending on how much she injected into her prey. Frodo raised the Fael and spoke Galadriel's name, and the light blazed forth with power that had not dimmed since the elder days. The brilliance was like Irindil's star itself, captured in glass, a light from before the shadow came into the world, and Shelob recoiled from it with a hiss that echoed through the tunnels. She was a creature of uttermost darkness who could not endure the memory of ages when evil had not yet grown so strong, and the Fael's radiance burned her eyes and drove her back despite her hunger. The hobbits ran while she was blinded and disoriented, racing toward what they hoped was the tunnel's exit, and behind them they could hear her pursuing with a sound like boulders grinding together in rage. They burst out of the tunnel onto a narrow path on the mountain's far side, and the fresh air struck their faces like a blessing after the suffocating darkness. The way down toward Mordor lay before them, and for a moment Sam thought they had escaped the worst of what Gollum's treachery could do to them. But the creature himself was waiting there among the rocks, and he attacked. Frodo, in one final desperate attempt to claim his precious and be free of the torment that had driven him for so long. Sam drove him off with his sword drawn and murder in his eyes, and Gollum fled shrieking into the rocks above them, his betrayal complete but his goal still unachieved. Frodo stood gasping and exhausted on the path, with the phial still clutched in his trembling hand. The ordeal in the tunnel had drained him beyond what his body could endure, and he swayed on his feet while Sam tried to steady him and urged him to keep moving. They needed to descend into Mordor while they had the chance, needed to put distance between themselves and the spider's lair before she recovered from the phial's burning light. But Shelob had already overcome her pain, and hunger drove her forward, regardless of the cost. She came out of the tunnel behind them, moving with horrifying speed that belied her massive size. Her bulk filled the path, and her legs reached out to seize them, and she struck before Sam could do more than shout a warning. Her stinger found Frodo's neck and injected venom that dropped him instantly, and the hobbit fell without a sound, while the phial tumbled from his hand. Shelob began wrapping him in webs to preserve for later feeding, working with the efficiency of countless centuries of practice. And Sam understood that his master would die unless he did something immediately. He attacked with his sword and with courage that came from love rather than from any warrior's training. The gardener from the Shire, who had never lifted a blade in anger before this quest, now fought a monster from the world's beginning, and somehow he did not break or flee. He struck at her eyes and her legs and anywhere he could reach, dodging the massive bulk that could crush him with a careless movement. The phial lay on the ground where Frodo had dropped it, and Sam snatched it up and used its light as a weapon, driving the spider back when she tried to overwhelm him with her size and strength. He wounded Shelob grievously when she lunged forward, trying to pin him against the rock wall. His sword found the gap in her armor where her belly was softest, and he drove the blade deep into her flesh with all his strength behind it. The spider screamed in pain and fury, a sound that echoed across the mountains and made the stones themselves shudder, and she retreated bleeding and poisoned back into her tunnel. Sam collapsed beside Frodo's wrapped form, weeping and gasping for breath, convinced that his master was dead and that all their suffering had been for nothing. The orcs came down from the pass then, a patrol from the tower of Cirith Ungol, drawn by the sounds of battle. They were Sauron's servants, and they moved with purpose, surrounding Sam's position before he could recover enough to run. He faced a terrible choice in that moment, a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life, regardless of which path he took. He could not carry Frodo and fight armed orcs at the same time, could not defend his master's body against so many enemies with just a sword and a lamp. The quest had to continue even if Frodo was dead, because the ring was what mattered and not the lives of any who carried it. So he did the only thing he could do and took the ring from around Frodo's neck. He put the chain around his own neck and promised through his tears that he would complete the quest even if it meant doing it alone, even if it meant walking into Mordor as the ring-bearer and casting it into the fire himself. Then he put on the ring and let it make him invisible, and he fled into the rocks while the orcs converged on where he had been standing. The ring's power was terrible even in that brief wearing, showing him visions of the shadow world and trying to twist his thoughts toward domination and power. But Sam's nature was too simple and too good to be easily corrupted. He watched invisible while the orcs examined Frodo's wrapped body. They debated whether the hobbit was dead or merely paralyzed, and one of them, who had experience with Shelob's victims, declared that the spider's venom only paralyzed rather than killed. They would take the prisoner to the tower and question him, they decided, for surely anyone trying to sneak through Cirith Ungol must have valuable information about enemy movements. They hoisted Frodo onto their shoulders and began the climb back to their garrison, laughing and arguing about what rewards they might receive for capturing a spy. Sam followed them, invisible and despairing, understanding too late that his master still lived and that he had abandoned him to captivity. The betrayal he had feared from Gollum had come to pass exactly as planned, but now Sam had added his own betrayal by taking the ring and leaving Frodo behind. He had failed the one task that mattered most, which was staying with his master through whatever came, and now Frodo was prisoner in an orc tower while Sam wandered invisible outside with the ring burning against his chest. The quest that had seemed impossible before now seemed utterly hopeless. A fool's errand that had cost them everything and accomplished nothing. Yet he would not give up and could not give up, for Frodo had trusted him above all others, and he would not fail that trust regardless of what it cost. He followed the orcs to the tower of Cirith Ungol, with the ring hidden under his shirt and Sting in his hand, and he began to plan a rescue that had no hope of success but had to be attempted anyway. Sam Gamgee, the gardener, had become Sam the ring-bearer and Sam the warrior, and he would face whatever came next because there was no one else left to do it, and because his master needed him despite all his failures. Faramir retreated from Osgiliath with his company in ruins, and the withdrawal was a fighting retreat that left dead men scattered across every mile between the river and the Pelennor. The Mordor forces had crossed the Anduin in overwhelming numbers, and though the Rangers had made them pay dearly for every yard of ground, the outcome was never in doubt. Osgiliath fell to the enemy on March 13th, and the great bridge that had stood for millennia was broken to prevent Sauron's armies from using it to pour directly into the city's lower levels. The retreat continued across the Pelennor fields, with the enemy harrying them at every step. Faramir's men were exhausted and wounded, stumbling more than running, and the Nazgûl circled overhead on their fell beasts, watching for opportunities to strike. The Lord of the Nazgûl led the assault personally, and his presence spread despair among the defenders more effectively than any weapon. Men who could stand against orcs and trolls broke and fled when the Witch King's shadow passed over them, and only Faramir's example kept the retreat from becoming a complete rout. Gandalf rode out from the city to cover their withdrawal, and his presence drove back the Nazgûl temporarily. The wizard blazed with white light that made the fell beasts shy away, and he rallied the retreating soldiers with words and power that gave them strength to reach the city walls. But even Gandalf could not stop the tide entirely, and the best he could do was ensure that some of Faramir's men survived to fight another day. The Rangers reached the gates with the enemy close behind them, and the great doors of Minas Tirith closed just as the first orc warriors reached the walls. Denethor watched his sons return from the citadel, and his face showed no relief or joy at Faramir's survival. The steward had been using the Palantir in secret, looking into it and seeing visions that Sauron allowed him to see, and those visions had driven him toward despair and madness. He saw only defeat in every possible future, only the fall of Gondor and the triumph of darkness. And he could not understand why his son had retreated rather than dying gloriously in the city's defense. The gulf between father and son widened in that moment, and Faramir felt the weight of his father's disappointment like a physical blow. The Mordor army spread across the Pelennor fields like a black tide, setting up siege engines and organizing assault formations. There were orcs beyond counting, and trolls from the mountains, and easterlings in their scale armor. And among them walked creatures that had not been seen since the wars of the elder days. The drums began beating as darkness fell, a steady rhythm that echoed off the mountains and spoke of the inevitable assault to come. The defenders on the walls looked out at the enemy and understood that this was not a raid or a border skirmish, but a war of annihilation that would end with either Gondor's survival or its complete destruction. The siege engines began their work on March 14th, hurling stones at the city walls with terrible precision. The outer wall was strong and ancient, built by craftsmen whose skills had been lost centuries ago, but no wall could stand forever against such bombardment. The stones crashed against the defences hour after hour, and gradually cracks appeared in the masonry. Gandalf directed the defenders to shore up the damaged sections and to man the walls in rotating shifts so that exhaustion would not claim them before the final assault came. Faramir was sent out again on March 14th to defend the wall of the Pelennor and delay the enemies. Advance as long as possible. It was a suicide mission, and everyone knew it, but Denethor commanded it anyway because he could not bear to look at his son and see Boromir's absence reflected back at him. Faramir obeyed without protest or complaint, for he was a dutiful son who would not refuse his father's commands even when those commands were meant to kill him. He led his men out through the gates and rode toward the walls that were already falling to the enemy's assault. The defense of the outer wall lasted less than a day. The Mordor forces overwhelmed the positions one by one, and Faramir's company was driven back by sheer weight of numbers. The captain of Gondor was wounded by a poisoned dart from a sovereign's bow, and he fell from his horse while trying to rally his men for one final stand. His soldiers managed to retrieve him and carry him back toward the city, but the retreat became a massacre as the Nazgul descended on them from above. Gandalf rode out again to save them, and this time he confronted the Witch King directly on the field. The two powers met in a clash that sent light and shadow radiating outward, and for a moment it seemed the wizard might drive back even the Lord of the Nazgul. But the Witch King was ancient and terrible, and he was sustained by Sauron's power in ways that even Gandalf could not fully counter. The confrontation ended without victory for either side, but it bought enough time for Faramir to be carried through the gates while some of his men survived to fight again. Denethor took his wounded son to the houses of healing and then retreated to the Tower Hall, and whatever remained of his sanity began to crumble under the weight of despair. He looked into the Palantir again despite Gandalf's warnings, and Sauron showed him visions of Frodo captured and the ring already in the enemy's possession. The steward believed what he saw because the Palantir could not lie even if it could show selective truth, and he concluded that all hope was lost and that Gondor should burn rather than surrender. His madness would grow through the night ahead and culminate in tragedy that even Gandalf could not prevent. The assault on the main gate began after midnight on March 15th. The enemy brought forward Grand, a great battering ram shaped like a wolf's head and enchanted with spells of breaking and ruin. It was borne by mountain trolls and covered by legions of orcs, and it approached the gate while siege towers and ladders pressed attacks all along the wall to divide the defenders. Attention! The ram struck the gate with a sound like thunder, and the ancient doors shuddered under the impact but held. Again and again Gran swung forward, and each blow weakened the gates a little more. The defenders poured fire and arrows down on the ram's bearers, but the trolls that carried it were armored and huge, and they kept coming regardless of casualties. The Witch King himself rode before the ram, and his presence broke the courage of many who stood on the walls above. Men threw themselves from the battlements rather than face his approach, and others stood paralyzed with fear until Orc's arrows found them. The gate was the strongest point in Minas Tirith's defenses, but it was also the obvious target, and if it fell, then the lower circles would be overrun before dawn. Gandalf stood at the gate with his staff blazing light, and he spoke words of strength and binding that reinforced the ancient doors. But even his power could not stand forever against Gran's enchantments and the Witch King's will, and the gate began to splinter under the assault. The defenders prepared for a last stand in the courtyard behind the gate, knowing that once the enemy broke through, the fighting would be hand to hand and desperate. The fate of Gondor and perhaps all of Middle-earth would be decided in the hours ahead, and no one on those walls believed they would see another dawn. Theoden led his army east from Dunharrow, and 6,000 riders followed him toward Gondor's need. They had answered the beacons and gathered their strength as quickly as possible, but the muster had taken time and the road was long. Éomer rode at the king's right hand, and Merry had been smuggled along in secret by Dernhelm, a young rider who had defied the king's command that the hobbit remain behind. The Rohirrim knew they might be riding to their deaths, but the oath sworn at Halifrian bound them regardless of the cost. They rode through the Stonewain Valley, guided by the wild men who knew paths. The enemy did not watch. Gon led them, chief of the Drúdain, who had lived in those hills since before Gondor was founded, and his people guided the Rohirrim through ways that avoided the Orc patrols. The path was difficult, and the pace was slower than Theoden wanted, but they reached the outskirts of the Pelennor on the morning of March 15th without the enemy knowing they had come. They gathered on the ridge overlooking the Pelennor fields as dawn approached. Below them spread Sauron's army besieging Minas Tirith, and the city's gate was broken and darkness poured through into the lower circles. The odds were impossible, 6,000 riders against perhaps 50,000 or more, but Theoden did not hesitate. He raised his sword and spoke to his people about duty and honor and the ancient friendship between Rohan and Gondor. And he told them that this day would be remembered for as long as men sang songs. The charge began as the sun broke over the eastern mountains. 6,000 riders swept down from the ridge, with Theoden leading them, and their battle cry rolled across the Pelennor like thunder. The horses ran at full gallop, with their riders bent low and spears levelled, and the ground shook under their hooves. The orcs on the field turned to face this unexpected threat, but they had no time to form proper lines before the charge hit them. The impact shattered the enemy formations like a hammer through glass. The Rohirrim crashed through the first ranks and then the second and third, their spears finding targets with every thrust and their horses trampling anything that fell beneath them. Theoden led from the front with his banner streaming behind him, and wherever he rode the enemy broke and fled before him. The morning sun lit the field, and the riders became legends in that moment. The last great cavalry charge of the age, unfolding in glory and blood. They carved through the Mordor forces toward the city gates. The pressure on Minas Tirith eased as the enemy turned to face this new threat from their flank. and the defenders on the walls cheered to see the Rohirrim banners flying across the Pelennor. Theoden's goal was to reach the gate and break the siege, to drive the enemy back and give Gondor room to breathe and regroup. For a time it seemed possible that 6,000 riders might accomplish what 50,000 orcs and trolls could not prevent. But the Witch King saw what was happening and moved to stop it. He rode out on his fell beast to confront Theoden directly, and the creature's shadow fell across the king as he led his riders forward. The horse Snowmane reared in terror at the Nazgul's approach, and he fell crushing Theoden beneath him. The king lay broken on the ground, with his guard dead or scattered around him, and the lord of the Nazgul descended to finish what he had begun. Dernhelm stood over the fallen king. The young rider had stayed close to Theoden throughout the charge, and now drew sword to defend him against the greatest evil in Sauron's service. The Witch King laughed and told the boy that no living man could kill him, that the prophecies spoken at his defeat in the north, centuries ago, protected him from any warrior's blade. Dernhelm removed the helm and revealed herself as Eowyn, the king's niece who had disguised herself to ride to war. She declared that she was no man, and she struck at the fell beast with her sword. The beast fell wounded, and Eowyn stood before the Witch King as he rose to face her. He towered over her with his mace, raised to crush her, but Mary had crawled forward unnoticed behind him. The hobbit drove his sword into the back of the Witch King's knee, breaking the spell that made him untouchable, and Eowyn seized that moment to strike. Her sword found the gap where his crown met his hood, and she drove the blade into the emptiness where his face should have been. The Witch King fell with a cry that echoed across the battlefield, and his spirit fled, shrieking, into the void. The prophecy was fulfilled by woman and hobbit together, and the lord of the Nazgul, who had destroyed Arnor and terrorized Middle-earth for millennia, was finally and completely destroyed. Eowyn collapsed beside her uncle unconscious from the Nazgul's touch, and Mary lay stunned and wounded from the dark magic that had burned through his sword. Theoden lived just long enough to see his enemy fall. He looked up at Eowyn and recognized her despite her disguise, and he spoke his last words, praising her courage and bidding farewell to his people. He died there on the Pelennor with the sun on his face and victory in his grasp, and Eomer found him moments later and wept for the uncle who had been father to him. The king's death was a grief beyond bearing, but he had died as he lived, leading his people in defense of their allies and striking a blow against the darkness that would never be forgotten. The battle was not finished. The Rohirrim had broken the siege and killed the Witch King, but Sauron's forces still outnumbered them greatly and were reorganizing for counterattack. Eomer took command of the cavalry and prepared to sell their lives as dearly as they could, for victory was impossible and retreat would abandon Gondor to destruction. The Rohirrim formed their lines again and prepared for the final charge, knowing that this time there would be no miraculous survival. Eomer rallied the Rohirrim for what he expected to be their last stand. The cavalry reformed their lines and prepared to charge again into the enemy's gathering forces. They had accomplished more than anyone could have hoped by breaking the siege and killing the Witch King. Now they would die fighting and take as many orcs with them as they could manage. But help came from an unexpected direction. Ships appeared on the Anduin, bearing the black sails of Umbar, and for a moment the defenders despaired, thinking that corsairs had come to join Sauron's assault. Then the black sails fell away to reveal the silver tree and stars of Gondor's ancient kings, and Aragorn stood on the lead ship with Legolas and Gimli beside him. He had taken the paths of the dead and summoned the Oathbreakers to fulfill their ancient pledge. Now he came with an army of spectral warriors who could not be harmed by mortal weapons. The dead swept across the Pelennor like a grey tide. No living thing could stand before them, and the Orcs and Easterlings broke in terror at their approach. The dead had waited 3,000 years for this redemption, bound by their broken oath to Isildur, and now they fulfilled that oath with terrible efficiency. They drove through Sauron's forces without mercy or hesitation, and everywhere they went the enemy fled or died. Aragorn led the living warriors who had come with him up from the southern fiefs. These were men of Gondor who had answered the call too late to help defend the city, but came now to turn the tide of battle. They were fresh, while the enemy was exhausted from the long siege, and they struck with the determination of men defending their homeland. The combination of the dead's terror and the living warriors' steel broke the Mordor army's cohesion completely. Eomer's cavalry charged again with renewed hope. The Rohirrim swept across the field in coordination with Aragorn's assault, and they caught the enemy between two forces that gave them no room to maneuver or retreat. The Orcs tried to flee back across the river, but found their escape routes cut off, and they died in their thousands on the Pelennor fields. The Trolls fought to the last, too stupid or too loyal to run, and they were pulled down by the dead or cut apart by cavalry. The battle raged through the morning and into early afternoon. Every Orc warband had to be destroyed separately. Every Easterling formation had to be broken, and the fighting was brutal and exhausting even in victory. But the outcome was no longer in doubt once Aragorn arrived, and the defenders fought with the strength that comes from knowing survival is possible. The dead completed their task and were released from their oath, fading from the world at last with their debt paid and their honor restored. Aragorn met Eomer on the field among the dead and the dying. The two men embraced as brothers, though they had known each other only briefly, for they had both lost much that day, and both had won victories that came at terrible cost. Eomer told him of Theoden's death and of Eowyn's deed, and Aragorn's face grew grave with grief for the king he had respected. They walked together toward the city where healers were gathering the wounded, and they found Eowyn and Merry being carried to the houses of healing. The city was saved but wounded. The lower circles had been penetrated and fighting had raged through the streets before the enemy was finally driven back. The gate was broken and would take weeks to repair, and fires burned in several districts where the Orcs had set them before being killed. The dead lay everywhere, defenders and attackers mixed together, and the work of sorting through them and honoring the fallen would take days. Gondor had survived, but it was diminished by the battle, and everyone who walked through the streets understood that this victory was only a reprieve rather than a conclusion. Denethor's madness had culminated in attempted suicide and murder. The steward had tried to burn himself and Faramir together on a pyre in the citadel, convinced that all was lost and that death with honor was better than surrender. Gandalf had stopped him from killing his son, but Denethor had thrown himself into the flames anyway and died in fire and despair. His death was a tragedy that cast a shadow over the victory, for he had been a great man broken by grief and by looking into the Palanta without the strength to resist what Sauron showed him. The houses of healing filled with the wounded. Eowyn lay unconscious from the Nazgul's touch, her sword arm blackened and useless. Mary suffered from similar darkness, spreading from where his sword had pierced the Witch King's leg. Faramir burned with fever from his poisoned wound, hovering between life and death. The healers did what they could, but these were hurts beyond their skill, and it seemed that the heroes of the Pelennor would die in their beds despite surviving the battle. Aragorn went to them and used the healing arts he had learned as a ranger. He called for Athelas, the healing herb that grew wild in the north, and he used it in ways the city's healers did not know. He worked through the night, tending to the wounded, and his hands brought relief where others had brought only despair. Éowyn woke and breathed easier. Merry's darkness began to fade, and Faramir's fever broke. The people who watched him work began to whisper that here was the king returned. For the ancient saying held that the hands of the king are the hands of a healer. The victory on the Pelennor was complete but not final. Sauron's main strength remained intact in Mordor, and he would send new armies once he understood what had happened. The Free Peoples had won a battle, but not the war, and now they faced a choice about what to do next. They could defend Minas Tirith and wait for the next assault, or they could take the offensive in some way that might give Frodo time to complete his mission. The discussions began even while the dead were still being counted. For time was precious, and the enemy would not wait long before striking again. The council met in the tower of Minas Tirith, while the dead were still being buried on the Pelennor. Gandalf argued that they could not simply wait for Sauron's next assault. That defense alone would eventually fail when the enemy sent fresh armies. They needed to buy time for Frodo to reach Mount Doom, and the only way to do that was to make Sauron look toward his borders rather than within his own land. The plan was desperate and likely suicidal, but it was the only chance they had. Aragorn understood what Gandalf was proposing before the wizard finished speaking. They would march on the Black Gate itself with whatever forces they could muster, challenging Sauron openly and drawing his attention to the threat at his doorstep. The Dark Lord would have no choice but to empty Mordor's interior to face them, and in that emptying he might overlook two hobbits crawling through the wasteland toward his mountain. It was a gamble with everyone's lives as the stakes, but the alternative was slow defeat and certain doom. The debate was brief because there was no real choice. They could not hold Minas Tirith against another assault of the magnitude they had just faced, and waiting for Sauron to gather his strength would only guarantee their destruction. Better to take the initiative and die attacking than to wait passively for death to find them. Eomer agreed immediately, for the Rohirrim had ridden to Gondor, expecting to die, and were not afraid to face those odds again. The captains of Gondor were more reluctant, but they accepted Aragorn's leadership, for he had saved the city and his claim to kingship was evident in everything he did. They would march north with 7,000 men. It was not an army that could threaten Mordor militarily, but it was large enough to be taken seriously as a challenge. The weakest and the wounded would remain to defend Minas Tirith, and everyone else who could fight would join the march. They gathered supplies and weapons, and whatever hope they could find, and on March 18th they marched out through the broken gates of the city. The march north took them through lands devastated by war. They passed through Ithilien, where rangers had once kept watch, and found it empty and burned. They crossed the desolation before the Black Gate, where nothing grew and the air tasted of poison. The army moved slowly because they needed to maintain formation and conserve strength for the battle ahead. And every step took them deeper into Sauron's domain, where his power was strongest. The men grew quieter as they marched. They understood that this was not a campaign with objectives and strategy, but rather a sacrifice meant to buy time for a hope most of them did not understand. Gandalf had not told them about Frodo and the ring, had only said that they marched to give someone else a chance to strike at the enemy's heart. Some believed him and some did not, but they all marched anyway because their leaders asked it of them and because there was nothing else left to try. They reached the Black Gate on March 25th and arrayed themselves on the slag heaps before the Morannin. The gate was enormous and ancient, built to withstand armies far larger than what they had brought. Behind it stretched Mordor's full might, tens of thousands of orcs and trolls and worse things that had not yet been committed to battle. The odds were so impossibly long that some of the men laughed, because laughter was better than weeping. He showed them Frodo's mithril coat and Sam's sword and the elven cloak from Lothlorien. The mouth of Sauron declared that their spy had been captured trying to sneak into Mordor, and was even now being questioned under torture. He offered terms of surrender. Gondor and Rohan would become vassal states, paying tribute forever, and the lands west of the Anduin would be emptied of their populations. In return, Sauron might be merciful and allow the survivors to live as slaves. Gandalf rejected the terms and took the items from the mouth of Sauron's hands. He declared that they would never surrender and that Sauron's doom was closer than the Dark Lord realized. The mouth of Sauron rode back through the gate laughing, and moments later the gate opened fully and Sauron's army poured forth. The defenders saw their death coming, toward them in numbers beyond counting. The battle began without ceremony or pretense. The orcs attacked in waves meant to overwhelm through sheer mass, and the defenders formed a ring on the slag heaps and prepared to die fighting. They were surrounded completely within minutes, and the ring began to compress under pressure from all sides. The fighting was desperate and close, with no room for strategy or maneuver, just men standing back to back and trying to survive each moment as it came. Aragorn fought at the ring's center with the sword Andril blazing in the sun. He had revealed himself as Isildur's heir, and he fought like the kings of old, and his presence gave strength to those around him. Gandalf stood beside him, wielding his staff as a weapon and speaking words of power that drove back the enemy's darkness. Eomer led the Rohirrim in countercharges that broke orc formations temporarily before being forced back to the defensive ring. Legolas and Gimli fought together, as they had throughout the war, and their friendship had become a legend even as it was being forged. The ring held through the morning because the defenders had no other choice. Every man understood that retreat was impossible and surrender was worse than death. They fought with the courage of the doomed, and they took terrible tolls on the enemy even as their own numbers dwindled. The wounded fought on until they died, and those who fell were replaced immediately by whoever stood behind them. Then the ground shook and the sky darkened. Something was happening in Mordor behind the army that surrounded them. Something vast and catastrophic that drew Sauron's attention away from the battle before his gates. The orcs faltered in their assault and looked back toward Barad-dûr with confusion and fear. The darkness that had covered Mordor began to lift, and the oppressive weight that had hung over the land since the Second Age started to fade. Mount Doom erupted, Fire and smoke burst from its peak, and the mountain shook with the violence of its death throes. The ring was destroyed, and Sauron's power was unmaking itself, and everything the Dark Lord had built over millennia was collapsing in moments. The orcs broke and fled in all directions, their will shattered by their master's fall, and the Nazgul plummeted from the sky as the spirits that animated them were recalled to the void. The battle ended not with victory earned, but with victory given, and the defenders stood among the carnage and understood that, somehow, impossibly, the quest had succeeded. Sam had rescued Frodo from the Tower of Cirith Ungol through a combination of luck and desperate courage that surprised even himself. The hobbits fled down from the pass, wearing orc disguises that fooled no one who looked closely but allowed them to move through Mordor's interior without immediate challenge. They discarded the disguises when they could and crawled through the wasteland toward the mountain that dominated the horizon. The journey across Mordor was worse than anything they had endured before. Water was scarce, and food was gone except for the last crumbs of lembas that Sam had hoarded. The air was thick with ash and poison, and the ground was hot enough to blister their hands and feet. They walked and crawled by turns, and sometimes Frodo could not move at all, and Sam had to carry him. The ring grew heavier with every mile that brought them closer to its source, and Frodo's will was eroding under its constant assault. Mount Doom rose before them like a black tooth against the red sky. The mountain was active and angry, sending up gouts of flame and smoke that lit the wasteland with hellish light. They climbed the lower slopes on March 24th, and the heat was so intense that their water evaporated before they could drink it. Frodo collapsed repeatedly, and Sam dragged him forward, and neither of them believed they would reach the summit alive. On the morning of March 25th, they began the final ascent. The path wound up the mountain's flank, toward the Samethnor, where the ring had been forged 3,000 years earlier. Every step was agony, and every breath burned their lungs. Frodo could barely stand under the ring's weight and his own exhaustion, and Sam supported him with what remained of his strength. They climbed because stopping meant death, and because the quest was so close to completion that giving up now would make all their suffering meaningless. Gollum had followed them into Mordor. The creature had been tracking them since the tower, waiting for his moment, driven by hunger for his precious that overcame even his fear of the mountain. He attacked them on the path leading to the Samethnor, leaping on Frodo's back and trying to strangle him. Sam drove him off with threats and his sword drawn, and Gollum retreated, whimpering and promising vengeance. But he did not flee far, only withdrew to the shadows to wait for another opportunity. They entered the Samath, Nor and found themselves in a great chamber, carved from the mountain's heart. The cracks of doom opened in the floor, a chasm filled with fire that rose from the earth's depths. The heat was unbearable, and the light was blinding, and the air shimmered with power that had been building since the world was shaped. This was the place where the ring had been made, and the only place where it could be unmade. Frodo stood at the edge of the chasm with the ring in his hand. Sam urged him to cast it into the fire and be done with it, to complete the quest they had suffered so much to accomplish. But Frodo could not do it. The ring had claimed him completely in that moment of decision, and instead of destroying it, he put it on his finger and claimed it for his own. He declared in a voice not entirely his own that the ring was his and that he would not give it up. Sam stood helpless and horrified as his master vanished from sight. He could hear Frodo speaking in the shadow world, but could not see him or reach him. The quest had failed at the final moment despite everything they had endured. And Middle-earth would fall because Frodo's will had finally broken under the ring's corruption. Sam wept and raged and searched blindly for his invisible master, but there was nothing he could do. Gollum came then, drawn by the ring's power and by his own overwhelming need. He could see Frodo in the shadow world because he had borne the ring for centuries, and he attacked without hesitation or mercy. The two struggled at the chasm's edge, invisible to Sam but audible in their desperate fighting. Gollum was stronger than his wasted frame suggested, and Frodo was weakened by the journey, and the struggle went badly for the ring-bearer from the start. Gollum bit off Frodo's finger and took the ring. He held it up in triumph and danced at the chasm's edge, singing to his precious and crying with joy at its recovery. But his dance carried him too close to the brink, and his foot slipped on the smooth stone. He fell backward into the fire, still clutching the ring, and his scream of triumph became a shriek of agony that ended abruptly. The ring fell into the fire that made it and was unmade instantly, and Sauron's power began to collapse. The mountain erupted around them. The chamber shook and molten rock began pouring through cracks in the walls. Sam found Frodo lying wounded and bleeding at the chasm's edge, and he gathered his master in his arms, knowing they could not escape, but refusing to leave him. They had completed the quest and saved Middle-earth, and if the price was their lives, then so be it. They held each other while the mountain came apart and fire surrounded them on all sides. But the eagles came. Gwaihir and his kindred flew into the mountains, heart-guided by Gandalf's will, and they found the hobbits on the slopes outside the Samethnor where the eruption had thrown them. The great birds lifted them gently in their talons and bore them away from the destruction, flying west toward safety while Mount Doom collapsed behind them. Frodo and Sam saw Mordor falling into ruin below them, saw Barad-dûr toppling and the army scattering, and they understood that it was finished. They woke days later in Ithilien with their wounds tended and their friends around them. The war was won and Sauron was destroyed forever, cast into the void beyond the world where he could never return. The ring was gone and its shadow was lifted, and Middle-earth was free to heal from the scars of ages. Frodo and Sam had accomplished what 9 companions set out to do, and though they were diminished by what they had endured, they had saved everything that mattered. The Third Age was ending, and a new age was beginning. The dominion of the elves was fading, and the time of men was at hand. Aragorn would take the throne that had been empty for centuries and restore the kingdoms of Elendil. The Shire would be saved, and the hobbits would return home to the lives they had left behind. Everything had changed, and nothing would be the same. But the change was bought with courage and suffering and the willingness of 2 small people to carry an unbearable burden to its ending. The fire had fallen, and the ring was gone. The quest was complete, and the world was saved. Sometimes the smallest hands carry the greatest burdens, and sometimes the least likely heroes accomplish what the wise and the powerful cannot. Frodo and Sam had proven that truth at terrible cost, and Middle-earth would remember them forever, even if the hobbits themselves wanted nothing more than to be forgotten and to go home. Frodo and Sam woke in a pavilion in Ithilien, with sunlight streaming through the fabric and the sound of celebration outside. They had slept for days, while their bodies healed from the mountain's fire and their minds recovered from the ring's final assault. Gandalf sat beside them when they woke, and his face showed joy that the wizard had not displayed since before Moria. The hobbits were heroes, though they felt only exhaustion and relief, and the wizard told them that everyone was waiting to honor them for what they had accomplished. The army had returned from the Black Gate, victorious but weary. They had marched back through lands that were already changing as Sauron's influence lifted and life began to places that had been barren for centuries. The celebration began at the field of Cormallen, where the army made camp, and it continued for days as survivors gathered and the full scope of their victory became clear. They had won not just a battle, but the war itself, and the darkness that had threatened to consume Middle-earth for 3 ages was finally and permanently destroyed. Aragorn led Frodo and Sam to a great gathering where all the armies were assembled. The hobbits walked between ranks of warriors who bowed as they passed, and minstrels sang their names in songs that were being composed even as the events unfolded. Frodo felt overwhelmed by the attention and wanted only to rest, but he understood that this ceremony mattered to those who had fought and died for the cause he represented. When they reached the center of the gathering, Aragorn and Gandalf praised them before everyone, and the armies cheered until the sound echoed off the mountains. The company was reunited for the first time since Parth Galen. Merry had recovered from his wound, and Pippin was there in the uniform of the Tower Guard, and the 4 hobbits embraced with tears running down their faces. Legolas and Gimli stood together as always, their friendship now legendary among both their peoples despite ancient hatreds. Iarma represented Rohan and grieved still for his uncle, but carried himself with the dignity of the new king. Faramir had survived his wounds and stood with the other captains of Gondor, and he greeted the hobbits with respect that surprised them. They remained at Cormallen for weeks, while preparations were made for the return to Minas Tirith. The wounded needed time to heal, and the dead needed to be honored properly. And there were councils to determine what would happen now that Sauron was destroyed. Aragorn met with the leaders of all the free peoples and began the work of rebuilding alliances and restoring order to lands that had suffered under the enemy's shadow. The task was enormous and would take years to complete, but for the first time in ages it seemed possible rather than futile. The journey back to Minas Tirith took on the character of a triumphal procession. People from the villages and settlements came out to see the victorious army and to celebrate with them, and everywhere they went they were greeted as liberators. The hobbits found the attention exhausting but endured it because refusing would have disappointed people who needed this moment of joy. Gandalf stayed close to them and ran interference when the crowds became too overwhelming, understanding the hobbits were not made for such sustained public display. They reached Minas Tirith in early May, and the city was transformed from the battlefield they had left weeks before. The dead were buried, and the damaged sections were being rebuilt, and banners flew from every tower in colors that had not been seen since the glory days of Gondor's height. The broken gate had been replaced with a temporary structure, and craftsmen were already at work on permanent repairs. The city was wounded but healing, and hope was visible on every street and in every face. Aragorn's coronation was held on the 1st of May in the citadel, before the throne that had stood empty for centuries. He was crowned with the ancient crown of Gondor that Gandalf had kept safe, and he took the scepter and the oath that bound him to his people. He declared himself Elazar, and took the throne as the first king of the reunited kingdom. ruling over both Gondor and the remnant of Arnor that the Rangers represented. The people cheered him and swore their loyalty, and the line of Elendil was restored after 3,000 years of exile. But the coronation was incomplete without the queen who would stand beside him. Aragorn had loved Arwen Evenstar since they met in Rivendell decades before, and she had chosen mortality to be with him despite the grief it would bring to her father. She came south from Rivendell with Elrond and a company of elves, and her arrival in Minas Tirith was like the return of spring after endless winter. She was beautiful beyond mortal measure, and the people who saw her understood why their king had waited so long to claim his throne. The wedding was held in midsummer with all the free peoples gathered to witness it. Aragorn and Arwen were married in the citadel with Gandalf presiding, and the ceremony blended the traditions of men and elves in ways that had not been seen since the Elder Days. Elrond gave his daughter to the king with grief and joy mixed together, for he was losing her to mortality but gaining a son worthy of the gift. The celebration lasted for days and became legendary in the songs that were sung afterward. Frodo and Sam were honored throughout the festivities, but they were homesick in ways that no amount of praise could remedy. They had saved the world, but they wanted only to return to the Shire and resume the simple lives they had left behind. The quest was complete and the ring was destroyed, and they had seen enough of the wide world to last several lifetimes. Gandalf understood their restlessness and began making plans for their return home, knowing that heroes are not always comfortable with the roles others thrust upon them. The summer in Minas Tirith was a season of renewal and rebuilding. Aragorn established his rule and began the work of healing the kingdoms that had been broken for so long. Ambassadors arrived from distant lands seeking alliance and trade, and the city became the center of a new order that would shape Middle-earth for centuries to come. The Fellowship remained together through these months, reluctant to separate after all they had endured. But eventually the time came when everyone needed to return to their own lands and their own duties. The Third Age was ending in glory and hope rather than in darkness and defeat. The hobbits had prevented the catastrophe that would have destroyed everything, and now the world they had saved was remaking itself in the Shadow's absence. New stories were beginning even as the old ones ended, and the age that was coming would be remembered as the time when men stepped forward to claim the dominion that had always been their destiny. The hobbits returned to the Shire in late September after months of travel and delays at various stops along the way. They had said farewell to their companions at different points on the journey, and by the time they approached the borders of their homeland, only the four of them remained together. They expected to find everything as they had left it: the green hills and the quiet villages and the comfortable routine of hobbit life continuing undisturbed. What they found instead was occupation and ruin. The Shire was under the control of ruffians who enforced rules that made no sense and stifled the comfortable anarchic freedom that hobbits had always enjoyed. Gates were locked at night and pipeweed was rationed, and gatherings of more than 3 hobbits were forbidden. The villages looked shabby and the fields were poorly tended, and an air of fear hung over everything. The hobbits who lived there had submitted to the occupation without serious resistance, because fighting was not in their nature, and because they did not understand that resistance was possible. Frodo and his companions learned that Saruman was behind the occupation. The wizard had escaped from Orthanc, somehow after Treebeard's watch grew lax. and he had come to the Shire seeking petty revenge on the hobbits who had played a part in his downfall. He called himself Sharky now, and he ruled through fear and through the ruffians he had hired as enforcers. The damage he was doing was not physical conquest, but rather the slow destruction of everything that made the Shire worth living in. The four travellers were not the same hobbits who had left the Shire 2 years before. They had fought in battles and stood against the darkness, and they would not tolerate this invasion of their home. Merry and Pippin had learned warfare in the service of kings. Sam had faced down a spider from the world's beginning, and Frodo had carried the ring to its destruction. They rallied the Shire's hobbits and organized resistance against the ruffians with a competence that surprised everyone, including themselves. The Battle of Bywater was brief but decisive. The hobbits gathered in force for the first time and fought back against the ruffians who had been terrorizing them. Merry and Pippin led the tactics, and Sam organized the farmers into effective units. The ruffians were overwhelmed by numbers and by the sudden determination of people they had thought too soft to fight. Many of the occupiers were killed, and the rest fled or surrendered, and the Shire's liberation was accomplished in an afternoon. Saruman revealed himself after the battle was won. He came out of Bag End, where he had been living and eating Frodo's food and destroying what he could out of spite. The wizard was diminished almost beyond recognition, his power gone and his staff broken. Reduced to a bitter old man nursing grievances he could no longer act upon. He tried to stab Frodo when the hobbit showed him mercy, but his final treachery failed when his own servant Wormtongue turned on him and cut his throat. The cleanup took months. The ruffians' damage had to be repaired, and the hobbits who had collaborated with them had to be dealt with fairly but firmly. Frodo could not bring himself to participate in the rebuilding because the rings wound and the memory of what he had endured had left him, incapable of the simple joys that sustained others. He lived in Bag End and tried to write down the story of their journey, but words failed to capture the reality of what they had experienced. Sam threw himself into the work of restoration with the same determination he had brought to the quest. He used the gift Galadriel had given him, the box of earth from her garden, and he planted it throughout the Shire. Trees grew with impossible speed wherever he planted them, and flowers bloomed out of season, and the Shire healed faster than anyone thought possible. Sam became mayor eventually and married Rosie Cotton and raised children who would grow up in a world saved by their father's courage. Merry and Pippin became leaders in their own right, respected for their service to great kings and for their role in liberating the Shire. They brought changes slowly and carefully, introducing ideas from the wide world without destroying the essential character of Hobbit life. They were beloved but also slightly apart from their neighbours, for they had seen too much to ever fully return to the innocence they had left behind. The Shire prospered in the years after the Scouring. The harvest of 1420 was legendary, and the trees that Sam planted grew into wonders. Children were born and houses were built, and life continued with the gentle rhythms that hobbits had always preferred. But those who had gone on the quest never fully belonged to that life again, for they carried memories that separated them from everyone who had stayed home. Frodo's wound troubled him increasingly as the years passed. The anniversary of Weathertop and the anniversary of the spider's sting brought pain that no medicine could touch, and he grew distant and sad in ways that worried his friends. He understood eventually that some wounds cannot be healed in Middle-earth, that the price of bearing the ring was too great to be paid off in one lifetime. He would have to leave the Shire if he wanted to find peace. And that knowledge filled him with grief, even as he accepted its necessity. The years passed in the Shire, and Frodo's pain grew worse rather than better. The wound from the Morgul blade troubled him on its anniversary, and the spider's sting burned when the seasons turned. He wrote his account of the journey and gave it to Sam for safekeeping. And he began putting his affairs in order with the quiet determination of someone preparing for a final journey. Sam watched his master with growing concern, but did not yet understand what Frodo was planning. In September of the year 1421 by Shire reckoning, Frodo told Sam that he was leaving. The invitation had come from the elves to sail west to the undying lands where his wounds might finally be healed, and he had accepted it. Sam was devastated by the news, but he understood that Frodo could not remain in Middle-earth, that the burden of the ring had damaged him in ways that this world could not mend. The master he had served and loved was leaving forever, and there was nothing he could do to prevent it or to follow. They rode to the Grey Havens, with Merry and Pippin accompanying them. Though the younger hobbits did not understand where they were going or why, Gandalf met them on the road, riding toward the same destination. And Elrond and Galadriel were there as well, making their own preparations for departure. The time of the elves in Middle-earth was ending now that the ring was destroyed, and those who had borne the three rings could no longer remain in a world where their power had faded. The great among the Eldar were sailing west to the lands beyond the sea, and they were taking with them the ring-bearers whose sacrifice had made that departure possible. Círdan waited at the havens with a white ship prepared for the final voyage. The ancient mariner had dwelt in Middle-earth since the First Age and had seen the rise and fall of kingdoms beyond counting. And now he was ready to depart and leave these lands to the dominion of men. He greeted the travellers with courtesy and grief mixed together, for every departure diminished what remained behind. Bilbo was there, waiting to board the ship. He was ancient now, the oldest hobbit anyone could remember, and he was ready to go. He had given up the ring voluntarily, and that act of surrender had earned him a place among those allowed to seek healing in the West. He greeted Frodo with joy and Sam with affection, and he gave them gifts and advice in the manner of someone who would not see them again but wanted to be remembered kindly. But Frodo could not be dissuaded and would not delay. For the ship was ready, and the tide was turning, and the call of the sea was in his heart. Gandalf boarded with the others. His work in Middle-earth was finished now that Sauron was destroyed and the Third Age was ended, and he was returning to the undying lands that had sent him. He had guided the free peoples through their darkest hour, and he had seen the quest through to its completion, and now his task was done. He took his leave of the hobbits with warmth, but without sadness, for he understood endings in ways they did not. The ship sailed at sunset on September 29th. It moved slowly, away from the grey shore, while those left behind watched from the dock until it disappeared beyond the horizon. Frodo stood at the rail looking back one final time, and then he turned toward the west and the lands beyond the sea where pain might finally cease and memory might find peace. The Third Age ended with that departure, though the official reckoning would place its conclusion at the moment the ring fell into Mount Doom. Sam returned to the Shire and found Rosie waiting with their daughter. He picked up his life where it had been interrupted, and he lived it fully, becoming mayor and raising children and tending his garden. But he kept the red book that Frodo had given him, and he added to it over the years. recording what happened after the ring was destroyed. The story would be passed down through generations as the most important account of the age that ended. And Sam's role in it would eventually be recognized as equal to any, though he never sought such recognition. Merry and Pippin lived long lives filled with honors and accomplishments. They served their people well, and they maintained the friendships they had forged during the war. Eventually, they left the Shire and rode south to spend their final years in Gondor near Aragorn. For the bonds they had formed could not be broken by distance or by the passage of years. When they died, they were laid to rest beside the king they had served, and their names were remembered in Gondor's histories as friends of the throne. The grey havens emptied slowly over the following years as more elves departed. Celeborn sailed, eventually after Galadriel, unable to remain in Middle-earth once she had gone. The havens grew quiet, and the elven presence in the world diminished until only a few remained in hidden refuges. The age of their dominion was finished, and the age of men had begun, and nothing could prevent or delay that transition. The sailing of the ring-bearers marked the end of an era that had lasted 3,000 years. The Third Age closed, not with the destruction of Sauron, but with the departure of those who had accomplished that destruction. And Middle-earth was left to be shaped by those who remained. The elves were fading, the dwarves were withdrawing to their mountains, and only men and hobbits stayed to inherit a world that had been saved at terrible cost by people who would not remain, to see what came of their sacrifice. Aragorn ruled the reunited kingdom for 120 years, and his reign was remembered as the greatest since the days of Elendil. He restored what had been broken and built what had been lost, and under his hand the kingdoms of men flourished as they had not done since the Second Age. The line of Isildur was vindicated at last, and the long wait in the wilderness proved to have been worth the cost. The first years were spent in rebuilding. Minas Tirith was repaired and strengthened, and the other cities of Gondor were restored to their former glory. Osgiliath was rebuilt slowly over decades, never again the greatest city, but at least made habitable and beautiful. The northern kingdom was refounded with Unminas, restored as its capital, and the rangers who had kept watch in the wild finally had a home to defend rather than just borders to patrol. The two realms were united under one crown for the first time since Isildur's death, and the dream of Elendil was finally realized. Aragorn married Arwen, and their union brought the lines of elves and men together in ways that had not been seen since the Elder Days. She gave him children who carried both bloodlines, and through them the houses of Elrond and Erendil were joined to the line of kings. Eldarion was born as heir to the throne, and he would rule after his father with wisdom inherited from both sides of his ancestry. Peace spread across Middle-earth under Aragorn's rule. The lands that had been contested for centuries were secured, and their borders were fixed by treaty and by strength. Rohan remained a close ally, and the friendship between the kingdoms deepened through trade and intermarriage. The Shire was protected, and its borders were forbidden to outsiders by the king's decree, allowing the hobbits to live undisturbed in their green hills. Dale and Erebor prospered under their own kings and maintained friendly relations with Gondor. The king travelled widely through his domains during the early years of his reign. He went north to walk the lands his ancestors had ruled, and south to secure the borders against lingering threats from Herod and the east. He was a warrior king when needed, and a wise king when peace allowed. And his people loved him for both his strength and his justice. Aragorn remembered his years as a ranger, and he never lost touch with the common people whose lives were shaped by the decisions he made. Faramir became steward of Gondor, and served Aragorn as faithfully as his ancestors had served the absent kings. He married Eowyn and brought her to Ithilien, which they restored to beauty and made their principality. The fair land that had been devastated by war became a garden again under their care, and it stood as proof that the Shadow's damage could be healed with time and effort. Their children grew up in peace and carried on the work of renewal. The economy flourished under stable rule and secure borders. Trade routes that had been dangerous for centuries became safe again, and merchants traveled freely between the kingdoms. The population grew, and new settlements were founded in lands that had been wilderness or wasteland. Craftsmen rediscovered skills that had been lost during the long decline, and the quality of goods produced in Aragorn's time rivaled what had been made in the glory days of Gondor's height. The healing extended beyond just physical rebuilding. Old hatreds were addressed, and ancient wrongs were acknowledged. Aragorn made peace with the Easterlings, who were willing to treat fairly, and he established trade relations that benefited both sides. The Horadrim in the south remained hostile for years, but eventually some of their tribes sought alliance rather than endless war. Not all wounds could be healed, and not all enemies would become friends, but the effort was made and progress was real. Magic was fading from Middle-earth as the elves departed and their influence waned. The world was becoming more mundane and more dominated by the concerns of mortal peoples. Some mourned the loss of wonder and beauty that the elves had brought, but others welcomed the age of men and the opportunity to shape the world according to human needs and desires. Aragorn navigated this transition carefully, honoring the past while building toward a future that would be different from anything that had come before. The king aged slowly because of his Númenórean blood. He remained vigorous and active far longer than ordinary men, and he used those extra years to ensure that his realm would endure after he was gone. He trained Eldarion in kingship and introduced him to the councils and the captains who would serve him. When Aragorn finally felt death approaching in his 120th year, he knew that the kingdom would continue in capable hands. His reign had transformed Middle-earth from a collection of struggling kingdoms barely holding back the darkness into a unified realm enjoying unprecedented peace and prosperity. The memory of Sauron faded as generations grew up who knew only peace and who heard of the war as ancient history rather than recent trauma. Aragorn had accomplished what he was born to do, restoring the line of kings and healing the divisions that had weakened men for millennia. The Third Age had ended in darkness averted, and the Fourth Age that Aragorn shaped would be remembered as the time when the kingdoms of men finally fulfilled their promise. The elves were leaving Middle-earth, and their departure was gradual but inexorable. Every year more ships sailed from the Grey Havens, carrying families and friends who had dwelt in these lands since the world was young. They were going to the Undying Lands, where time moved differently and where they would not fade as they did in mortal lands. The calling was irresistible for those who heard it, a longing for the West that grew stronger with each passing season until remaining became impossible. Rivendell emptied first. Elrond had sailed with Frodo and Gandalf, and without his presence the last homely house lost the essence that had made it a haven for thousands of years. His sons remained for a time, keeping the valley safe, but eventually they too departed and Rivendell fell silent. The halls that had welcomed travelers and preserved lore through 3 ages stood empty, and the gardens grew wild without elven hands to tend them. Lothlorien lasted longer because Galadriel's power had sustained it through the worst of the Shadow's years. But once she sailed after Frodo, the golden wood began to fade. The Maloran trees still stood tall and beautiful, but the sense of timelessness that had pervaded the forest diminished year by year. Celeborn remained alone for decades after his wife departed, maintaining what he could, but eventually even his strength was insufficient against the changing world. When he finally sailed, Lothlorien became a place of memory rather than a living realm. The woodland realm in Mirkwood persisted under Thranduil and his son Legolas. They cleared the southern portions of the forest that had been corrupted by Sauron's occupation, and they made the woods safe for travelers who had not dared enter it for centuries. But the Sylvan elves were dwindling in numbers, and many chose to sail rather than remain in diminishing strength. Legolas stayed longer than most, honoring his friendship with Gimli and his promise to see Middle-earth healed from the war's damage. The Grey Havens themselves became a place of perpetual departure. Círdan had sailed with Frodo, but other shipwrights maintained the tradition and built vessels for those who came seeking passage west. The havens were crowded with elves, saying farewell to lands they loved but could no longer endure. And the beaches were covered with those who remained watching their friends and families disappear beyond the horizon. Each departure diminished what was left behind, and the elven presence in Middle-earth contracted steadily toward nothing. The forests they had tended grew darker without their care. Mirkwood was cleansed, but it remained dangerous, and Fangorn, where the Ents dwelt, grew wilder as Treebeard's people fell into the long sleep from which they would not wake. The ancient groves where elves had sung under stars older than the sun fell silent or were claimed by men who cleared them for farmland. The magic that had sustained those places faded when the elves departed, and what remained was diminished and ordinary. Men took over the lands the elves abandoned. Some treated the sites with reverence and preserved what they could of the beauty that had been there. Others saw only resources to be exploited and trees to be cut and stone to be quarried. The difference between men who remembered the elves with respect and those who saw them only as legends varied by region and by individual character. But regardless of intention, the effect was the same. The elven realms became kingdoms of men or else reverted to wilderness. When the elves left, they took with them something essential that could not be replaced. The half-elven faced the choice their ancestors had faced. They could sail west and claim their elven heritage, or they could remain and accept mortality with the race of men. Most chose mortality because their homes and families were in Middle-earth, but the choice was difficult and final. Once made, it could not be reversed, and those who stayed behind aged and died, while the undying lands remained forever beyond their reach. Arwen endured in Minas Tirith as Aragorn's queen and grew old alongside him. She had chosen mortality for love, and she never regretted that choice, despite the grief it brought to her father. But when Aragorn died, she was left alone in ways that mortals rarely experienced. For she had lived for thousands of years and would continue to fade for decades after her husband was gone. Her loss was compounded by knowing that she could never see her father or her people again. For the choice once made was irrevocable, The forests grew quiet as the last elves departed. The songs that had been sung under the trees for thousands of years were heard no more, and the beauty that had sustained those places diminished until only memory remained. Men who visited the abandoned elven realms spoke of sadness that hung in the air, a sense of loss that could not be articulated but could be felt by anyone who paused to notice. The age of elves was ending, and the world was poorer for their absence, even as it was freed to become something new. By the end of Aragorn's reign, the elven presence in Middle-earth had dwindled to a handful of individuals scattered in remote places. The great realms were gone, and the havens were nearly empty. Soon there would be none left at all, and men would rule a world where elves existed only in songs and legends that would grow more fantastic and less accurate with each generation. The passing was inevitable and necessary, but that knowledge did not make the loss any easier to bear. Sam lived in Bag End after Frodo left and raised his family there with Rosie. They had 13 children who filled the smile with noise and laughter, and Sam proved to be as devoted a father as he had been a servant and companion. He was elected mayor of the Shire 7 times in succession, serving his people with the same loyalty he had given to Frodo. The hobbits who elected him did not fully understand what he had done during the war, but they recognized his good heart and his dedication to making the Shire prosper. The garden at Bag End became legendary under Sam's care. He used the last of Galadriel's gift to plant a malin tree in the party field, and it grew into a wonder that had no equal in Middle-earth outside the vanished realm of Lothlorien. Children played under its golden branches, and lovers met beneath its shade, and the tree became a symbol of the Shire's connection to the wider world. Sam tended it carefully and taught his children how to care for it so the knowledge would not die with him. The Red Book remained in Bag End where Frodo had left it. Sam added his own chapters, describing what happened after the ring was destroyed, and he included details that Frodo had been too modest or too pained to record. The account became the most complete history of the War of the Ring, and copies were made and distributed to other libraries so the knowledge would not be lost. The original remained with Sam's family, passed from generation to generation as a treasured heirloom. The Shire prospered in the years after the Scouring. The harvest of 1420 was remembered as the best in living memory, and the years that followed were nearly as good. Children were born in unprecedented numbers, and the population grew until new settlements had to be founded in previously empty areas. The prosperity was partly due to Sam's leadership and partly due to the malin seeds he had planted. But mostly it was because the shadow was lifted and hobbits could live without fear for the first time in living memory. Sam told stories to his children and grandchildren about the quest and the companions who had undertaken it. He spoke of Gandalf's wisdom and Aragorn's courage, of Legolas and Gimli's friendship and Boromir's sacrifice. He told them about Merry and Pippin's bravery and about Frodo's burden that had been greater than any physical weight. The children listened wide-eyed to tales of places they would never see and dangers they could barely imagine. And through Sam's telling, the memory of the fellowship was preserved. But he rarely spoke about himself, except in passing. When his children asked what he had done during the quest, Sam deflected the questions and focused on others' heroism instead. He did not think of himself as brave or important, just as a gardener who had done what needed doing. That humility was genuine rather than false modesty. for Sam truly believed that anyone would have done the same if placed in his position. The wound from Shelob's lair troubled him as the years passed. It never fully healed, and sometimes it ached on dark nights when the moon was hidden. He bore the pain without complaint because it seemed small compared to what Frodo had endured. But Rosie noticed when he grew quiet and distant. She understood that her husband carried scars that could not be seen and memories that still had power to hurt despite the passage of decades. Rosie died in the year 61 of the Fourth Age. Sam was left alone in Bag End with his grown children visiting but living in their own homes. He continued as mayor because work kept him occupied and gave him purpose, but the joy had gone out of his life. He tended the garden and maintained the Red Book and told stories to his grandchildren, but he was waiting for something without fully understanding what it was. The calling came in September of that year. Sam felt it as a longing for the sea and for shores beyond the world, and he understood finally what it meant. He had borne the ring briefly in Mordor, and that bearing entitled him to sail west with the other ring-bearers. Frodo was there waiting, and Bilbo, if he still lived, and the wounds that could not heal in Middle-earth might find peace in the undying lands. He gave the Red Book to his daughter, Elinor, and told her to keep it safe and pass it to her children in turn. He said his farewells to his family and explained where he was going and why. And they wept, but understood that he could not refuse this calling. Then he rode to the Grey Havens in late September, and he found a ship waiting with one final voyage to make before the havens closed forever. Sam sailed west on September 22nd in the year 61 of the Fourth Age. He stood at the rail as the shore receded and thought about Frodo waiting somewhere beyond the horizon. The gardener from the Shire who had carried the ring-bearer across Mordor's wasteland was going to join his master at last, and the separation that had lasted 40 years was finally ending. The ship sailed into the sunset and disappeared, and Sam's story in Middle-earth was complete. The Shire remembered him as the best mayor they ever had, and as the keeper of the Red Book, and as the one who planted the Partyfield tree. But they did not fully understand what he had done during the war, or what burdens he had carried afterward. Sam would have preferred it that way, for he had never sought recognition, and he died as he lived, humble and faithful to those he loved. The memory of his deeds was preserved in the Red Book he had kept, and through that preservation his role in saving Middle-earth would be recognized by generations yet unborn. Merry and Pippin remained in the Shire for years after Sam sailed, serving their people and maintaining the connections they had forged during the war. But they were restless in ways that their neighbors could not understand, for they had ridden with kings and fought in battles that made Shire concerns seem small by comparison. They loved their home and their people, but they no longer fully belonged there. In the year 63 of the Fourth Age, they made their decision. They would go to Gondor and spend their remaining years near Aragorn, for the bond they had formed with the king was stronger than the ties that held them to the Shire. They settled their affairs and said their farewells, and they rode south together as they had ridden so many times before. The journey took months because they were old by Hobbit standards, but they made it safely and were welcomed in Minas Tirith with joy. Aragorn gave them houses in the city and ensured they were honored appropriately. They spent their days in the archives studying the histories they had helped make, and they walked the gardens with the king when his duties allowed. The three of them shared memories of the fellowship and of battles fought together, and they found comfort in being with someone who understood what they had endured. Ioma visited from Rohan when he could, and the four of them would gather and speak of Theoden and of the ride to the Pelennor that had saved Gondor. Pippin died first in the year 64, peacefully in his sleep after a good meal and an evening of stories. He was buried with honours in the city, and Aragorn wept openly at his funeral. The king had loved the impetuous young hobbit who had sworn service to Denethor, and had stood with him at the Black Gate when all seemed lost. The burial was attended by lords and common folk alike, for Pippin had been beloved by everyone who knew him. Merry followed a year later, his heart broken by the loss of the cousin who had been more brother than friend. He died in Emma's arms during a visit to Rohan, and the king brought his body back to Gondor to be laid beside Pippin. The two hobbits who had been inseparable in life were not separated in death, and they rested in tombs of honor near the greatest kings of men. When Aragorn died years later, he was laid between them, and the three remained together as they had been at the war's ending. Legolas remained in Middle-earth longer than any other elf of his generation. He stayed partly from love of his friends, and partly from a promise to see the world healed before he departed. He and Gimli travelled together through the years, visiting the places they had fought and ensuring that the beauty damaged by war was being restored. Their friendship had become legendary, and songs were sung about the elf and the dwarf who had overcome ancient hatreds to stand together against darkness. They came to Minas Tirith often to visit Aragorn. The king aged slowly, but he did age, and they watched him grow grey and tired as the weight of ruling took its toll. The three of them would walk the walls and speak of the fellowship, remembering Gandalf and Boromir, Frodo and Sam, Merry and Pippin. They were the last survivors of the Nine Walkers, and they carried memories that no one else could fully understand or share. Aragorn knew when his death was approaching. He was 120 years old and still vigorous, but he felt the weariness that comes when life has run its course. He summoned Legolas and Gimli to his chambers, and they sat with him through his final night, speaking of old times and of the friends who had gone before. At dawn he said farewell to Arwen and to his son, and then he lay down and released his life by choice, as the Númenórean kings of old had done. Arwen's grief was profound and terrible. She had chosen mortality for love of Aragorn, and now that love was taken from her while she still lived, she wandered to Lothlórien, where she had dwelt as a child, but the golden wood was empty and fading. She lay down under the malon trees where Galadriel's house had stood, and there she died alone as autumn turned to winter. The price of her choice was paid in full, and the tale of Aragorn and Arwen became the saddest and most beautiful love story of the age. Legolas could not remain after Aragorn died. The sea longing that all elves eventually felt had grown too strong to resist, and he knew his time in Middle-earth was ending. But he would not go alone, for Gimli asked to accompany him, and Legolas petitioned the Valar to allow it. Never before had a dwarf been granted passage to the Undying Lands, but Gimli's friendship with Legolas and his devotion to Galadriel earned him special dispensation. They built a ship together at the Grey Havens. Legolas used his elven craft, and Gimli contributed his skill with tools and materials, and the vessel they created was beautiful beyond any that had sailed before. When it was complete, they boarded together and set sail, the last of the fellowship to depart. The havens closed after them, and no more ships would sail west, for the time of such voyages was ended. The fellowship was scattered across the circles of the world. Gandalf and Frodo and Bilbo were in the undying lands beyond the reach of time. Sam had joined them, carrying his own wounds and his unshakable loyalty. Boromir rested in Gondor's earth, where he had died defending the Ring-bearer. Merry and Pippin and Aragorn lay together in tombs of honor in Minas Tirith. Legolas and Gimli had sailed west to lands forbidden to mortals. The 9 who had set out from Rivendell were divided by death and departure, but their deeds remained, and their memory would not fade as long as the Red Book survived to tell their tale. Aragorn felt death approaching in the spring of the year 120 of the Fourth Age. He was still strong, and his mind remained clear, but he knew with the certainty of Nemerian blood that his time was ending. He had lived longer than any man since the ancient days, and he had accomplished everything he had set out to do. The kingdoms were secure, and his son was ready to rule, and there was nothing left that required him to remain. He told Arwen first. They walked together in the gardens above Minas Tirith, where white flowers bloomed in the mountain air, and he explained that he would lay down his life soon as the kings of Numenor had done before their fall. She knew this moment would come eventually, but she was not ready for it, despite having decades to prepare. The time they had shared was precious beyond measure, but it had also been too brief for someone who had lived 3,000 years and could remember when the world was different. They walked together in the gardens above Minas Tirith, where white flowers bloomed in the mountain air, and he explained that he would lay down his life soon as the kings of Numenor had done before their fall. She knew this moment would come eventually, but she was not ready for it, despite having decades to prepare. The time they had shared was precious beyond measure, but it had also been too brief for someone who had lived 3,000 years and could remember when the world was different. He told her she had given him more joy than any king had right to expect, and he thanked her for choosing him over immortality. He summoned Eldarion and the other children to his chambers. His son was strong and wise and ready to take the throne, and Aragorn had no concerns about the kingdom's future under his rule. He gave his blessing and his counsel, and he told them stories about the fellowship and the war that had shaped his life. The children listened with tears streaming down their faces, for they loved their father and could not imagine the world without him in it. The last night he spent with Arwen alone. They did not sleep, but instead talked through the hours of darkness about everything and nothing, remembering their first meeting in Rivendell, when he had been a young ranger and she had been beyond his reach. They spoke about the choice she had made and whether she regretted it, and she told him truthfully that she would make the same choice again, despite the grief it brought. Love was worth the price, even when the price was everything. At dawn, Aragorn went to the House of Kings, where the tombs of his ancestors waited. He lay down on the bed that had been prepared, and he composed himself with the dignity of someone who had lived well and was ready to rest. Arwen was beside him, holding his hand, and Eldarion stood at the foot of the bed with his siblings behind him. Aragorn looked at each of them one final time, and then he closed his eyes and released his spirit. The grief in Minas Tirith was profound and genuine. Aragorn had been more than a king to his people. He had been the fulfillment of promises made thousands of years before, and the living proof that hope was not futile. His body lay in state for 3 days, while the entire kingdom came to pay respects, and then he was laid in the tomb beside Mary and Pippin as he had requested. The 3 who had stood together at the Black Gate would remain together in death. Arwen could not bear to stay in Minas Tirith after Aragorn was gone. The city was full of memories that gave her pain rather than comfort, and she needed to go somewhere that held different associations. She told Eldarion she was travelling north and asked that he not follow or send messengers, for she wanted to face what came next alone. He agreed reluctantly because he understood his mother's grief was beyond consoling. She walked north through lands that had changed beyond recognition from when she first knew them. The wild places were tamed and the empty spaces were filled, and everywhere she went she saw the work of mortal hands shaping the world. She passed through Rivendell but did not linger, for the valley was empty and silent and bore no resemblance to the haven it had been. She continued north into what had been Lothlorien, walking paths she remembered from childhood. The golden wood was faded and diminished. The Malarn trees still stood, but they were dying slowly without Galadriel's power to sustain them, and the sense of timelessness that had made Lothlorien special was gone completely. Arwen found the hill where her grandmother's house had stood, and she climbed to its summit. The structures were gone, but the memory remained, and she lay down on the grass under the trees. Winter came, and Arwen did not rise. She had chosen mortality, and now mortality claimed her, for grief can kill as surely as any blade. She died alone in the fading wood where she had spent the happiest years of her youth, and no one found her body until spring came and travellers passed through and discovered her lying under the bare malon branches. They buried her there because moving her seemed wrong, and they marked the place with a stone that bore her name and Aragorn's beside it. The tale of Aragorn and Arwen became the saddest love story of the age. He had waited decades to claim his throne so he could win her hand, and she had given up immortality to be with him. They had shared a century together and raised children who would rule after them. But when death separated them, she could not endure the separation. Some said she died of grief, and others said she died of old age. But the truth was simpler. She died because the choice she made in youth required payment in age, and she paid it fully in Lothlorien, under trees that remembered her laughter. The line of Elendil continued through Eldarion and his descendants. They would rule the reunited kingdom for generations and keep alive the memory of the king who had restored what was broken. But Aragorn himself was gone, and with him went the last living link to the Fellowship and to the war that had saved Middle-earth. The Fourth Age belonged now to those who had not fought in that war, and the memory of what had been sacrificed would slowly fade into legend and then into myth as the years accumulated and the world moved on. The elves were gone completely by the middle of the 2nd century of the Fourth Age. The last ships had sailed from the Grey Havens decades earlier, and the havens themselves were abandoned and falling into ruin. No elven voice was heard in Middle-earth, and the forests they had tended for ages grew wild or were cleared by men who needed farmland. The beauty they had preserved faded like morning mist under the sun, and what remained was ordinary and diminished. Rivendell stood empty for decades before men finally claimed it. They built a town in the valley using stone quarried from the old elven buildings, and they had no sense of what had been lost. The library where ancient lore had been preserved was looted for anything valuable, and the rest was burned or scattered. Within a generation, no one remembered that the valley had once been the last homely house, and the name Rivendell passed from common knowledge into scholarly footnote. Lothlorien became a place of legend and fear. The Malorn trees died slowly without Galadriel's power, and the forest grew dark with their decay. Travelers avoided the woods because they said strange things happened there. Time moved differently, and people emerged changed or did not emerge at all. Eventually, even the legends faded, and the forest was simply avoided without anyone remembering why. The golden wood that had been the fairest realm in Middle-earth became a haunted wilderness that men shunned. The dwarves withdrew into their mountains and sealed many of their halls. Araba remained occupied and prosperous for a time under Durin's line, but the population declined with each generation. Dwarven women were few and children were rare, and the race was dwindling toward extinction, though the process would take centuries. They kept to themselves and avoided the kingdoms of men, maintaining their craft and their traditions, but no longer engaging with the wider world. Khazad-dû remained sealed and haunted. The Balrog was long dead, but the halls were still dangerous, and occasionally miners broke through into passages that connected to the ancient dwarf kingdom. They found treasures sometimes, and death more often, and stories circulated about the Black Pit and what horrors dwelt in its depths. No one attempted to reclaim or resettle Moria, and eventually the entrances were lost or deliberately hidden to prevent the foolish from entering. The Shire prospered and expanded under the rule of Sam's descendants. The hobbits multiplied and pushed their borders outward into lands that had been empty, and they maintained their isolation from the big folk as they called men. The Red Book was preserved through generations as their most precious heirloom, though many hobbits doubted the truth of the stories it contained. Walking trees and elves and dragons seemed like fairy tales rather than history, and only a few scholars believed the account was accurate rather than embellished. Magic faded from the world in ways both obvious and subtle. The great artifacts of earlier ages lost their power or disappeared entirely. The Palantry became inert stones without the will to use them, and they were lost or locked away in treasuries where they gathered dust. Elven cloaks wore out and could not be repaired, and the techniques for making them were lost when their creators sailed. The world was becoming prosaic and mundane, governed by laws that could be understood rather than wonders that could only be experienced. The Ents fell into deep sleep and did not wake. Treebeard and his kind had been dwindling for ages, and now they became like the trees they herded, rooted and silent and barely aware. Fangorn became impenetrable and dangerous, and men who entered seeking timber did not return. Eventually, the forest was left alone, and it grew strange in its isolation, a remnant of the elder days persisting into an age that no longer had room for such things. Dragons and trolls became rare and then disappeared entirely. The great drakes were hunted to extinction by men seeking glory and gold, and the last of them died fighting rather than fleeing. Trolls were killed when encountered or driven into mountains so remote that contact with civilization was impossible. The monsters that had plagued Middle-earth for ages were reduced to stories told to frighten children, and within generations those stories were no longer believed. The languages of the elder days were forgotten except by scholars. Sindarin and Quenya were no longer spoken, and the few books that survived were locked in libraries where only specialists could access them. The common speech spread and diversified into regional dialects, and the old tongues became curiosities, studied for historical interest, rather than living languages used for communication. The songs that had been sung in Elvish were translated poorly or lost entirely, and their beauty was reduced to approximations in mortal tongues. The knowledge of the past diminished with each generation. What the elves had known about the world's shaping and the wars of the elder days was forgotten or reduced to myth. The dwarves kept their histories, but shared them with no one, and their perspective died with them as their population declined. Men wrote their own histories that emphasized their achievements and minimized their debts to other races. And within a few centuries, the role of elves and dwarves in the War of the Ring was downplayed or omitted entirely. The world grew smaller and more human-centered. The vast wildernesses that had existed for millennia were cleared and settled, and roads connected regions that had been isolated since the world was shaped. The mystery and danger that had characterized earlier ages gave way to safety and predictability, and the frontier kept receding until there was nowhere left that men had not explored and claimed. The age of wonder was ending, and the age of ordinary human concerns was beginning. And most people welcomed the change, even if a few mourned what was lost. By the end of the 2nd century of the Fourth Age, Middle-earth was unrecognizable from what it had been when the ring was destroyed. The elves were gone, the dwarves were hidden, and the hobbits were isolated in their corner of the world. Magic had faded, and monsters were extinct, and the dominion of men was complete and unchallenged. The world had been saved from Sauron's darkness, but in saving it, the heroes had also transformed it into something more mundane and less wonderful than what had existed before. The price of victory was the loss of magic, and that price was paid fully by the world the ring-bearers had fought to preserve. The Fourth Age stretched on, and the memory of the War of the Ring faded into distant history. Generations rose and fell who knew the story only from the Red Book or from songs that had been changed by repeated telling. The hobbits who had carried the ring were dead, the king who had restored the line of Elendil was dust, and the elves who had witnessed the elder days were gone beyond recall. Middle-earth belonged entirely to men now, and they shaped it according to their needs and desires, without reference to what had come before. The kingdoms that Aragorn founded endured for centuries under his descendants. They were good kings mostly, maintaining the peace and the justice their ancestor had established, but they were mortal men with mortal concerns. The high purpose that had driven Aragorn faded as the generations passed, and the kingdoms became ordinary rather than exceptional. Wars were fought over borders and resources, alliances shifted with changing interests, and the nobility that had characterized the Fourth Age's beginning gave way to pragmatic self-interest. The Red Book remained in the Shire as the authoritative account of the war. Copies were made and distributed to the great libraries where scholars studied them and argued about their accuracy. Some claimed the account was embellished beyond recognition, that no hobbit could have accomplished what was described, and that the true heroes were men whose contributions had been minimized. Others defended the book's accuracy and pointed to the consistency of multiple sources. But as the years passed, belief gave way to skepticism, and the story became literature rather than history. The places where great deeds had been done were forgotten or misremembered. The Pelennor fields were farmland now, and no markers showed where Theoden fell, or where the Witch King was destroyed. Weathertop was a ruin that travelers avoided because of old superstitions, and no one remembered why the place mattered. The paths of the dead were sealed permanently and became a legend that no one believed. And Mount Doom was a smoking mountain in a distant land that few had reason to visit. The oral traditions changed the stories in ways both subtle and dramatic. Aragorn became a figure of legend, larger than life and simplified into archetypes that bore little resemblance to the man who had actually lived. Frodo and Sam were reduced to fairy tale heroes who succeeded through virtue rather than through suffering, and the complexity of their choices was lost to narrative convenience. The Fellowship became the 9 heroes in songs that emphasized courage and glory while omitting doubt and fear. Technology and learning advanced as men shaped the world to their purposes. They built cities larger than any that had existed in the Third Age, and they developed crafts and sciences that the elves had never pursued. The progress was real and valuable, but it came at the cost of the wonder and beauty that had characterized earlier ages. Efficiency replaced artistry, and utility became more important than meaning. The world was being remade in humanity's image, and that image was practical rather than magical. Some tried to preserve the memory of what had been. Scholars maintained the old archives and translated the ancient texts, and a few families kept alive the stories their ancestors had witnessed. But these efforts were swimming against the current of time and change, and each generation cared less about the past than the one before. The weight of history grew lighter until it could be ignored entirely by those who chose to live only in the present. The Shire remained isolated and relatively unchanged. The hobbits resisted the world's changes and maintained their old ways, and they were mocked by men for being backward and provincial. But they were content with their isolation and their traditions, and they preserved more of the old world through their stubbornness than men preserved through their libraries. The Milan tree in the party field stood as a living reminder of Galadriel's gift, and hobbits picnicked under its branches without understanding what it represented. By the 3rd century of the Fourth Age, the transformation was complete. Middle-earth was a world of men in every meaningful sense, and the other races were legends that most people dismissed as childish fantasy. Magic was gone and mystery was explained, and the dominion that had been prophesied for ages was finally and fully realized. The price of that dominion was forgetting, and men paid it willingly because the past seemed less important than the future they were building. The tale ends here, wanderer. We have walked together through 3 ages and watched kingdoms rise and fall, seen heroes carry unbearable burdens and darkness driven back at terrible cost. The ring is unmade and Sauron is cast into void, and the world was saved by the smallest and the humblest when the great could not prevail. That truth is worth remembering, even as everything else fades into legend. The fire is burning low now, and the night grows deep. You have been patient with an old tale told slowly, and I thank you for sitting with me through its telling. May you carry something of what you have heard into the daylight world, and may you remember that courage is found in the most unlikely places. Rest now, for the story is complete, and there are no more words to say. Sleep well, and may your dreams be gentler than the darkness these heroes faced. The tale is ended. The age is closed. Good night.